that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend, Paulton, what HP was, and he laughed at me. But he said it has something to do with, like, not dying? So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible, which it isn't, but just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds. And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the Morning Lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander.
Hey, my name is Akash Thakar.
And I'm Ryan Ike.
And this is
Oh no!
How to thrive as a creative during the Calamity. So before we get into anything, let's start with a little story. Those of you who were born or lived in North America for a really long time, you probably know about Niagara Falls, which is a huge set of waterfalls that spans the border between USA and Canada. If you're born anywhere near the border, you have to go. It's like a tourism rite of passage. But in the 1960s, they turned it off. A corps of army engineers came together and actually shut the waterfalls off because they wanted to see if they could give it a facelift and repair stuff around it. So they took one of the biggest waterfalls in the world and just shut it off. So they put up a bunch of stuff, a bunch of barricades to block it, and took something that had massive momentum and massive force behind it and just made it pause. And that sort of situation is kind of what we're dealing with right now. Whether you had tons of momentum before 2020 or not, a lot of things are on hold. A lot of things are being paused, for lack of a better word. And when so much is happening in the world, so much tragedy and turmoil and just BS is going on, we as creatives tend to wonder if things are ever going to continue, if they're ever going to get back to normal, if they're ever going to be better again. So hopefully through this talk, we can do what the engineers did with Niagara Falls after it got paused. They released it and everything went back to normal again. And hopefully we can give you some ideas on how to get your way back to some degree of creativity, productivity, happiness, focus, calm, whatever it may be. If we can help you even 1%, then that would be amazing. So let's get into who we are.
Again, I'm Ryan, and I'm a composer and sound designer who's worked on things like West of Loathing, Reigns, Game of Thrones, and Where the Water Tastes Like Wine.
And I'm Akash the Car. I do sound design for video games. I've worked on games like Destiny, Hyper Light Drifter, Concrete Genie, and a bunch of others. And I also do a lot of public speaking in and out of the game industry to help creatives thrive, especially in times like these. So in this talk, we're going to be covering two kind of main broad topics. The first is staying sane and focused during all of this. And the second is staying or becoming creative. So for those of you who have a creative vocation that you already do, bringing it back into your life, making it more of a focus and making it so that it becomes a centerpiece of your life again if it did indeed fall away during all of this stuff that's going on, which is completely understandable. So with so many people being hit hard over and over and over again all over the world, how should we even stay sane? How should we stay focused? How should we even stay creative or thoughtful or imaginative?
If you're anything like me, and unless you've melted a plastic cutting board and destroyed your mom's oven trying to bake a Totino's party pizza, you're not like me, you're better. But let's pretend. If you're like me right now, it feels like you're constantly being pulled between the desire to be productive, to live a balanced life, and to help others during this impossible time, all while tending to what seems like a fresh personal or national or global disaster literally every day. Being a creative freelancer is fucking hard, and keeping yourself in a healthy mental place where you feel like you have all these factors under control can be difficult when the world doesn't feel like it's falling apart. So while what we're talking about here is always important for what we do, it's even more vital in this incredibly challenging moment. See, 2020, as it turns out, is kind of like being trapped under a car next to a shrieking anthropomorphic warthog monster who really wants to show you pictures of his trip to Graceland. It fucking sucks. You don't really understand how it happened, and you have no idea when it's going to be over. So what we'll be talking about here are ways that you can develop a healthy mentality around your life as a freelancer, and then expand that mentality to help you not only survive this impossible situation we're all in, but thrive in it and thrive beyond it.
So another point I'd like to bring up is all about managing news and social media. And there's so much research that shows that if we limit our exposure to certain kinds of news and social media, we become happier, we become more sane, we become more focused. And that's not really surprising to anybody, but yet so many of us engage with it because frankly, it's addictive. They want it to be addictive. They want it to actually make us angry because that's an addictive emotion, and we want to keep clicking and doom scrolling and making things worse and worse and worse for us. So one thing I'll say is that you don't need to stay up to date on everything. Yes, catch up every so often, but you don't need to be watching the news 24/7 or scrolling Twitter 24/7 to see what the trending stories are every single hour of every single day. Yes, of course, you can catch up, you can do what you need to do, but just checking on the news constantly just makes things worse for you and makes it harder for us to act and harder for us to really do much of anything if all we're doing is doom scrolling all the time. So obviously we limit our exposure to that, but the main thing is not watching mainstream media. Now to this audience, I don't think that's going to be too tough of a sell because we tend to be a little more savvy than our weird uncle on Facebook who's posting conspiracy theories all the time, but it's just something to keep in mind that mainstream media makes its money off of making you and us angry. That's how they make their money. And it's something that we do want to avoid day to day because frankly, we don't want to stay informed from them if it means we're seeing it through a lens of complete pessimism and in a lens that makes it so that they make money off of other people's, frankly, misery. And when it comes to social media, don't be afraid to just block, unfollow, and mute everything and everyone. My Twitter, I've blocked basically every word in the English language, and it is pure and clean. But one thing I will tell you to do on Twitter, which has been massively helpful, on the right-hand side, there's like a trending news sort of section. And I've changed the country of that from the US, which obviously you all know is a garbage fire, and I changed that to Saudi Arabia. I don't speak Arabic at all, and I have no idea what's going on over there. So now when I see a bunch of news articles over on the right, instead of just a bunch of US nonsense, I see a bunch of Saudi Arabian news that I can't even read. So it makes it so it doesn't even permeate into me and cause me to get angry and doom scroll and make my day worse and worse and prevent me from becoming more and more creative and being able to serve people like you. So that's just a fun little tip for you.
So Cash is absolutely correct about finding ways to be more choosy and careful about your exposure to news without completely checking out. I'm someone who really inhales political news because I really care about those issues and how they're affecting people and the world at large. But I only got good at limiting my consumption to it this year, going from kind of binging on it and then feeling horrible for days to just checking in every now and then. And it's still awful, but then I feel a lot healthier and happier and able to do my job because I'm limiting my consumption. But what if you're someone who feels that limiting your exposure to all the horrible things going on and all the awful things happening to people will also limit your ability to help? How can you be a good ally if you don't know what's going on all the time? This is something I worry about a lot, but there's a huge difference between staying healthily informed so you can pitch in and do what you can as an ally, and taking in so much depressing news that you're basically Dumbledore at the end of the Half-Blood Prince when he's drinking like that huge bowl of poison. A book I found out earlier this year was actually written by a cute dog who learned to use a typewriter and has no loud and regressive opinions about anyone's gender identity whatsoever. So, see, it's not all bad news. The difference between hurting yourself and being healthy so you can help others is to take in all the horrible news tactically. Limit your time with it, but when you are engaged in catching up with what's going on in the world, note the causes that you care about, the people being hurt or disadvantaged, animals being abused, environmental causes, education, the arts, whatever it might be. Then I recommend scheduling a set amount of time every week. 20 to 30 minutes is fine. Can be more or less as you need or want. And set aside that time to actually see what you can do to help. You can devote that time to researching and donating to charities, supporting the things you care about. Even $5 to $10 is really helpful, especially if you have the space to do a recurring monthly sort of thing. You can sign petitions and spread them around. You could write a blog post highlighting an issue that you feel isn't getting enough representation. Options for helping in person are, of course, limited right now. But if you're able, a lot of homeless shelters, women's shelters, and animal sanctuaries are actually offering socially distanced ways to drop off donated items or supplies, or even volunteer while still being mindful of COVID and keeping yourself safe. You can do more personal acts of service too, from checking in on friends and family to see how they're doing, especially ones who are more isolated, to just doing a chore or making a meal so an overworked or overstressed spouse who's also suffering from the world at large doesn't have to. If turning away from the news, even partially for your own health, feels like turning a blind eye to the chaos going on in the world right now, setting aside just a little bit of time every week to provide what assistance you can is a game changer. Because now suddenly you're not just a bystander watching as a train careens towards the edge of a broken bridge. For a few moments every week, you're Spider-Man, perched on the engine and casting out webs trying to slow it down. No single web is going to stop it, but altogether, over time, you can lend a lot of physical and mental well-being to others while still preserving your own.
Now, when it comes to asking for help, that's okay. That's one thing that we really want to hammer home here, is that's like the most okay thing in the world. Asking for help is actually a very noble thing to do instead of keeping it all inside, because no one can help you unless they know that you need something from your friends, your family, a professional, whatever it may be. And one thing we do want to make very clear is that you're never a burden if you reach out, even if it's something that you feel isn't a big deal. Like maybe you're just dealing with sickness of a pet or something like that. And compared, quote unquote, to the rest of the world, you may think, oh, but that's not so bad. I'm not dealing with something as bad as everyone else. That may be true in some level, but also if you're feeling it, if it is sad, if it is getting in the way of your day, if it is making it so that you can't function as well as you were, then that is worth reaching out for. It is a-okay to ask for help, even if you feel that the thing that you want help with isn't as big as other things in the world. Even reaching out, people will be happy to help you. Friends are thrilled to help you in those sorts of circumstances.
So 2020 feels like being dragged to see Cats in theaters, except the projector doesn't work right. So the movie only moves at 1/4 speed, and then it freezes right when Idris Elba is spinning butthole first into a midair cartwheel. And during this trying time, I felt overwhelmed, unprepared, or just not able to handle things a lot. And 99% of the time when I felt that way, asking for help, whether that was a friend, a colleague, my wife, someone I just knew decently well on social media, that solved it. We developed this unfortunate habit of trying to do everything ourselves. And then when that doesn't work, when it falls down, we try to fix it ourselves. And you'd be surprised how often simply asking someone for help just is the answer. If you're worried about bothering people, remember that, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of people are out there actively looking for ways to help, whether it's globally or nationally or, just interpersonal. And the person who helps you might end up feeling really good to have gotten the chance. So next time life feels like being trapped in a slow motion showing of Cats, instead of enduring it, just consider asking the guy at the concession stand if he'll just turn off the projector for you. Like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Judi Dench is a cinematic treasure, and they made her look like a fucking monster, and I just can't look at it anymore. And Julio's got you. He's going to turn it off and make the bad movie go away, and you're good. So give it a try. So let's talk about the flip side of that coin, helping other people. As I talked about a bit earlier when we touched on trying to be a good ally right now, a lot of us are seeing how difficult things are for our friends, family, strangers, etc. And we want to do what we can to help. And that's wonderful. And we absolutely should. But a key thing to remember is not to let your desire to help others turn into self-loathing and negative thoughts when you can't. Sometimes we're just not in a position to do much for others. Absolutely. Donate, volunteer, raise awareness of important issues, start a podcast or a video series to raise awareness, whatever it is that you can do to help. But if your life just doesn't allow for those things right now, and at times everyone's doesn't, take that time to focus on you and what you need. If you catch yourself feeling bad that you can't do it all, remember that, well, you can't. Nobody can. Trying to keep your own work and personal lives balanced is already difficult enough without beating yourself up for not taking care of everybody else on your own.
So yeah, even if you do want to be a force of good and change in the world, you still need to take care of yourself so that you can take care of other people. Now, you've all heard of self-care. We've heard those words put together a trillion times. But I think there's a little bit of murkiness when it comes to learning about self-care and performing self-care on ourselves. When we do practice real, true self-care, it leads to better creative output, it leads to being rested, it leads to just feeling better overall. But we tend to confuse self-care with self-indulgence. So when we think of self-care, many of us tend to think things like, oh, I had a bad day, something happened, something got in the way, I was late for something, whatever it may be, I'm gonna eat 40 donuts. That's not really self-care, that is more self-indulgence. It doesn't really help us out of the situation that we're in, or it doesn't prevent future bad situations from happening as much as we can possibly control that. True self-care is doing something that will prevent some sort of problem or help us out in a situation in the future down the line, whether it be reading, learning, watching a helpful YouTube video, talking to a friend, talking to a parent, talking to a relative, whatever it may be. That's real self-care. But often we tend to mistake that sort of self-care with things like doom scrolling, getting sucked into social media, overeating like effing crazy, even though I love donuts, I could eat 40 in one sitting, no problem. Those sorts of things don't actually help us, and often we feel worse after the fact.
So a good way to practice truly restorative self-care is to pause and really think about what are the things that give you energy. When was the last time you looked up from doing something that wasn't work and you realized that more time had passed than you thought? Now, I want to make clear, this doesn't have to be meaningful, just restorative for you specifically. So you don't have to learn to meditate or scale mountains in your free time unless those specific things give you energy and you want to. If taking up soap making and creating custom fragrances for all your friends causes you to get so lost in it that you don't realize what you've done until you've entombed yourself inside a Bath and Body Works of your own design, I mean, that's great. Counterpoint, if binging 8 episodes of Selling Sunset helps you recharge because watching Christine, the human drama tornado, put on a pair of neon green heels and then ruin 18 friendships before breakfast makes you feel like you can do anything, go for it. The trap we fall into is that we spend our limited free time on things that don't recharge us. Playing a game we're not feeling anymore, picking up a hobby because we've been made to feel like that's what we should be doing right now. So think about what restores you, what gives you that energy back, and lean into it.
So let's summarize this whole staying sane section. So number one, make sure you manage your exposure to news and social media because that will help you quite a bit, even just that alone. Number two, you can be there for others without draining yourself. You do need to take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. And number three, you want to be intentional with your self-care. You don't want to just go into self-indulgence. Some of that's totally fine. I'm not saying eating 40 donuts is always bad because I've done it. We've all done it. But we don't want to always go down that path when it comes to taking care of ourselves.
So we've talked about how to care for yourself, how to care for others. So let's switch to talking about something that might feel even further out of reach right now, which is how do we make stuff? I've talked to a lot of fellow musicians, artists, programmers, writers since this year started, and a common dark thought that we're all kind of having is it even worth it? People need healthcare, they need housing, they need clean air and water and a hopeful future, and it just doesn't feel like my art matters now, does it? And the short answer to that question, that I can already feel some of you saying along with me, is Animal Crossing. Forgive me, I don't remember who, but I heard someone say that game probably saved lives this year, and as silly as that sounds, I think it's true. It gave people living in this scary, uncertain world a place where they could feel like they were in control, a place that was cute and kind and colorful, and you could make it into whatever you wanted. It's a place where when we feel completely isolated, we can still hang out with our friends and family and feel that connection. A place where my goddamn turnips never sell for more than 46 fucking bells. Tom, what do you want from me? Have I not given you everything? Sorry. Inherent capitalism aside, a game about cute animals did that for people in a time of unprecedented crisis. Art is how we impact the world, given what we do, and you don't know what effect yours is going to have, like what solace it's going to bring people. So it absolutely matters, and I would argue it matters now more than during normal times.
So yeah, by not giving up, we're actually able to help others. Like Ryan was saying with Animal Crossing, when people are trapped at home during a pandemic, what are they engaging with? They're engaging with the work that creative people are making. If it wasn't for that stuff, people would be way more bored and way more worse off than they are now. So thankfully, we have creative people who are still creating despite all the stuff that's going on. And I hope that's going to be you as well.
So remember, you never really know what comfort or escape or insight someone else will get from your work. And more importantly, you don't get to decide that for them. If you quit just because you assume people will have no use for what you're making right now, that's exactly what you're doing. So how do we muster up the energy to actually be creative when it's just the final act of Ghostbusters happening outside your window all the time? And no, Sigourney Weaver's not there, so it's basically pointless. Well, you don't have to make a huge masterpiece in one go. That's really important. Give yourself permission to start small. Remember that 10 minutes of creativity a day, just 10 minutes, is literally infinitely better than nothing at all.
And when we say start small, start really small. Even if you've fallen off of a habit that you used to have, rebuild it in really small chunks. And you can use something that's called tiny habits, which is proven in psychological research to bring habits back up to speed or to start new ones completely from scratch. And a tiny habit is really simple. All a tiny habit is doing something so laughably small every single day that it's impossible not to do. So for example, let's say you play guitar and you want to get back into playing guitar. Well, instead of saying, okay, I'm going to practice 6 hours a day, every single day, I'm going to get back to it, I'm going to get into it. No, that doesn't work. We've all tried that. It doesn't work. Instead, we say to ourselves, okay, I'm going to play one chord. And that's it. That's it for the entire day. If you play one chord, if you do one push-up, if you walk around the block or take 2 steps outside, whatever it may be, you win. And of course, the funny thing that will happen is that you play one chord, you do one push-up, you start to think, I can do way more than that. That's stupid. I want to do way more. It makes it much easier to go further when we start with a very small goal in mind. And I recommend you do this for literally any habit that you want to build. Start unbelievably small to the point where you think it's almost pointless to do that thing. That's the right size of tiny habit to start with.
And let's say you're not able to improve yourself at all. Let's say you couldn't write one more word than you did the day before, get down one more line of code, compose one more note. If you literally haven't improved at all since the last time you tried, that's okay too. You just forgive yourself and you try again. You will get that snowball rolling as long as you don't stop because you didn't see progress from one day to the next. So what have we discussed? Well, for one, your art could help someone a great deal without you ever really knowing how or where or why. People need that kind of thing now more than in peaceful times, so you making what you make is arguably more important now than it normally is.
And doing next to nothing is still better, infinitely better, than doing nothing at all. And your productivity doesn't relate to your worth as a person. Just because you may be on hold, you may be pausing, you may be taking some rest, you may be helping others, whatever it may be, that doesn't mean you're a worse person for not creating all the time. That's not what we're trying to say here. What we're trying to say is that if you do want to get back into that, if you do want to help others, if you feel you have the capacity to do that, here are some ideas on how you start.
All right, a couple final takeaways before we close up. I think it's really important to remember that these times won't last forever. I'm not saying that racial injustice or political upheaval or a global pandemic is just going to disappear. But people are fighting against these things, and they're going to keep fighting against these forces. And over time, these things probably won't go away, but they are going to get better. Remind yourself that the skills you're developing right now during this extremely challenging time aren't just useful now. They're going to serve you the rest of your life, whether things are crazy out there or not. You're likely going to look back on all this and say, it was awful. It sucked. There was something about Idris Elba's taint flipping through the air. I don't really understand the analogy he was making in that particular moment, but the point is it was really bad and I came out stronger because of it. And now I'm more capable of being a better, more resilient creative who is more capable of helping themselves and of helping others.
Now, as shitty as this year is for a lot of people, these sorts of hard times can really shape us into just a powerful Mjolnir that we can use to crush all of our enemies in the future. But in all seriousness, it does make a big difference for those of us who do power through it as best as we can in whatever way is healthy for us, whatever that may look like for you. That will make us better people, better able to help in the future, better able to deal with hard times in the future, and better able to stay creative, give relief to others, and even ask for help of others as well.
Oh, one more thing. Please, if you have follow-up questions or other unrelated questions, or you just want to say hi, please reach out to us. We always offer, and no one ever does it, but we really are happy to help. So yeah, feel free to hit us up if we can do something for you.
Like Ryan said, get in touch, please. So many people come to our talks and then say, oh, I didn't want to email you and bother you. No, here's our contact info. Please get in touch. We are happy to speak to you further. So thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for watching our talk. We really, really appreciate it. Again, please get in touch and we'll talk to you soon.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks, walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
Oh, there's no game. Ah, there it is. Hi, everybody.
Okay. Wow.
We figured it out. Figured out computers. Well, how is everybody doing? If you're watching this, then hello. Welcome to the Jackbox stage in virtual form. I think there's a name for it, but I don't know what it is right now. And we're happy to... Yeah. I'm Evan Jacover. I'm the CTO of Jackbox Games, and with me is...
I'm Chase. I am a developer, mostly game designer with Jackbox Games.
Yeah, and we're going to be playing games with you for the next, I don't know, 3 hours or so.
A while.
Yeah, a while.
All afternoon.
And you can chat with us. We are in Discord. If you go to Oh, I'm gonna have the wrong URL now too. Do you
It's
have it?
Discord GG/PAX Online.
There you go. And you could join Discord there. We're in the Jackbox stage channel and ask us questions and we'll answer them and it'll be great. Stad is here. Hi, Stad. And
Stad.
who else is here? CJ, do I see? Fantasy. Ranchan. Sounds like a good group. All right, I'm gonna try to make that work. If there's any audio issues, let us know and we'll try to fix those. All right.
I'll try to speak up a bit.
I'm hearing my audio is perfect and Chase is a little quiet, so we'll do
A little
what we can
low.
about that. All right, let's go ahead and start a game. And if you've never played Jackbox games before, you might have a little trouble with the first game, but the way it works is you go to jackbox.tv on your controller and you put in this room code PYZM, and as soon as 8 players are in, we're going to go ahead and start. You get a good sense of what the Twitch delay is. And even if you don't get to be one of the players, you could still join the audience, and you will affect the outcome of the game. You're going to be voting on which of the choices that people put in are the best, funniest, most appropriate, kind-hearted responses to the prompts. So let's just get going. You can join at any time. Just go to jackbox.tv and put in the room code PYZM. All right, off we go.
Looks like we got a moon, and a cactus, and a poop.
Hello, this is Quiplash 3, the forced sequel. I'm Schmitty, and it seems fate has brought us together to make fart jokes. And if you're not in the game, the next best thing is the audience. Enter the room code to get in there and vote. Round 1. You'll get 2 prompts on your device to answer any way you please. You'll go head-to-head with another player's response, and everyone else votes on their favorite. Sound easy? That's because it is. You get points based on the percentage of people who choose your answer. Off we go.
Easily Crazy Hat says, how family friendly are we keeping it here? Let's call it PG-13 friendly.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, and we've turned on, there's some new features in Quiplash 3 that we haven't had before. One is moderation, which we're not using, where a moderator can review everything that's put in and choose to reject them. But we also have text filtering on, so it is going to be pretty strict about rejecting some words that we don't want to see on the screen, which are probably more aggressive than PG-13. You don't even get one F word in this. 0 F words.
But what's it do if you put in an F word? It won't let you submit, right?
You'll get a message that says, yeah, what you put in was not accepted, try again. And you get another chance to fix what you put in. Sorry, Fantasy, I know you wanted to just curse the crap out of this stream. I encourage you to come to the Jackbox game stream every Thursday, and where we don't have this filter on so high. You can say what you want.
Words like frick and crap.
Yes. Or get the game when it comes out and stream yourself.
Time's
And
almost up, hurry.
do you, as they say. All right. Crazy Hat, get in 1 second. Uh-oh. You gotta feed that
It's
orb.
whip time. Let's start with the attention-craving celebrity who appears when you say their name to a mirror 5 times.
Guy Fieri or
Pick one.
Jim Carrey?
A little rhyme.
Yeah. Practically written a limerick. It's okay to use safety quips. I am the man. We will judge you for it, but we will judge you kindly. Wow.
Alrighty.
Guess we'll have to find another way to summon Jim Carrey.
And now, archaeologists won't admit they've discovered cave paintings of blank.
Ancient aliens or the
Okay,
first
everybody, pick
hoagie?
your favorite quip.
Ooh.
I wish I invented the hoagie. I would be lording that over everybody.
What do you think the first hoagie had on it?
Yeah. I don't know. Poo?
Yes. No poo hoagie. Oh no.
I hunted and gathered a hoagie. That was a safety quip.
Safety
Mammoth,
quip.
says Rugger Woman.
Next up, what every woman is hiding under her bangs.
Dead hookers, or that's
And
where
now,
she keeps
pick your
her money,
favorite.
I think. That sounds like it's referring to a particular woman, maybe. Three seconds. Let's see what the audience thinks.
Ooh.
That's where she keeps her money, I think, wins.
Underbang's fanny pack.
Let's see how they handle the dish that gets you uninvited from future potlucks. All right,
Politics
people,
over
it's voting
easy.
time.
And my personal favorite, cold dogs. It makes me want to log in to vote for cold dogs. I think I might.
I think it's actually cold dogs or cold hot dogs.
I think it's cold hot dogs was my thought.
Okay.
But yeah, it could
you're
just be. Either way, you're not making any friends. Although, my wife admitted that she used to eat cold hot dogs. It's basically bologna, right?
Yeah. A different form. But
Moving right along. Good hard-boiled eggs. Bad hard-boiled blank.
Puppies or heads.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Both clearly bad. But which one is more bad? This
Rugger
game
Woman
is
makes a
making
point.
me...
It's a very food-centric episode.
Yeah. Stod wants to know if my wife ate the cold dog straight from the package. I don't know.
Let's get her in here and ask.
Let's see the next
I
one.
think so.
Nothing
I think so.
will wake you up
Yeah, I don't know.
faster than a
I
nice
think she
hot
might
cup
have
of blank in the
stepped out.
morning.
But I'll get that answer for you. Vomit
Time to
or
pick the one you
ennui?
like best.
Yeah.
William says, I missed Quiplash 3. This is Quiplash. You haven't missed it. It's not out yet, also, if you were talking about buying it. It is available for pre-order. Hot cup of vomit in the morning. Now, vomit might be better cold.
Yes.
I don't know.
Next on the docket. Look, it's all fun and games until blank.
You get banned from the PAX 3
Now
Twitch
it's time
chat.
to vote for your favorite.
Or until it's not. Sounds like something that I say to my kids.
Yes.
So where you start on feel like you have something good, and then you just don't have have any
The
follow
pause.
through, but you have to finish the sentence.
Yeah.
Leave Broom for Mayo says I was late for Quiplash 3 again. Colon
Ow.
capital O. You know what? We'll play Quiplash 3 again right after this,
Yeah, we'll play a few games.
and
I
then we'll
see.
play
That's
many
what
other
we'll do.
games. It's okay to get banned from
Next one
Twitch
up,
chat because
a
Discord chat
rejected
is where
fairy
it's
tale
at.
title, Jack and
Don't
the
get banned
Giant
from there,
Blank.
Property tax bill or wildfire?
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Relevant.
Sad.
There's no pre-orders for Nintendo eShop. Wonder if those are coming.
I don't know. It is true that it's not available right now.
Give it a sec, William. I don't know for sure, but it sounds like something we
Round
tried
one
to
is
do.
but a memory. Let's see those scores.
Yes, if that doesn't exist, it's not. We're not trying.
CYT. Or Sight. I don't know.
Okay,
I think
round
of
2 is knocking on the
PYT,
door.
the Michael
Prompts are a little
Jackson
more
song.
challenging, so the points are doubled.
There was a time when I announced to my friends that I found a new favorite Michael Jackson song because I thought that song was like a deep cut. Turns out, not a deep cut. Everyone already knew it.
It's a good song. All right, let's go for a no safety quip round. Get in your original clever answers. Stod says, so what did the two of you do for this upcoming pack, Evan and Chase? I did very little, but
That's
Chase
not true.
did a
You
lot.
Did everything. Evan keeps us all working and moving forward.
You know what I
And
did
then
do? It was my one programming task in Party Pack 7 was I helped get emoji working in this very game, Quiplash 3. So if you want to use emoji in your answers, you can. And if they break, then you can watch my face get red in real time.
I don't think you can understate how important the emojis are in this. I exclusively worked on Devils in the Details this year. So I was a game designer and built the controller.
Time's running out.
And pitch the idea for the game.
Pitched the idea, yeah. Just sort of in general was obsessed in that world.
It's a bummer that we won't be able to play Devils in the Details here because you really need to be able to talk to your fellow players.
Yeah.
And now it begins.
But you should buy Party Pack 7 and play it with your friends.
And the first
And you will
prompt
enjoy
is
it.
a terrible slogan for ravioli.
Let's see this emoji answer.
Okay, choose away.
Don't ask where it's from, or unlike ravioli, don't be a square. Very clever.
Pretty good.
Do you know if this was real clay or just CGI? I never saw big piles of clay in the office, so I have my suspicions. But I don't want to.
I think I have inside info on this. Is that it is all CGI, but there was some early sort of exploration where they were making stuff. They definitely made some things out of clay,
And next,
and
a good
probably
sign
use
you're
that for
slowly
textures and that
turning
kind of
into a
stuff. That's
swirl.
hearsay, but very early on there was an idea of doing
Okay,
it
choose
completely
your
out of clay,
favorite.
and that was unrealistic.
It looks pretty darn good. It even
Yes,
has
it looks
like the
great.
fingerprints.
Mhm.
So you start turning into a furry and go quote unquote nuts, or you only eat acorns. That would be a good sign. Very good CGI. I remember the makers of Wallace and Gromit gave an interview, the famous CGI movies, and I think Nick
Okay,
Park, is
what's
that his
next?
name? Or
It's your
something
big
like
moment
that.
I
on
know.
stage.
And
You
he was
find your
saying,
spotlight, face
he's like,
the
you really need to
audience,
see
and blank.
thumbprints in the movie to know, like, for it to really feel real.
Here's the
True.
fun part. Pick
And
your
here we
favorite
are
quip.
with CGI and thumbprints, and I wonder how he would feel about that. It's your big moment. Do you twist off stage or flub a knock-knock joke?
The question doesn't handle ASCII. What do you think they mean by that? Like you can do like greater than heart and it would turn into a
Next.
heart emoji? Is that what you're
The
asking?
best excuse for being a
It does
lousy
not.
If that
lover.
is, I think the answer is no.
All right, choose your favorite.
Gestures at everything. We're sorry, I ate 7 pizzas in a row today.
7
I
whole
can-
pizzas or 7 slices of pizza?
I think that's whole pizzas. Gestures and everything. I really can visualize this scenario.
Very Larry David.
Close one.
And here we have something you wish real life had in common with sitcoms.
Laugh tracks at my bad
All right,
jokes
vote for the
or
one you like
the
best.
crazy drama from the show. What do we think it is? What are your guesses? What? The Expanse, my favorite TV show? Probably. That's a good sitcom.
Crazy drama.
Yeah.
Express. What do you think it is? Blinking. I think it's a new show called CH.
CYT, we need to know what you were getting at. Socktor in chat says the Mary Tyler Moore Show, probably.
Without further ado,
Could be.
Makes sense.
what's
That's
the coolest
reasonable. They
answer
would have
to
run
the
out of time
question,
trying to type
how'd
that
you
all
get that
in.
scar?
I got it from the Umbrella
Okay,
Corporation.
choose your favorite.
Or, I don't know. I was asleep. Rugger Woman thinks it was the X-Files. Another
Oh.
crazy, zany sitcom.
one of my favorite shows ever.
I love the X-Files. Okay, if you were a big X-Files fan, do you remember like a 3-month period where either right before or right after the X-Files there was a show called Strange Luck?
All right, check this out.
I don't remember
What
this.
would you put in
And
a
it
movie to
starred
make
D.B.
sure it would
Sweeney,
win an Oscar?
And he was just a character who like had weird lucky things happen to him.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Do you remember it because it was so good, or because
I
it was so bad?
loved it. I think in hindsight it was probably terrible, but I loved it. Tom Hanks or Oscar Isaac? Rugger Woman does not remember that show. Google it. It's real.
A small movie trivia I know was that Tom Hanks won the Best Actor 3 years in a row in the 90s.
Let's
Or
keep it going. I need to hide
Philadelphia and
treasure in a
Apollo
place
13
this player will never look. Where should it go?
Probably Forrest Gump.
Let's see what we know about Nonstop Nerd.
And now,
The
pick your
shower or
favorite.
right behind them? leave broom for Mayo. Says Quiplash 3 feels much more faster than the Quiplash games before it. I think the team spent a lot of time trying to make it a really
Yes.
heavy game and trim out even the little few microseconds wherever they could to make
Goodbye, round 2, and
make it go
hello,
fast.
scores.
Oh, Fantasy says Nonstop Nerd is the winner of yesterday's game. Will he take it again?
Welcome to
Oh,
Depends how he does in
Quiplash,
Thriplash.
where all Quip roads lead. You'll each get a prompt that needs 3
So Thriplash is the new
separate
final round.
responses. Remember, big points mean
So you
big
have to answer
pressure.
one question in 3 beats, is the way I explain it.
So we will do another game of Quiplash after this, Quiplash 3, and then after that, it's up to you guys. Whatever, make some suggestions of games you like to play. We can dig into the back catalog. We can explore other games at Party Pack 7. The next 3 hours are our oyster. Oysters. Our oysters.
Our one big oyster.
Yeah, one big oyster.
Oh, the oyster talk is making me see this screen as the inside of an oyster with a pearl.
Ah. Yeah. I can see it.
for the people playing this game, if you don't mind, letting some other people play the next round, and then hop back in when we play other games moving forward.
It's my wife, everybody.
Just a few seconds
Hey,
left.
No one
We
can
were
see
talking-
me.
good question.
They can.
Oh, good.
Well, a little bit of you.
Hi.
We were just talking about eating cold hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Did you eat them out of the
Better
package?
late than never, I guess.
You know what? I did, and then I
Uh-huh.
grossed myself
Well,
out.
might as well get this
There you
over
go.
with.
So there's that. But nothing quite beats my little brother.
3
who
words
would
that
eat
could
sticks
describe
of
both a
butter.
kiss and a sandwich.
That is worse.
It's, yeah.
That
you,
is-
You know, eat them. Just hump. Eat them.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite.
Butter is
whip.
delicious, though.
Other gross things that people I know eat: peanut butter and ketchup sandwiches.
No.
Pass.
Me with the last
Hello.
last pregnancy, it was sour cream and sugar
Yeah, that's gross.
mixed. It was not gross. Found myself
At the
doing
time.
it a little bit last night. What else is gross?
Todd says, this is the content that I came
3
for. Evan."
simple truths about humanity.
Growing up in the South, a very common thing would be banana mayonnaise sandwiches,
Banana mayonnaise sandwiches.
which are just so good.
Winning by default is still winning, you know?
Ugh.
All right, I'm
But
gonna.
I do like mayonnaise and French fries. So
3
there's
things that happened
Yeah,
at the
me too.
Monster Mash.
I'm going to
that
try to
they
briefly
couldn't
mute
sing
myself.
About.
I can hear you.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Murdered strippers, PAX flu.
Have we been revealing the stream,
Bad
the
names
codes
for a kitten.
just in Discord instead of on the
Um,
stream?
I don't think so, but maybe
Time to
confirm
pick the one you
with
like
someone that
best.
was on yesterday.
I guess I could put the camera not on the top of my head anymore.
I'm gonna shift to cat cam.
Yeah,
This is
my-
the game
oh,
director. Tell me the
oh,
details.
I was gonna. My dog is. We were gonna do pet cams for a while. My dog is lying on the floor. Belia says we've been revealing the codes in Discord, so we'll try to do that again.
Cool.
You rocked it. But did you rock the scoreboard?
Let's see what happens. Oh, nonstop nerd is unstoppable. You get a little crown.
More like non-stop win. Good game.
Yeah. Well, should we play another Quiplash?
Yeah, let's run quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure if your audio comes through now, Chase, when we're on the screen. But what Chase just said is if you played already, sit out this game and let someone else have a turn. I'm going to make it so we hide. All right. Play.
Confirmed. They can't
All right.
hear it.
I'm going to
No, we
put the code in Discord. if I remember it right. We'll see.
Uh-oh.
I may have forgotten. Oh, no, I got it. What are everyone's favorite little quip people? Did we decide?
I wonder if we could find a way to, when people pick, like store a little piece of data somewhere, and then next year reveal.
Oh, I love that. I love tracking that. I wonder if we collect that data and we can just see how people are. All right, off we go. Quiplash 3.
Behold the glory
Is anyone
of
streaming
Quiplash
this?
3.
You find
a quip is born.
Ghoul Bee Snake Camera
host, Schmitty.
Skull and
And could you please take off
Crossbones
your shoes?
asks,
I
is
just
anyone
cleaned
streaming
the
this?
game.
The stream is on twitch.tv/PAX3.
But it's round 1.
Yes.
Points are scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip.
Can we play some of the drawing games next? Yeah, let's do that. Maybe we'll play Champed Up next. Our newest drawing game.
Man, is it good. I really like playing Champed Up.
Yeah, Champed Up is pretty special. How is the Cookie Brigade working in PAX Online? You donate and then you get an emoji? Is that how it works? That sounds fun.
I've seen this picture that's in Discord right here, posted a few times. Is this person... What is this Cookie Clicker Cookie? Or Jackbox Cookie?
The Cookie Brigade?
Is Cookie Brigade a Jackbox thing?
It's a PAX thing.
Okay.
Where people walk around and sell cookies while you're waiting in lines, and all the money goes to Child's Play, I think.
Got it.
The charity.
Never been to a PAX.
Almost out of time. Don't forget your
Until
safety
now.
quips.
I love cookies too. Easily Crazy Hat, Airplane, Hurricane, Skull and Crossbones. I think I like reading all of the emoji and people's names out. Like it's part of their name. I think it's good practice for the
Okay,
future when it
let's
actually
see
is
what
part
you've
of people's
wrought.
names.
Yes.
At the
Alright, here we
front
go.
of the line is what toddlers would buy if they had mad cash.
I like that some editor was like, you know what? Let's
Voting
make the
time.
S a $sign.
Yes.
Jawbreakers and Pimp Tricycles or McDonald's?
McDonald's is probably actually true. If they had mad cash, they would buy McDonald's.
I'm trying to think what my kids would buy if they had money and really understood how it worked. McDonald's is a decent guess. Hot Wheels. Maybe Hot Wheels.
And next is hard to believe, but Madame Tussauds now has a wax statue of blank.
Tussauds. I never knew how to pronounce that
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
before. Crash Bandicoot taking a selfie or Jim Dark Magic?
Crash Bandicoot would be my favorite thing I've ever seen in a wax museum.
Magna Zord said, McDonald's food or the whole company? That would be a savvy toddler engaging in a hostile takeover
Next
of
one up.
McDonald's.
I didn't come here to make friends. I came here to blank.
Quip, you blockhead. Or
All right, people,
Quiplash,
it's voting
bitches.
time.
Interesting that bitches made it through. Gonna make a little note of that.
I think they're just talking about pups.
Blockhead is a classic.
Yeah.
Acceptable.
With without further ado, an excuse for being late that will make people stop asking questions fast.
I thought quarantine was
All
still
right, choose
going,
your
or
favorite.
I had explosive diarrhea. I had a friend in college. This is a terrible story to tell online, but why not? And he didn't write a paper, and he had to just trying to figure out some excuse to get out of a class. And he called and told the professor that he was having testicle problems. And it was like a light bulb went off on his head, over his head. He's like, "What am I gonna do?" And he's like, "Oh wait, I got it." And he called.
I mean, what are you gonna say?
I mean, I wouldn't ask a follow-up.
The next big romance novel, For the
I'm
Love
having
of
minge
Blank.
issues. Like, oh, okay.
For the love of
Oh, here we
Chase
go.
and Evan,
Pick your favorite.
Aw.
if someone is an illustrator, please draw the cover of that. I want to see what the cover of that romance novel looks like. Or licking off the cream of an Oreo. Also nice.
A good quarantine hit in our household has been the Oreo thins, which you can actually feel kind of better about eating, but they're still delicious. Recommend
It's a
it.
divisive cookie.
Yeah.
I mean, we're old-fashioned here, but we're an extra stuff family.
Let's see the next one.
See, I go the other way. I
Shape
think
never
I want
took off
less
with
stuff
animal
into
crackers.
cookie.
Yeah. I mean, what makes the thins work is that the
All right,
cookies
choose
are
your
also
favorite.
thin.
Yeah, right.
If it
That's
was
true.
like a full, thick cookie with just a thin amount of frosting, I am full thumbs down. What shape never took off with animal crackers? Dead squirrels or snake? Is that like Snake from Metal Gear, or what's the game with
Yeah.
Snake in it?
Yeah, Metal Gear.
Magnazord came up with a good book. For the
And
love
here
of
we
Chase and
have
Evan licking off the
The
cream of an
amusement
Oreo.
park was a bust.
Yeah.
Now what do we do with all these cloned dinosaurs?
1,000 pages.
Time to pick the one you like best.
Use them in place of animatronic dinos or Jurassic Universe. Actually, that would be something a toddler might spend money on.
It's true.
It's like every toddler knows every dinosaur.
I've always wished there was like a version of Jurassic Park where everything went fine. Because the first 30
Alright,
minutes is
check
so
this out.
like exciting, like this is
The
so
worst
cool,
thing
and
to
then what if
discover
another
that
hour
a
of just like it all
5-year-old is
works,
drawing.
and the park is great.
I love that pitch. I'd love for you to
Now
go
it's time to vote for
to
your
Hollywood
favorite.
if it hasn't burned down and just make that pitch.
Yeah,
Here it is.
this is what we need.
A plan to murder their friends, or the son with a frowny face. Sounds like it would have been nice to use an emoji there.
Yeah, let's get
Yeah,
more emojis in this.
let's get some emojis in this game.
Oh, I'll never forget you round one, but now it's time to look at the scores.
Leave
Yeah, that's
room for... I forgot what it was. I remember the name, but
Feeling
Mayo,
warmed up?
that's what it was.
Good, because it's time for round two, where all points are doubled. Doubled, I say.
I feel like leave broom for mayo is like, leave the broom out because I'm gonna spill this mayo. Bra Man says, who are Chase and Evan even? Who are we? We work at Jackbox Games. That's who we are.
Just a couple of wild and crazy guys.
And we're part of the hit romance novel series.
Yeah. Of the two of us, I'm Chase, and
Oh, that's a good clarification. All right, you guys have
The past
55
two-
seconds to go emoji crazy.
The past 2 days of this stream was hosted by hilarious comedian writers. And then now you have 2 programmers.
Enjoy.
Yep.
Someone pick the short straw. And we have 2 more days of this. I should check the schedule to see who is on it tomorrow and Friday.
I believe tomorrow is CTO or
Time's
CCO?
almost up. There's a
Allard?
safety quip
What
if
is
you're
Allard?
stuck.
CCO, Chief Creative Officer.
Yeah. And Friday, Belia.
Okay,
and
here's where the
they'll
fun
both have
starts.
sidekicks. I'm not sure who.
Prompt number 1 is name of a new TikTok dance the kids are wild about.
Division
All
10
right,
says,
vote.
also FYI, Jackbox guys, a huge thanks to you for the audio read aloud of the letters in the room code. I am legally blind and play Jackbox with my blind friends. That's great.
Awesome.
And yeah, we're glad it's helpful. Accessibility features have been a real push in the last couple of years. I know Alex
Yeah, we definitely.
Swan, who
Yeah,
works
Alex-
on the controllers, has really been trying to add a lot of features in to make our games more accessible.
Next up, what Ronald
glad they're
McDonald
helpful.
dreams about.
Yeah, definitely send us feedback whenever. If things are
Okay,
frustrating
everybody,
to you,
pick
let us
your
know. We'll do
favorite
our
quip.
best to try to help out when we can.
About catching the darn hamburglar or toddler cash. Nice callback. I feel like Ronald McDonald has given up on the hamburglar. You just accept a certain number of hamburger losses at this point.
Yes.
Stod says, who's producing on the wheels of steel with y'all?
Okay, what's next? The name of
Belia
a
is
rom-com where 2
around,
fishermen
lurking
fall
in the
love.
shadows.
She's definitely the one.
All
She's
right, vote for the one
whole
you like
PAX
best.
effort. She's been running and organizing.
Not a hooker, but I have a hook. Or the fisher's gone smexual.
Sexual.
I feel like there's a pun I'm not getting. Smelt? Is it like
Me
a
too.
smelt? Smeltual?
And now, there should be a patch in Stardew Valley that lets you blank on your farm. All
That
right,
lets
people,
you
it's
snort
voting
grass
time.
or play Animal Crossing. That would really suck up a lot of time. It's like Inception.
I feel like this is the Stardew Valley dig that I need to defend. Big Stardew Valley fan.
How is everyone enjoying PAX Online? Is it, it seems pretty cool.
Next on the
I think
docket, I
far
want to
as
go as this player for Halloween.
taking a convention,
but
putting
I don't
online, I
have
think it's pretty
blank.
Yeah.
And
Try
now,
to catch as
pick
much
your
of it as I
favorite.
can.
I don't have Devils in the Details balloon or a novelty TKO t-shirt. I feel like we can at least help with one of those.
I would love to have that Devil's in the Details brand.
I would love for you to have that too. Just carrying it around. Like Christopher Robin.
Moving right along. Coming up next on BBC4, the new and extremely British sitcom, Blank.
Owen's original sketch for that balloon had a little like fart valve coming out the back with air
Okay,
shooting out.
choose your favorite.
Have you ever seen that?
No. Oh yeah, I did. There's some emojis. Tea time.
All right.
Ghost. Or Chase and Evan get tea. That sounds lovely.
It does.
Look at those.
I think one of the things I
emojis.
missed about the Office was having tea with Jordan and Farhan.
Yeah, you guys got really into your stroopwafels. Was that you?
Yeah. That was mostly Jordan.
And next, the last thing
Try to
an
organize
museum security guard
Discord
wants to
teeth
find
on
at night.
those guys.
Bluey4411 says, I live in Britain, and let me
Here's the
say,
fun
that
part.
accent
Pick
is
your
spot
favorite
on.
quip.
Thank you. I didn't even realize I was doing an accent. I'm so multicultural that I don't even realize I just slip in and out of languages and accents. The David statue's junk broken up. Or Leonardo da Vinci in a tutu.
Oh man, can you imagine them walking around the corner and seeing that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
This is my
Let's keep it
job.
going.
They're gonna kill
There
me.
is a famous assassin who shows no mercy. They call her Blank.
Oh, that's hard to read.
Decisions.
Assassin
Choose your favorite.
Assassin face. Oh, Assassin McAssassin face. I get it now. That's,
All I can see is ass.
yeah.
In Kirby.
You guys enjoying my dog trying to dig a hole in the couch? Here
Every
he
day.
goes. Go, Gus, go. Two pawing it now. Someday.
Round 2.
He's like, wait, is
through.
someone
Let's
watching
see
me?
how things shook out.
Running away with it.
Prepare yourself for
Yeah.
Riplash. A
Riplash.
crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. You'll do great.
I like that there's a bunch of different examples.
Oh, yeah, they're different every time.
Yeah. You happy now, Gus? Yeah, there we go. Division 10 says, I heard one of the JB people's very noisy cat yesterday. I wonder whose that was.
Oh, that was Belia. Her cat is very chatty. And handsome.
Yeah. The pets of Jackbox games are a lot of fun. So maybe that should be a panel next PAX. We're getting to see a lot more of each other's pets working from home.
I mean, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say the best day of quarantine was when Owen showed me that he had designed Wampus to look like my cat.
That was great. Do you want to
It
tell the story
Totally blew me away.
of how
Time's running
it
out.
ended up being a cat in Devils in the Details as the audience player instead of a dog?
It originally
No
was.
turning
There
back
was some very
now.
early ideas of it being a dog, and then I just really like
3
cats a
things
lot.
the
Like,
worst
it's
couple
embarrassing.
you know always
So one
brings
day,
to dinner
as a-
parties.
I called an emergency meeting with everybody, and I put together like a 25-slide
All right, choose your favorite.
PowerPoint presentation to try to convince the team that we should have a cat. Which I should probably share because it's
You
pretty
should.
good.
That'd be great. Leftover
I'll
Chinese. Sorry. Starburst, an out-of-date garlic bread, or a Nintendo Switch, a copy of Smash Brothers, 4 GameCube controllers. No. Nice. I would love to see you share that PowerPoint. I don't think I've seen it.
I'll put it up somewhere.
I remember I'm
Just
a dog person, obviously, and I remember being like, oh, I thought it was going to be a dog. And being a little disappointed. And then the first time I played in the audience, I was like,
3
oh,
steps
I get why this is a
essential
cat.
To any good
It
exercise
definitely needed to be a
routine
cat.
Are blank, blank, and blank.
it didn't make any sense if I was going to be designing a game that I didn't do a cat.
All right, people, it's voting time.
So like, it's literally my favorite thing in the world. Specifically mine.
Is the exercise routine stretching, drinking water, and not dying, or working it harder, making it better, and doing it faster?
I don't have Daft Punk in my head.
Nope. Not dying. Someone's asking what kind of dog I
There
have.
are 3 types
Gus is
of
a
people in the
poodle
world.
mix
Blank,
of some sort.
blank,
We don't know
and
what he is
blank.
really. But he's definitely poodle. Maybe a schnoodle?
Okay, choose
Or
your
a-
favorite.
He's something.
Cockerdoodle? I don't. 3 types of people in the world: Jackbox players, streamers, and kids under age 14. Aren't the last 2 the same? No. The dumb, the dumber, and the dumberer. Nice. Here we are streaming, and I am well over 40, so. Shut up, me. What do you know?
The 3 steps to having a perfect little morning.
Fantasy, we will play Champed Up next.
Yeah, I think we'll do that next.
Wake
All
up
right,
well
vote for the
rested,
one you like best.
take body out of freezer, slow roast breakfast, ew. Or 5 more minutes of sleep, a lot of coffee, scream all the feelings out.
That one's me on the right.
You don't scream out your feelings before coffee? need that energy?
I think that pretty much takes it for.
I cannot live
Blueprint.
with this tension. Show me the final scores.
Wow, 10,000. Oh, my pet peeve. No comma. Oh, how did we release a game without commas in the numbers? All right, well done, Leave Room for Mayo. We are going to switch to Champed Up. Prepare yourselves. And again, if you've played already, maybe leave some room for some other people to play. All right. All right, I will put the room code in Discord.
Bente says hopefully Champed Up is not next. I think that's because you want to play. So we'll definitely play it again at some point.
All right. We got a full pack of players. Stud, I was getting a little nervous with that code. The room code is FUSN. I was getting a little nervous.
Trainers are about to face off to see who's the best at creating champion characters with unusual skills. Will the underdogs take down the heavy favorites? It's time to get champed up. In this first step, the trainers will be prompted to draw and name a particular type of champion character. They'll be equipped with 2 tools, a pen for drawing and a thick marker for coloring in. Once a character is drawn and named, it can be submitted. The timer's been set. Off we go.
All right, there you go. So now everyone knows how to play the game. So the way this works is everyone playing now is going to draw a champion. They've been given a title that that player is a champion of. And like the champion of boredom, and they have to draw that who they think the champion of boredom is and give them a name. And then that drawing and name will get passed to another player, but they won't know what the title is that they're competing for. And they'll have to draw a competitor for that player. And then there will be a matchup. And you will all vote on who wins.
Division 10 is curious about what the controller looks like. It is, it's definitely improved as far as the functionality of how it works, but it looks and works very similar to the draw forward and TKO controllers. It's hard to explain the thing that Alex did to make this so much better, but it really is, where the one pin is always on top of the other pin, so you can have lines and then color them in easily.
Yeah,
and it just works. It works really well.
I don't think I did a very good job. Magnazord says, that sounds confusing. I'd need to see it. Oh, I don't know if that's about the controller or the game. If it's my terrible description of the game, you can see it right now. If it's the controller, I don't know if there's a video of it, but there will be videos, and you'll be able to see soon enough when the game comes out on October 15th.
So soon.
Stod says, are you able to talk about the post-game sharing options for the packs in this pack, for the games in this pack? Yeah, we could talk about it. There's, it's still, frankly, being thought through a little bit. But like a lot of games, what Stod's referring to is in many of our games, at the end, you get a recap of sorts.
Players need to name their character.
And you can share the, everyone get your, you got to put in a name too. You got 10 seconds and only one person has gotten their answer in. Hurry up.
Oh no.
Oh, did the games?
No.
The trainers are now moving on to creating a challenger. These characters will be the underdogs because their creators will say who they're competing against, but not what the contest will be. So they must analyze their opponent's unique skill set to create what they hope is a worthy challenger. Let's see the drama unfold.
Maybe we should.
Quick check: is anyone playing still in the game?
People are typing.
Yeah. I'm still in the game. Yes.
Okay.
Well, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. It should auto-submit if there wasn't a drop-in connection.
If this is a very boring round, we'll start over.
Yeah. You were talking about post-game sharing, which is all of our games. Every game, in some custom way to that game, there's some kind of you can share your experience from what happened in the game you just played. I'm not explaining that very well.
Yeah, like you could tweet out an animated GIF that shows the Quiplash answer you put in.
And it's always one of the last things that gets done because it all happens outside of the game. So in this time now where the games are being submitted and being reviewed by all the different platforms, we can still work on that. So
yeah. But some of the games already have something in there, and they look pretty great. Does Devils have a post-game sharing in yet?
Yeah, we do. I can say what it is. We give out awards at the end of the game. So there's the most selfish and the most helpful. And there's also things like best chef is the person that cooked the most food. And there's just little GIF superlatives that you can share out.
This game is really kind of lagging a little bit. I might be running a bit too much. I'm gonna try to close some things and see if that helps.
20-second warning, name those characters.
Including Slack, so if we get any messages from Belia, you're gonna have to pass them
Okay. Will do.
It's time for the main event.
All right, let's see what
Here
happens.
comes our first brave warrior. And in
Hungry
this
Yellow
corner we've
Ball
got
versus Gene. Oh,
these two will battle to see who is the champion of needing a timeout.
huh.
So Gene is the name whenever you don't submit a name.
What a battle!
Is that Joust? What are on the right?
My goodness!
I think it's Smash Brothers. Yeah, it's
Oh, Smash Brothers. Yeah.
Some extra cash
I just
goes to
dated
the
myself.
underdog.
yeah.
It's obviously Joust.
No question, this trainer is a fan favorite. In this
Billy,
corner,
What is
like
the
a single
Smash
shed.
Brothers?
they'll be facing off against.
Yeah, Smash Brothers only
We'll
existed since
decide
what,
once and for
2000?
all who is
2000?
the champion of corporate.
No, yeah,
Mr. White looks like trouble.
Clash of the Titans.
he does. Mr. White got fired from
I
the
don't
corporation
believe what I'm seeing.
and was not happy about it.
Wow, Belia coming in with the hot takes. Joust is a better game than Smash. I said what I
For
said.
this trainer.
I agree.
Now entering the ring. And opposing them will be,
Then we have Gene.
well, you hate to see this.
Versus Gene.
It's a forfeit.
Yeah.
See, I think we lost connection right at the end of the round. And
Yeah, a
then-
lot of people didn't get in.
The crowd is simply going crazy for this trainer. Next
So-
we
up,
should
it'll
take
be
guesses on what we think the names were.
I mean, are these drawings?
Versus-
Are these drawings that are built in?
one of them will
Handy
No, I
man.
think
the
the
champion
names went in,
of
or the drawings went in,
bros.
but the names didn't.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like.
That is a great
Anyone's
and
fight.
creepy drawing, Handy Manny.
Here we go. Who wants it more? This trainer is a quickly rising star. Moving on, we've got versus. These two are facing off to see who is
no.
the champion of the gym locker room.
I know both of these people.
Oh, it's too close to call. Holy smokes! Whoa, Nelly! The crowd can't get enough. Make way for versus. One of them will walk out as the champion of misdemeanors.
Evil Gene or the Angel?
Evil Gene's a
We're
good name.
witnessing greatness. What a battle!
So on your controller, if you're a player
tides
during
are
this
turning.
time, you can flip your player back and forth, aka punch.
You can see why this trainer is so popular. Here's our next competitor.
Little Red with a
Versus-
battle axe. Or the big bad wolf.
Only one of them can be the champion of Grandma's
This is great.
house. This
Rogue
is a
Intellect
new
says,
duel.
there have been more jeans than I have in my dresser.
The
Nice.
pen is fightier.
I get
Well
it.
done, Rogue Intellect.
Welcome to Slamtown.
I thought that would have been a closer battle.
The fans are
With the
going
axe.
wild.
Bluey4411
Up next.
says, I do like the big bad wolf's nose. I do too.
Versus these two are competing to be the champion of timeless
Oh.
beauty. That's incredible. What a battle. Oh, they're pulling away now.
I can't get out of my head when we early in Champed Up, there was only one like piece of banter.
You can actually
Yeah.
feel the
So it
stadium
would just
shaking
say-
right now.
I can't remember what it was. We would just say it over and
that
over and
takes
over.
us to halftime. Here are the scores.
Mayo's asking, are we going to play this again? What do you think?
Yeah, maybe we should. We'll play at least one more game of Champed Up before we're done for the day, but maybe not back to back. We'll bounce around a little bit more. How about that?
Sounds good.
All right, let's hope this round goes better. Cookies for halftime. How do I get a cookie? I want a cookie.
I think exclamation point emoji.
Like the word emoji or the cookie emoji?
I think the word emoji.
Well,
there.
thank you, Division 10, for the cookie. Oh, then you equip with emoji. I see. Emoji cookie.
Cat cam's back. Eddie, you're too close. Oh no, it's lagging again at the same time.
Huh.
And people are getting in though.
Yeah.
"20-second warning. Name those characters."
Thanks for coming, Midnight Parade. Have fun at the other panel. We'll be back tomorrow and Friday.
I didn't look at the schedule today. See what else is going on. Must be good though.
All right, now it's time to create the challenger. Some of my favorite music is
So good.
in Champed Up. I remember when we start, when we're in pre-production for a game, one of the things we do is mood boards, and artists do mood boards, but the audio team does mood boards too. And Andy, who did the music for this game, he played this song that was like from a FIFA game or something, just like it's like, what's the feel of the music? And it was so, we were all just like listening to this. We're like, that is so good. I forget what it was from. It's just like some weird YouTube video.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, really the hype music. It's fun.
I kind of like to sit into some of their, because every time I hear the music, it's always perfect. And it's like, do you guys get it right the first time every time? But there has to be meetings in between there that I'm not hearing.
Yeah.
The first time Brian showed up with the Devil's theme song, I could not believe it. It was so good. Perfect.
Yeah. I'm sorry this is lagging, guys. After this game, I'll restart Party Pack and maybe it will run a little better. I'm running a lot of things on my computer right now. OBS and the game and Discord. And then another Discord to do.
Yeah.
To get Chase's beautiful face in the stream. It looks like everyone's at least getting in this time.
Yeah.
Name those characters.
Eight seconds.
It's the second half, which means it's time for the tag teams. Each matchup will include a surprise contest where players can tag out their characters. The bonus points are doubled and votes for both contests will be cumulative. Let's start things off with our first two fighters.
The half beauty,
One of
half
them
beast.
will be
Or you step up from
Champion
royalty.
of Princesses. Who will draw blood first? It's neck and neck.
Step
It's
up from
not over
royalty.
yet. Here's the next title up for grabs.
So in the second round, you could tag
Champion
in.
of violating the Geneva Conventions.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Will the
yeah.
trainers keep their characters or swap out?
You could swap out, tag in your character from the first round if you think they're better.
The art of war.
King Stick. Gene, evil Gene. It's pretty bad at violating the Geneva Conventions.
That's all he does.
Nothing can stop these two.
Was Gene's first appearance in Madverse City? Everyone is correctly
Two new
responding that
fighters
no,
enter
it
the
was Survive
ring.
the Internet.
Yeah.
Who is the champion of Broadway?
I think these two would not be fighting. They'd be friends.
They're evenly matched.
They are evenly matched.
We'll declare a winner after
I'm
this
trying to.
next
Is that like the
match.
Phantom of the Opera, the gayest man
Champion
alive?
of student loan debt. The trainers
got
have
like
a
a
decision
mask.
to make.
Oh, he has the snake mask.
It's a close one.
That guy partied a lot in college.
Yep.
Who will
Party Gene.
draw blood first? Tag team for the ages.
The little punch sound. It's funny.
Here's
Rogue Intellect
our
says
next
the
matchup.
Geneva Conventions. Am I right? Pretty
Well,
good.
you hate to see this.
I don't
it's
get
a
it.
forfeit.
Gene. Geneva. Oh, are you?
Right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Gene.
Who needs a teammate? Not this fighter. It's time for our next bout. You will decide who is the champion
What's going on
of
in the
the
left picture there?
cave.
I like this guy, by the way. In the audience, can you see where my pointer is? He's like really into it. Compared
Oh,
to
yeah.
some of the other fans, this guy's the most into it.
The art of war. This
Maybe
next
he's actually,
contest
this is
could
a hockey
swing
rink.
things.
And he's cleaning the glass.
Champion of ancestors.
You got this guy over here.
Players tag out. Let's find out.
Yeah.
tagging out. My goodness! Whoa!
Neck and neck.
Demi! Their chemistry is off the charts. Here are the next
Really
two
appreciated the
fighters.
consistent style between those two drawings.
Yeah.
One of them will be the champion of Grumpy.
Happy Cloud Girl or
Then
Stormy
is
Cloud Boy?
Fire. That'll leave a mark.
They're both quite lovely.
It all comes down to this next match. The champion of being sweet once you get to know them. What will the trainers do? Let's see.
Oh, I would have kept Stormy Cloud Boy in there. Someone's stuck in a locker.
Oh, they're pulling away now.
I think you can see their little eyes in the top slit of the locker.
Yeah. Hey, we got an achievement.
Dynamic duo.
Which one was it?
The Comeback Kid.
Moving on.
Oh, that's
You
such a
hate to
good
see
Cookie
this,
Monster.
It's a forfeit.
Yes. Big win, Cookie Monster.
That is classic Cookie Monster.
The me versus the world mentality certainly paid off. Up next. Who is the
These are both-
champion of being
Whoa.
kind of a big deal?
Great try.
Now this is a duel.
That really looks like Steve Harvey.
Witnessing greatness.
Captures his
Now
essence.
they'll be battling for this title. A champion of not going to age well. It's decision time.
I'd say they've both aged quite well.
Yeah, Steve Harvey doesn't
The
age.
art
Swap
of
in.
war. This is getting drawn out. They did the work.
That was a
of
fun
two
animation.
fighters.
Steve Harvey headbutting Drew Carey.
Moving on. You will decide who is the champion of stepdads. It's anyone's fight. Now this is a duel. Here's the next contest. The champion of performance anxiety. It's a whole new fight. Here we go.
Show me naked grandma. I know
Go
exactly the
Joust.
video you're talking
I'm rooting
about.
for Joust.
We're watching a scribble quibble. We're witnessing greatness. There's no I in teen kids, only in kids.
Gus is really going to town back there.
Okay, folks, that was the final match. The judges are tallying the final scores, and we have a winner.
Sock drawer.
Good win.
Yep, that Cookie Monster. All right. I am going to restart this, and we'll do some blather round. This is the other game in Party Pack 7 that is streamable. There are two other games. One is Talking Points, which is a it's kind of a presentation game where you give a here, I'm gonna put on the everyone can watch the opening. Look at them, aren't they pretty? So Talking Points is a game where you give a presentation but you don't know what the slides are beforehand, and hilarity ensues, and Devil's in the details we talked about a little bit already. So we're not going to be playing those games because those are tough to play.
Without voice chat, they're great to play on stream if you can chat and talk.
Yeah, you just need
That's the only way we play them.
Alright. I'll be right back. Alright. This is a 6-player game and I'm going to put the room code in chat.
Definitely join the audience if you can on this one. It's great. You can still guess.
Yeah, the audience is really fun. And everyone's in. Oh boy.
Gus didn't make it in, did he? Ah.
Yeah. Like, I keep trying. Here, we'll have it read the room code.
Need a room code? You got it. E-O-Y-Q.
There you go.
Welcome to Blather Round,
Oh,
the
God.
game where there's no wrong answers except for most of the answers.
Come here, guys.
You're going to present a secret prompt, like Moby Dick. You'll describe it to everyone else with sentences like this one. Now, you can change some of these words, but your options are very limited. Everyone else will be guessing.
Say hi, Gus. Oh, you don't
while
like this.
you make more elaborate sentences.
Hey, bud.
Oh, it's a lot like Free Willy too.
Doesn't like being held.
Be fast to win big. And teamwork is rewarded, so talk out loud and work together. Let's begin. Round 1. Choose from our fresh farm to table prompts. Hard prompts are worth more, but easy prompts take less of an
Now
emotional
folks are
toll.
picking their password and writing their first sentence.
Now you're going to craft a sentence that describes your prompt. On your device, you'll see 2 word columns.
We've definitely seen
all the words you want to include in
on
your
various
sentence,
conversations,
and
people
then
being
tap
concerned about
submit.
this game does have a US-centric filter.
Oh, and you can
which is
choose
something
more
I've
than
seen
one word
people
in each column if you want to
hoping
get
at.
creative.
Can confirm.
Yeah, if we have time, we'll go back to Quiplash. I'm glad everyone wants to play these Party Pack 7 games. We could also go back and play some games from earlier Party Packs. If we have time. We have about
Guess
another
what?
hour and a half.
You're going first.
Yep.
The category is person. It could be a celebrity, a fictional character, anyone.
They're a sad liquid.
Your mom. The mummy. Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
Britney Spears.
Mario.
None of these are liquids.
Taylor Swift. Teardrop Quip.
Ah, teardrop quip. That's a good one.
Sad Panda. Peace and love. Casper. Ursula. Panda.
Tears.
Cat.
Hit the skip button to get a new sentence with all new words.
Yeah, if you're
Ariel.
EFSRDG,
Ariel,
try
the
to
little
give some
mummy.
more clues on your controller.
Yeah.
Put in a new sentence or push skip. There we go.
They are the popularity.
A slime. That
Also,
means someone in the audience got it, I
They're
think.
kind of similar to cat.
If you contributed a guess that got used,
Wow,
you get
I'm
points.
impressed.
Who sits on the bridge.
Mario.
And then the
It's so fuzzy.
guesses that are going in,
I think our
Provide-
audience is getting warmer.
words for the writer
Dog.
to use in their clues.
Otter. Nico Para. Cheshire Cat.
The timer stops for no
Oh,
one. Get
someone else
those
got it.
guesses in.
In the audience.
Cat person. They have the same vibe as a cat as a liquid.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
A fish?
Pussy.
Known for their moody face.
Time is almost up.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Failure on the first turn never feels great, but it's good for your skin. At least the audience figured it out.
I didn't get it.
Very similar to a cat.
If you think they did a good job anyway, you can hit my bat on your device.
I can see it. Fuzzy.
The category
Sad
is
liquid.
person. Perfect.
Lost me.
I happen to be a person myself.
They're an amazing figure.
The Mummy. Peace and Love. Sad Panda. Lady Gaga. Taylor Swift.
They are
Okay, so Grumpy Cat was not a
Superman.
person. Was it
Gibson.
categorized as a person?
God.
If
Morgan
so,
Freeman.
Jesus.
let us know. You're correct.
Tom Brady.
They're nothing
Denzel
like
Washington.
Superman.
Or maybe Grumpy Cat is a
What a
person.
marvelous sentence.
Wayne Gretzky. Serena Williams.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Oh, the whole thing just went away. That makes me sad. Well, I don't know what happened there. Sorry. That kind of stunk. I'm just gonna start it up again.
Sorry, Al.
Put in this room code to play. C D T P.
This is a new fun way to do the room code. See who's really listening. Well, hopefully this doesn't crash. If it does, so be it.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah, we'll play a different game. Alright. I blame Gus. What did you do, Gus?
Welcome to Blather Round. Do y'all ever think about outer space and panic about how tiny and inconsequential you are? Me neither. Let's play. You're going to present a secret prompt, like Moby Dick. You'll describe it to everyone else with sentences like this one. Now, you can change some of these words, but your options are very limited. Everyone else will be guessing, while you make more elaborate sentences. Oh, it's a lot like Free Willy too. Moby Dick! Be fast to win big. And teamwork is rewarded, so talk out loud and work together. Let's begin. Round 1. First things first, pick a
All right.
prompt you're familiar with, something you think you could describe. If you pick a harder prompt, you'll get more points if someone guesses it right. Now you're going to craft a sentence that describes your prompt. On your device, you'll see 2 word columns. Pick words to build a sentence describing your prompt, and then tap submit when you're finished. You can always change your mind. Just tap the word again to take it out.
So whenever somebody gets it right in the audience, Evan, does that give points to the writer?
That's a really good question. I don't know.
I can't remember.
If anyone from Jackbox Games who worked on this is watching, what happens when the audience gets it right? I think it does.
Yeah.
Oh, time
I
is
did work
ticking.
on this
Hurry,
game
hurry.
early in the. I built the prototype with Claire, but then didn't work on it at all.
Okay, you'll be
that.
our first presenter. The category is place, and this is the place to be.
It's a silly place.
Oh, it's a silly place.
Okay, guessers, now's your time to shine. Type in guesses on your device. That means everyone in the audience, too.
Bounce house.
Hey, presenter, time to write another sentence.
Disney World.
Carnival. Circus. Waterloo. It's where you encounter the down below. Amusement park.
Homer says, I really love the soundtrack to this game.
Six Flags.
Yeah, that's the ongoing theme, is that they're all so good.
Silly.
Heck.
Australia.
The whole style of this game is great.
Theme park.
I like the style of that. Something that went in kind of late, I think, is that all the player
Australia.
icons animate slightly.
Epcot.
Oops, someone got it.
You can always hit skip to get a new sentence with new words.
Give us another clue.
Joshy Boy got it in the audience.
Nice.
It's nothing like Australia.
If you contributed a guess that got used, you get points.
England.
So much square.
The
I
afterlife.
think our audience is getting warmer.
So much square.
Time is running out. Submit more guesses.
New Zealand.
Ah.
Oh.
Nice.
Hooray! That was great. And hey, here are some points for everyone who
Silly
contributed
place
a
down
helpful
below. I
guess.
think if you're in the SpongeBob mindset, you get it.
You're guessing a person. Ooh, tricky. It could be anyone.
Nothing like Australia. Couldn't be more different.
They're an amazing creature.
Also SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton.
Raise T Dead said, how many
Candace.
games total
Minotaur.
are in Party Pack 7? There's 5 games.
Black Panther.
Superhero.
They are renowned for the running.
And if you go to our website and look in the blog, you can see sneak peeks and playthroughs of all of them. We had some great groups do early looks at our game. Whoa, that was fast.
Nice.
You should seriously think about publishing that. The what is a where? You're guessing a place.
It's an incredible product place.
Yeah, we had some great first looks. Up, Up, Down, Down played Devils in the Details.
Amazon.
Not too long ago. It was great
Camelot.
with
Costco.
a
McDonald's.
bunch of
It's where
WWE
you purchase the family.
wrestlers. And
Did you know that
Smosh
typing
played
guesses is
Talking
totally
Points.
free?
And
No hidden fees. Just go ahead and type something.
Drawfee
Smosh also
played
yeah.
Champs Up, which was
Model
hilarious.
Stump did this
It's
one.
kind of similar to Costco.
What did we
Target.
forget?
TJ Maxx.
Quiplash.
Who played Quiplash? I can't remember now. Achievement
Sense Plus.
Hunters?
So much product.
Yeah, it was on Let's Play
Walmart.
YouTube channel,
Asda.
which is their channel.
It's nothing like Target.
Kroger.
Similar to Costco, but nothing
Vietnam.
like Target.
Q.
IKEA.
Interesting. That's quite a Venn diagram.
Trader Joe's.
This place has an accessible
Sam's Club.
community.
What a marvelous sentence.
BJ's.
Sam's Club would have been my choice too.
Sam's Club.
It's a brand name version of
Discord.
IKEA.
The
What
mall.
else could be? Home Depot?
It's where you look for the snack.
I love the snack. I want
Time
the
is
snack
running
right
out.
now.
Time to take some big swings.
Home Depot does have those nachos.
It's more expensive than Sam's
Okay.
Club.
It's
Marks and
almost
Spencer.
over. Keep guessing.
Menards.
Menards.
Food court.
It's a big product event.
They have to be in the Midwest if they know about Menards, right?
Yeah.
Trago Mills.
Macy's.
What is it?
Oh, the first time nobody gets it right is a doozy.
Oh, Dollar
Okay.
Tree.
If you think the presenter did a good job anyway, hit my bad on your device.
It's where you purchase the family hope.
The category is story.
It's a story about a horrible devil metaphor.
Oh.
The Little Mermaid.
Bedazzled.
And an adventurous portal.
Stod
Dracula.
says, I like how the
Blood
clues
Brothers.
come on,
Devils and the
Paradise
Details.
Lost.
come into the beat of the music. I like that too. It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Spyro the Dragon.
No rush, other than the time limit.
Alice in Wonderland.
Breath of the Wild.
Land of the Lost.
Lost in Space.
Oh,
Whoa. An enchanted royalty
audience is getting
family.
it.
What a fabulous sentence you've made.
Planet of the Apes. Equestria Girls.
Ooh,
Sophia.
audience is getting it.
It's a lot like Alice in Wonderland.
Cinderella.
I think easily Crazy Hat in
Charlie
chat
Brown.
got it.
The Crown.
I have a guess. But I won't say it. It's not
Alice in
Shrek,
Wonderland.
is it? It says Cold Snap.
Shrek.
The Wizard of
Nope, not Shrek.
The hero discovers
Through
the
the Looking
Dominion.
Glass.
The Dominion?
Cinderella.
Get your guesses in before this thing wraps up.
The Black Cauldron.
A Wrinkle in Time.
If only it were the Black Cauldron.
It's the same
Second.
kind of book as Through the Looking Glass.
Book.
That's a book. Alright, I think my guess might be right.
Ah, it's almost over.
Gregor the Overlander.
Eventually, there's a
Yes.
Christian sacrifice.
Okay. Ah,
Audience did great in this one.
At least the audience figured it out. Don't feel bad. Some people just don't know stuff, and that's okay.
you know, there's a bunch of sort of
The category
alternate
is
answers.
person.
And
Perfect.
from that one, I think
happen to be a
language and
person
wardrobe
myself.
worked.
Yeah.
They're an incredible
What
individual.
about Prince Caspian?
Yeah. I have the original set of those when I was a child, except I'm missing Prince
They are
Caspian. And
renowned
it drives
for
me nuts,
researching.
even though I'll never read it.
That
But
would
now.
drive me crazy too.
Super Mario.
You gotta throw the whole thing out.
And,
George Washington.
Lady Gaga.
I have them all in one big book.
Jane Goodall.
yeah.
Buzz Lightyear.
He's so bearded.
Madame
He's
Curie.
so bearded.
Hamilton.
They're a lot like Jane Goodall.
Well done on that sentence.
Oh yeah, easily
Sam
Crazy Hat
Winchester.
says they put in language for them.
Neil deGrasse
Freud.
Tyson.
Market.
Known for the ingenious viewpoint.
Oh, audience is getting it. If you're in the game and you hear that audience thing going
Albert
off, are you like, come on? That sound effect and exclamation point are great. It's
They're
very
nothing like Markiplier and
Engaging.
Marie Curie. Stephen Hawking. And they are renowned for the education.
I absolutely adore that sentence.
Isaac Newton.
I think I know this one.
Elon Musk.
He's so bearded.
They're not from the same time period as Markiplier.
Yeah.
Oh, time is ticking.
They're a significant individual.
Markiplier is a lot like Jane Goodall.
Cavemen.
They were famous way before Elon Musk.
I would have to guess Charles Darwin. That's my bearded guess.
Aristotle.
Ah, yes.
There it is.
Oops, you failed. You'll be our last presenter this round. The category is person.
Last one this
Some
round.
of my favorite people are person.
They're an ancient human.
Whoever drew the first hoagie.
Caveman.
Hi, it's me, Caveman.
Ozymandias, King of Kings.
Remember Captain Caveman?
Yeah.
Cleopatra.
They are famous for the
Imhotep.
banishment.
Adam.
Whoa.
Kind of. Oh, got it.
All right.
Are you Jimmy
Zandriel.
John's delivery? Because that was freaky fast. We are not sponsored.
I can hear Captain Caveman's like, I'm not gonna do it.
Do
He's
it.
just like, nope, not doing it.
Let's see how the scores
We'll get
shook
copyright
out.
noticed on our Twitch
Yeah.
channel.
If the scores make
'Cause I'll do
you
it so
feel
well.
super
Yeah.
competitive, then cover your eyes and yell, I'm a big baby. Round 2, a chance for redemption. Because this is round 2, I'm doubling the points. Here we go again. Pick a beautiful new prompt. Pick the prompt that seems like the most fun, or the one that seems the least scary. Write a sentence to describe your new prompt.
So in this part, you have a
You
choice
know that you
between
can scroll the
3,
lists up and down.
and they're
You might have
roughly
more
easy,
words than
medium,
you
and hard,
think.
and worth slightly different amounts. And I think you actually can swap out those 3 for another once to get 3 more choices.
It's your turn again. The category is place.
Let's see it. Hats 42.
It's a nice warm amusement place.
Oh, sounds nice.
It's where you have the amusement.
Carnival.
Yeah,
SeaWorld.
we know it's
Disney
where you
World.
have the amusement.
Universal Orlando.
Amusement
The
park.
warm amusement.
So much reptile.
Circus.
Magic Kingdom.
Aw, look how little that
Yeah.
sentence is. I love him.
Universal Studios.
Walt Disney
Disney
World.
Park.
Jurassic Park.
Busch Gardens.
Jurassic Park.
That wasn't
Universal
Jurassic Park.
Studios.
World.
That's what I
Jurassic
thought it was
World.
too.
Zoo.
Elemental Alchemist in the chat says the category's place. Some of my favorite places
Jurassic
are
Park.
place.
It's more general than Disney World.
More general than Disney World. Okay. Okay. I have a guess again.
Six Flags.
Whitewater Everglades.
Reptile House in London Zoo.
Nice job, audience.
This place has an elderly crowd.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Orlando.
Alligator Farm.
Well done.
Mm-hmm. So much
Nice.
reptile.
Give each other a pat on the back. And hey, give yourself a pat on the front.
So much reptile is great.
Story. Time to attend the tale.
It's a story about a misunderstood hero.
The Little Mermaid.
A lot of Little Mermaid fans.
Hancock.
Chicken Little.
Yeah, there's a couple things that get
And a good villain.
Shrek is always the guess. Chicken
The
Little
Lego
comes up a
Movie.
lot.
A good villain.
Superman.
It's kinda
Kung Fu
similar to The
Panda.
Little Mermaid.
Venom.
Deadpool. Shrek.
Deadpool.
Good guess.
Artemis Fowl.
Cold Snap says the blue guy with the
Spider-Man,
giant
Aquaman.
head. What could that be?
The Tick?
Pokemon. Detective
Beauty and the
Pikachu.
Beast.
Descendants.
Maybe a little too old.
Whoa. A fictional magic gal.
Ooh, what a tasty sentence.
Sophia the First. Aquaman.
Oh, yeah.
Before all the audience. That's gotta feel good.
You did it! High five each other, hug the dog, smile politely at the cat.
Cold Snap says, I was thinking Megamind.
The category
Okay.
is
Yep,
person.
that one slips through the cracks.
They're a wonderful fictional creature. Lewis Hamilton.
I know who that is because I've been watching the Formula One documentary on Netflix.
Oh, my brother's recommended it to me.
Shrek.
Batman.
There's Shrek again.
Yep.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Miles and Quat. Tails and Quat. Prower.
Harry Potter.
Santa.
Maybe you should just submit the sentence and find better luck with the next one.
Unquote.
Pandas. They do the
Unicorn.
cooing.
Who does the cooing?
Something like a bird?
Baby.
Baby.
Or like...
Throw baby.
Dove.
Cocoon.
As opposed to like a
Good fellas.
government overtake, right? That's not how you spell like coo.
Oh, cooing, yeah.
They're younger than Twilight
Birdman.
Sparkle.
Ah. I don't know.
It's so newborn.
Why, that sentence
I
can
feel like I need
fit
to
in
join the
palm
audience
of
because I
my
keep wanting to
hand.
say guesses.
Yeah. It's a
You
fictional
haven't
Don't
got
wanna-
long left.
Who's a Boss Baby? Is it Boss Baby? Must be Boss Baby.
Boss Baby.
Rainbow
Thank
Dash.
you.
Werewolf.
Boss Baby.
Keep the Boss
Vampire.
Baby guy. I think if you put it in enough times, it'll be right.
Boss Baby.
Yeah, there we go. One more Boss Baby.
Renesmee.
Type fast, we're down to the wire.
I think if you put it in one more time, it's going to be right. The answer is Boss Baby.
Boss Baby 2.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say y'all nailed that, but life is about learning.
Cooing they do.
Is it younger than Twilight Sparkle?
The category is
I'm
story.
tired.
Yep, it's about that time.
It's a story about a horrible specimen.
Yeah. I'm gonna join the audience so that I can make guesses.
Yeah,
Not
that's a
give
good
it
idea. I'm
away.
going to do it too. Why am I sitting not in the
Little Shop of
audience?
Horrors.
Frankenstein.
Sucker. Saying out loud what I think it should be. I could be writing Boss Baby. This one is not
The
Boss Baby. by the
presenter
way.
needs to do something.
Spoilers.
I'll save you all the time.
Flubber.
Venom.
Let me make sure. Boss Baby.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Come on, Agent 2583.
Come on, presenter. Just go ahead and write something.
Homer Simpson.
Maybe this is The Expanse.
The Simpsons movie.
Andromeda Strain.
Humans.
Elementary Alchemist says Flubber is such a good submission. I think that's another example. There's several ones that just get guessed so much that I think Flubber is an answer because we guessed it all the time.
The timer stops for no one. Get those
Few of them
guesses
got in that
in.
way.
More clues, please.
And I used to guess Shaq all the time. I hope he made it in.
Is he a horrible specimen? No.
No.
He's a
The
delight.
opposite. Yeah.
Time is almost up.
Yeah, I don't.
Blues Clues.
Hard to get it off the one sentence.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing, agent.
You were in the neighborhood, but you couldn't find the house.
Were we?
The category is person.
Alright, here we
They're
go.
a young individual.
Baby Yoda.
Stott says, I wonder if there should be a feature where the game automatically pushes a clue after an activity. It's a
Andy.
pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Baby
I wonder
Yoda.
about the
They are
change.
tricked
Boss
by the
baby.
child.
Boss baby.
Baby Yoda.
I hope Boss Baby is in this game somewhere.
By the child.
Mandalorian. They're a lot like Candy.
Woody.
Oh,
Andy.
what a marvelous
Which Andy?
sentence.
Candy Andy?
He's so bald.
Oh.
Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, okay.
Thought I got it.
Steve Harvey. Sid.
Caillou. Andy
Bo
says
Peep.
Caillou.
Mr. Potato Head.
Caillou.
Presenter, let's go.
So bald,
They're
Kay.
nothing like Sid.
We're nearing the end.
Dr. Evil.
Guess, guess, guess.
Caillou is the worst. Evil Bad Man says Tycho.
Dr. D.
Known for the optimistic courage.
Goonie.
Oh,
Goonie.
time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Ah, thought I had it.
Forky.
Nemo.
Oh, I love Forky. Good answer. Charlie Brown. Oh, that's
Curse said it before it came out.
definitely.
Nice.
Well done, Curse.
Now that you know the answer, don't you wish you knew the answer before?
They're tricked
I
by
don't
the
know.
child. That's so
Sometimes
good.
I have deep thoughts.
So good. Well done, Nazmi.
This is the last presentation, so make it count.
All right, I want to get one right
They
this
picked place.
time. Here we go.
It's an amazing event establishment.
PAX.
It's where you travel for the neighborhood day.
Disney World.
Sorry if you can hear me typing my guesses.
So much
Convention
restaurant
center.
food.
Movie theater.
We all got together and decided. We love that sentence.
Taste of Chicago.
It's kinda similar to movie theater.
The mall.
Food truck.
Downtown. Drive-in.
Theater.
This place has a build your own
Food
what's
court,
their
concert
name
hall.
neighborhood.
No.
Food court.
It has the same vibe as food truck. Broadway.
The
Wow,
Sims.
that's a jumbo sentence.
Legoland.
Mall.
It's where you eat the stick.
Food court.
Festival. It's close to food court.
I want
Counter
churros now.
Taco Bell. Carnival.
State Fair.
Man, I
Time
really
is
thought I had
ticking.
it.
It's a delicious
KFC.
zone.
I'm so
We
hungry.
can all agree. We loved that sentence.
What is it? I want to go to a delicious zone. I want to go to a delicious zone right now.
It's overwhelming like Taco Bell.
Ice cream truck.
Taco Bell is
Renaissance
overwhelming.
McDonald's. Fair.
Nothing is
ready to
overwhelming
eat
quite
the
like
neighborhood.
Taco Bell.
Time is almost up.
Pizza Hut.
The chocolate factory? Oh, what is it? Oh. It's overwhelming like Taco Bell.
You were this close.
Fun fact about my wife, since you met her, she loves Olive Garden.
Here's the part competitive people like.
I definitely enjoy
the
Olive Garden.
scoreboard.
Yeah.
The big
Until I met her, I'd maybe been there
is-
once.
You did
Oh, big win.
it. And you're so
Well done.
handsome it
Hats.
kills me.
Hats with a Z.
Thanks for playing. The credits loop, so stick around for 5, 10, 85 minutes.
What's next?
Yeah, what is next? Should we go do a non-Party Pack 5 game for a little bit? And then come back to Party Pack 5, or non-Party Pack 7. 5. Yeah. Let's play a game from... Wait, where are my games? Let's play a game from last year. Trivia Murder Party 2? Or Joke Post? We'll do Trivia Murder Party 2. That's a fun one. Take a trivia break. Alright, Trivia Murder Party 2 it is. Let's check our settings. Sure. Extended timers. Skip tutorial. Full screen sharing. Alright. Turn on subtitles. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna show the room code. Here we go. Ding. I should have looked at the, let's see, Drawful, not Trivia Murder Party, oh well. Bye, Stod. Thank you for dropping by.
Yeah. Yeah, have a good day. Rest of the day.
Cold Snap says, time to baste in my own stupidity. Oh. Bracketeering, Madverse City. Some good ones there. Alright.
So we got 45 minutes, so we'll definitely do this and one or two more.
Yeah. Maybe we'll go back and do another game of Champed Up. I'm a little worried about Champed Up since it
yeah.
chugged on my computer.
by a mysterious family for several generations until close. In unrelated news, the Trivia Murder Party killer is still on the loose. Up next, Sassafras.
I haven't heard that one before. Up next, Sassafras.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die. Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Your free spa weekend was a lie, luring you into this deadly trivia game. Only one of you will survive, but the memories we create will live on forever. Okay, first question. What does the R stand for in USSR?
We'll put the code in Discord next time.
Device to
Yeah,
answer the
sorry, I was
question.
just trying to mix it up so different people have a different chance.
And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Huh.
The rest of you, I want to show you something.
Welcome to room 113. The hairdryer's broken, sorry. Time to try to save yourself with a password. Enter a real 4-letter word with your device. Don't make it easy. If someone cracks your password, you die. Now everyone else will try to crack the passwords. As a team, guess either password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot.
Do you have a go-to word on this minigame,
Every
Evan?
password you figure out in time.
No, I don't. I should be more prepared. I usually panic and then just put in something.
Oh, they already got got one of them.
Time's almost up.
I.
Pretty weak password.
Wow, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have gotten that.
Don't worry. Dying doesn't mean you have to drop out. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, by the way, the audience is a player now and can win the whole frickin' game. Hot tip, you can join the audience at any time. Let's keep moving.
30-second delay. Boy, I'm sorry that our delays are so.
I was reading that too. I don't know what you can do about that.
I hope it's not my internet.
I think that's probably Twitch.
Time's almost up.
Do we have extended timers on?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we do. Hopefully that'll help.
I don't see anything.
The rest of you, come with me. Bonjour! Welcome back to the killing room. Let's use one of my cousin Aloysius's
You know Will
old
Smith's
stage
name
props.
was Will Smith in that show?
Pick a space inside the box to hide.
I don't know.
Did not
When
know
this
that.
was used in magic shows, there were safeguards inside to prevent injury. But don't worry, I took those out. Any good magic trick needs some helpful volunteers. Here's the fun part. You get a sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. I've always hated magic, but I do love... Say, entrails. Magic, you've disappointed me again.
Wow.
Well done, hiders.
This hotel hasn't been updated much since I was a kid. Same carpet.
Alright, we'll
a lot of
post the
same
code in
bloodstains.
Discord.
Ah,
next
it
time.
really brings me back. Let's try another one.
I like this carpeting.
Yin and
my
yang
favorite
are symbols
carpeting.
central to which religion? Time's running out. Who picked this? Well, that's no fun.
Everybody got it.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving. Which of these cars has 4 doors?
I know which one it's not.
Yeah. Almost out of time. Who picked this?
Row.
The rest of you, it's time. I hope you're good with instructions.
Oh boy.
Follow as many rules as
Yep.
you can before time runs out. The player who follows the fewest rules correctly dies. The rules are already on your device. Go, go! I'm gonna shut my eyes for a little bit. Take a little
It was
micro nap.
whenever I started Jackbox, this game was just getting started. And I remember Ben, who I barely knew,
Rule time is coming to an
getting
end.
so excited telling me about how the clock time is correct.
Yeah.
And I knew that Ben and I were going to be friends.
I've got
But that's the
one
kind of
more rule
thing
for
I
you.
would spend way too much
Die.
time doing.
I remember him telling me that too. He was very excited about it.
It's cool.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. According to the Bible, who lived to be 969 years old? 969. Nice. Time's running out. Who picked this? The rest of you who are still alive, time for consequences.
Are the streams tomorrow and Friday at the same time?
It's the Pegs game.
1 to 3:45.
You're going to drop down this board and try to avoid the death zones. You know what? We need some death zones. Go ahead, everyone else. Choose a slot to make it no bueno.
There's an awful lot of goose chatter in the chat. I don't.
Yeah.
I miss where it started.
Me too. Just kind of came out of nowhere.
Okay.
I like
Let
these.
the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
that
I'm
didn't go
sure
well.
everything will work out for you.
No.
Oh!
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is chaos fact.
One wiener.
Yeah.
Give it up for the death zone.
Well done, Mel.
Oof.
Let's try another one.
There's 4 left alive.
What is modern day Persia called? Time's almost up. Who picked this? Only a ghost got
Nice.
it wrong. Lucky guesses.
Well done, everybody.
Let's keep moving. How old do you have to be to open a Facebook account?
There is no minimum age.
Yeah. There's a typo in this question. I think we know that.
This.
And what?
Everyone again? You all need to be taught a lesson. I'm feeling charitable. You all get $500. Give some of that money to another player. The person with the most cash at the end
How old's your
will
grandma's
die.
cat?
But if you give to someone and they
Cat
have
ears.
$1,000
Are there
or
cat
more,
ears?
I will kill you
Like there's dog
instead.
ears?
I don't know. I've never heard that.
Begin.
This never goes well.
Time to check the receipts.
I know. I don't have a good strategy in this one.
You can afford a very nice coffin.
My cat is 13, actually. Daddy could sign up for a Facebook account.
Nice. Getting some neighborhood groups.
Yeah.
Let's try another one. In order to be elected Pope of the Catholic Church, a candidate needs support from how many of the eligible cardinals?
Huh. Do not know this one.
Yeah. That one's tried to call the Pope on the phone.
How'd that go?
I think it went okay. My friend got the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy like deluxe edition, and it had it's like, if you want to get off the planet, here's some phone numbers that might be helpful. And it was like NASA and like the president and the Kremlin and the Pope. So we're like, let's try calling the Pope. I'm sure we'll
follow me.
They said something in Italian, which he claims was Pope here.
It's my old favorite, chalices. I've given
That's
each
a pretty
safe player a poison pellet.
Good idea, though.
Yeah.
Pick a chalice to drop your poison in.
So Rugger Woman says there's also cat years as the Facebook age for human years or cat years. But what are cat years? We're very curious.
How do they translate?
How many years is a cat year?
Pick a chalice already.
Or how many cat years is a human year?
It sounds like we didn't get everyone's poison pellets in the chalices. I guess I'll have to add a few of my own.
I think they did. They just take
Now it's
average
your turn
dog
to play.
lifespan
Pick a chalice
as
to
a
drink
ratio
from.
of average human lifespan. Is that how they did that?
I don't know.
Now let's see what everyone drank.
My dog is 13, so he's...
Now that's what I call a
90,
poisoning.
That's all.
91?
Seems pretty spry for 91.
Everyone can see that the dead players are ghosts, right?
Hey, there's how
I'm
many
not
times
just
they
freaking
rotate
out.
around your feet. Oh no. Getty's a million.
How old's Getty?
Let's keep moving. Which instrument is Kenny G best known for playing?
You don't like this carpet?
This one's pretty good. I just like that green one a lot.
Yeah.
It's a pretty dope hotel.
It is.
Like wallpaper and carpet wise. I think if there were a hotel decorated this way, people would be really into it. Except for the murder.
Oh, the whole murder bit.
Almost out of time.
It's roughly 6 human years for each cat year, but it's not even. That's such a cat thing to do.
This.
The first year is 6
Come
years.
with me.
The second year is 4 years. The third year.
Yep. And they just slow down.
Hopefully you can defend yourself from ESP.
Collins
Type in
Blakely
an answer that
says
fits this category.
depends on the breed as well, and if it's indoor or
Everyone
outdoor.
else will answer too. And if
This is too
anyone
much.
matches you, you die. Write your answers now.
Why he's been a little grumpy about this question because there's actually 13. You know about that whole thing?
No, 13 astrological signs.
There's 13 constellations, but they made it even, but it doesn't actually make sense. Like, it's not like every
Now, let's
constellation
see
is
if
in
there
the
are
sky
any
for the same amount of time.
matches.
It's very a cat ears kind of concept.
We've got mind
There's actually 13 of them, and some of them are only 8 days, and others are 40 days. At some point, people were like, let's make this easier. And just divided the year into
You mean there's
12
not a
chunks.
science to
One
it?
of you is still alive.
Wait, what are you saying?
Maybe that's,
It's like an arbitrary...
maybe that's the thing that's bothering me, yeah.
You've made it so
All right,
far.
here we go.
But can you
Final
escape?
round.
I'm going to give you a category. Operas. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers.
Operas.
You advance 1 space for every correct answer.
My money's on the audience this game.
Well, you would have moved closer to the exit if you'd gotten any of those right. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute. If a ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you.
I guess these are love stories.
Time is almost up.
Yeah.
Agatha Christie Mysteries.
A murder is announced. This says the 13th constellation is Ophiuchus, the snake bearer.
Yeah.
From Fantasy. Thank you, Fantasy,
That
for
ghost
clearing
can
that
smell
up.
your life force. WWE wrestlers.
I hope the snake bearer never comes to my house. Who is it? Snake bearer. Just got like a box, cardboard box
No,
full of
thanks.
snakes.
The tables have turned.
Pass.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble. Are you afraid of the dark?
I like your audience pick. Let's go, audience.
Death metal subgenres.
This seems somewhat subjective.
Yeah.
Time is almost up.
They all could be real.
Death Shred.
Beatles songs.
Yeah, sorry about the lag. I don't really know what's causing it.
Yeah. Probably my computer. I don't know. I haven't had that problem. I'm streaming to Twitch. I mean, we
That
are
one was too
streaming
easy.
like to a service, which is then streaming it to PAX, PAX's Twitch channel. So maybe
Here comes the next
it's
question.
not our Twitch channel.
Types of lumber.
So maybe that's causing some problems. But let's talk about types of lumber for real. Birdwood? Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Another life force swap.
Awfully Douglas fir.
Back and forth.
Next question. Types of poems. Time is almost up.
So if people in chat want to start throwing out suggestions for the next game, it's
I
coming up.
just love all this drama. Not so fast. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
That show's still going.
I saw that last season, right?
stone little cowboy.
Big win.
Here's an Easter egg for that last scene that I've never actually seen in the game, but it's one of my favorite Easter eggs we've ever done. So, play a million games of Trivia Murder Party 2 and maybe you'll see it.
Maybe you'll see it.
Alright. Let's go back to Party Pack 7. Yeah. We could give Champed Up a try. Yes, last game. Okay. Here they are. Champed Up, is that what we're going to try? I apologize if it crashes my computer again, but we'll give it a try. We'll put the code in chat. Just like...
If you played last time, let somebody else get a shot so we can see everyone's beautiful drawings.
Okay, ready? Here we go.
So much tension. And they're in.
That's fast.
Yeah, but are you playing?
No.
Is that you?
No, it must be some other of it. Hey, who's me? Oh no.
There can only be one.
Well, now we have to have an epic Highlander battle. Who's your favorite trainer, Chase?
The giraffe. I love it. It's so dumb. I love it.
It is good. I like the what are they called? The Russian dolls one.
Yeah, Matrotsky dolls, something like that.
I don't know. Hey chat, what are those dolls called? We'll get an answer in 42 seconds.
Welcome to the Smolliseum. These talented trainers are about to face off.
Yeah, this will be the last game.
Creating champion characters with unusual skills.
Nesting dolls? Yeah, but there's a name for it.
Matroshki. It's time to get champed up.
Matroshka. No one picked that trainer.
In this first step, the trainers will be prompted to draw and name a particular type of
We had the
champion
big idea
character.
that there should be
They'll be
a
equipped
set of
with
devils in the
2 tools,
details.
a
and
pen
Trotsky
for
dolls.
drawing and a thick
be
marker
cool.
for coloring
So cool.
in. Once a character is drawn and named,
I looked into it. Not
can
cheap.
be submitted.
No.
The timer's been set.
Not a print on
Off we
demand
go.
offering.
Yeah. All right.
All right, chat. What merch would you most like to see us make?
Yeah.
If we were gonna make some. Matryoshka dolls for Devils in the Details for the low price of $120. A plush Quiplash Quip of the cactus. A vinyl album of Jackbox Games music. What else could we make? That would be fun. A cowboy hat with an elaborate feather in it, maybe? I don't know what game that is. It has nothing to do with anything, but... A word
Champed Up branded. Yeah.
Go on.
I'm more interested in your tater tots that you're about to...
Word Spud themed Fine China. Trivia Murder Party plush hotel key. That'd be fun.
Ah. I was thinking Champed Up brand with like, what do they call those giant inflatable boxing gloves?
Yeah. Or what about one of those like wobbly things that you punch and they bounce back up? Oh, it looks like it's still kind of chugging on my computer.
Yeah.
Come on, Champed Up. You can do it. These games are still being tweaked.
Yeah.
So, especially the PC version. Krabby Dad says Wordspud themed frozen tots. Blather round avatar plush. Those blather round avatars are nice.
Um,
20
is Krabby
seconds
Dad
remain.
Andy?
Players need to name
Krabby
their
Dad.
character.
Krabby Dad, do we know you?
Yes, we know Krabby Dad.
Okay.
He works at Jackbox Games. Do you know who can guess who he is? Earwax themed Q-tips.
Like it.
The trainers are now moving on to creating a challenger. These characters will be the underdogs because their creators will see who they're competing against, but not what the contest will be. So they must analyze their opponent's unique skill set to create what they hope is a
Yeah,
worthy
sorry the game
challenger.
is lagging. Seems
Let's
like
see
it
the
only
drama
lags, it
unfold.
mostly lags during the
Yeah.
the writing phase, which is weird. Like right now, for some reason.
Those people are just too excited.
Yeah. I watch a lot of Paw Patrol because I have little kids, and there's this one character who is like one of 4 people who lives in the town, who's not like a named character. And every time they do like a cut scene where the Paw Patrol all drive their vehicles to go, whatever, find the chicken who's driving a boat or whatever stupid thing they're trying to do. And they drive past, and a lot of times there's this guy who's sitting on a bench, and when they drive past, he stands up and cheers. It's my favorite character in Paw Patrol.
Just like,
He never
just like
speaks.
same recycled animation.
Yeah. That is the best part of Paw Patrol. That brief 1 second where the guy stands up and cheers. Everything else is terrible.
I'm sure that guy has a name on some Wikipedia page somewhere.
Oh no, I'd look that up if I didn't think it would like crash the game by trying to look up.
I'll see what I can find.
He's got blonde hair.
Are they all dogs?
The Paw Patrol is all dogs, but there's other characters in the show.
This
who
guy's
are-
a human?
Who are humans. This guy's a human.
Okay.
And then there's some kittens who don't talk. The dogs talk.
I'm
The
listening.
kittens don't. None of the other animals talk, I think. And there's a chicken, Chickaletta, who's the mayor's chicken. Anyway, if anyone has any Paw Patrol questions, happy to answer.
Yeah.
Ask me anything about Paw Patrol.
It's time to name those characters.
It seems to be going okay now.
Yep.
Gulbin, aka get your names in so you're not Gene. Don't be Gene.
Don't be Gene.
Thank you.
Got it.
It's time for the main event. Here comes our first brave warrior.
I can't
And
see
in
my
this corner
face.
we've got
Timeless
these
Timothy.
two will battle to see who is the champion of always running 5 minutes late. The pen is fightier.
The thing is, I don't know which of these is the challenger.
Oh, they're pulling away now.
I can't see my
What a
face.
whack attack! Some extra cash goes to the underdog.
Wow, I was like, ran away with it.
Yeah, time of state, Timothy.
Love for this trainer. In this corner, we've got
Zandriel
They'll
says,
be
this
facing off
stream is
against-
the champion. I think you're the
We'll
champion.
decide once and for all who
Zandriel.
is the champion of
Zandriel
unearned
horse rainbow
confidence.
Modest Mary.
Who wants it
What's
more?
going on with Modest Mary? Is she just crying tears
The arts
out of her head?
war. This is getting drawn out.
Doink.
No question, this trainer is a fan favorite.
It's my favorite sound effect
Now
in this game.
entering the
It's
ring.
doink when it knocks the other character
And
away.
opposing them will be
Yeah, that's not
one
Pikachu.
of them will be crowned the
think so.
champion of copyright infringement.
Well, we kind of asked for it with that title.
It's a close one. Oh, it's too
Magical
close to call.
Girl Laka says both of these are valid. I agree.
It's the Clash of the Titans.
Both valid.
You can actually feel the stadium shaking right now.
So in this game, the audience is voting, but while other people are drawing,
Next
they're
up,
making
it'll be
these signs.
Versus
Big dollar.
these two are facing off to see who is the champion of Flair.
Gene, you kind of missed the bus here. Broad-shouldered Gene.
Who wants it more? It's neck and neck. The arts of war.
Yeah.
A Gene for the win.
You can see
I guess
why
you
this
think it's kind of a
trainer
David
is so
Bowie outfit.
popular. Moving on, we've got versus
4 from Battle for Dream.
one of them will walk out as
Woody from Battle for
champion
Dream.
of getting picked last.
Where's the rest of Gene? He had a necklace on legs.
Demi!
Still one.
Yeah.
This is getting drawn out. This trainer is a quickly rising star. Make way for versus. Only one of them can be the champion of uncles.
I wonder if Gene was supposed to be Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
The mustache. But that's the wrong. The mustache needs to go down, not up, right?
Mhm.
And glasses and
Haven't
hair.
looked
You know what? It's nothing like Steve Harvey. Now that I look at it.
They're evenly matched. The crowd is simply going crazy for this
Those eyes.
trainer. Here's our next competitor. Versus. These two are competing to be the champion of the Illuminati.
Huh. Tough choice.
Who wants it more? I just did a
Like the-
spit take.
Eyeball in the pyramid.
Oh, the humanity!
Uh-oh.
The crowd can't get enough.
Top rate, I tell ya.
Up next, versus one of them will walk out as the champion
that
of
side eye is so
abandoning
perfectly
their
placed.
family. Now this is a duel. It's anyone's fight. That'll leave a mark. The fans are going
Hey.
wild.
Big win, Evan.
Thank you.
And that takes us to halftime.
I take full
Here
credit
are the
for it.
scores.
right.
All right.
Final round of our final game.
So Evan, there is pawpatrol.fandom.com that has an exhaustive list of characters that I
Okay.
encourage you to look through at some point. And when you're on this website, your cursor turns into a ball, which I appreciate.
All right, let's get our titles in this time. One player's already in. I guess if everyone's on a pretty bad delay, it's kind of hard. It's hard to tell when time's running out.
Good point.
So I should say, like, right now, time's running out. You're almost out of time. Finish up.
I'll put in the chat. 45 seconds.
5 more seconds, everybody. You're almost out of time.
20-second warning. Name those
Don't listen to him.
characters.
He doesn't know. Glenby.
Oh no.
Oh, pretty good, everybody.
Yeah,
You only have
pretty good.
one gene. Glenby, I think you got yours in.
Yeah.
Bit of a sweet dreams groove there, huh? So it says 1:20, which means we're probably at like 45 seconds.
Yeah. You're getting in quick.
Come on, Evan, don't let me down. Time's running out. Finish up, everybody. Uh-oh.
Name those characters.
No.
Yeah. We'll see. All right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It's the second half, which means it's time for the tag teams. Each matchup will include a surprise contest where players can tag out their characters. The bonus points are doubled and votes for both contests will be cumulative.
So you don't forget to swap out your characters if it would be better for the second front.
One of them will be the champion of party cruises.
Ooh, party cruises.
Whoa, Nelly! It's neck and neck. It's not over yet. Here's the next title up for grabs. The champion of multiple pending lawsuits. Will the trainers keep their characters or swap out?
Oh, I like the own theme.
The art of war. This is getting drawn out. Who needs a teammate? Not this fighter. Two new fighters enter the ring.
Hockey Jack.
Who
What
is
is going on there?
champion of
It's a really good
Hitmen?
drawing.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. That's incredible. We'll declare a winner after this next match. The
You think Ryan
champion
Getzlaff is a
of
real hockey
needing
player?
a
That I don't
career
know about?
counselor.
No.
Here,
Not
the
a name
trainers
I know.
have a decision to
Oh,
make.
Modest Mary's back.
Yeah.
They're going to the bench. It's a close one.
Hope she gets it figured out.
Sweet mercy.
Yeah. She deserves it.
Bam, right in the face. Nothing can stop these two. Here's our next matchup. You will decide who is the champion of meeting
These
the
two
parents.
drawings.
Oh.
Oh my.
Scribble quibble.
In their own way, they're both perfect.
What a sketchy move. This next contest could swing things. The champion of instant breakups.
Please keep the
Will
last
the
hot dog.
players tag out? Let's find out. It's a scroll brawl.
Like sometimes that's all you need. Just oval. And a good title.
Yeah.
There's no eye in
That's my
teen
dad.
kids, only in kids. It's time for our next bout. Who is the champion of the swamp?
Swolger.
We're witnessing greatness.
That's a good drawing
Can they
too.
build on
Yeah.
this momentum?
Excellent
It all
mud work.
comes down to this next match. The champion of misunderstood monsters. It's a whole new fight. What will the
Gene.
trainers do? Let's see.
You don't think Swolger is misunderstood?
Talk about a character assassination. This is brutal.
Okay.
This might be over. Their chemistry is off the charts.
That's a good team.
Here are the next two fighters.
MIT Hacker versus
One of
Harvard
them will
Harvey.
be a champion of the Ivy League.
That
That's pretty close.
but MIT is an Ivy League. Good luck, MIT Hacker.
Oh.
Although maybe MIT.
Now they'll be battling for this title.
It's its own
Champion
thing.
of Do You Know Who My Dad Is? It's decision time.
Gotta leave Harvard Harvey in for that one.
Oh, what a huge blow! Can they counter?
Kind of like his sweater.
It's a
Oh,
hungry
gee.
fight.
That crap of the master of business. Good swap. That's a good swap.
Oh, that might do it. What a sketchy move. Now that there
Man.
is teamwork, folks. Moving on. You will decide who is the champion of
Not a bad
Small
Phoenix Wright.
Flames Court.
We've been playing some Phoenix Wright in my house, and
It's a
that
close
game is
one.
nuts. I like introduces like this is the game that I think we'll enjoy playing.
Here's the next contest. The champion of getting chased by a farmer with a shotgun. Here we go. Here come the reinforcements. Oh, it's getting lopsided. Oh, it's too close to call. This is getting interesting. Can they build on this momentum? I dare
Very
you
nice.
to name a more iconic
We
duo.
ain't having.
Up next, who is the champion of pranksters?
It's a good Joker.
Yeah.
Who will draw blood first? Ah, the art of war. Now it's time to determine the champion of getting fired on Monday. What will the trainers do?
I don't think either of these guys are holding down a job.
Who wants it more? Ah, the art of war.
Dance, Timeless Timothy. Dance.
They're evenly matched.
Ugh.
Ah, these two, they just work so well together. Moving on.
Not
You
Billy.
will decide
Or
who
totally
is
not
the
Mandy.
champion of the
man,
village
Mandy's-
idiots.
Their emotions are really coming through.
Yeah. Is that a mouth or arms? Not Billy. Is that just a really big smile?
I think you're right.
Here's the next title.
Or is it a shrug?
Champion of monster truck fans. It's decision time.
Oh, Woody.
It's the clash of the
That's bad.
Titans. Who will draw blood first?
Surprised either of them like monster trucks.
What a dynamic duo! Okay,
All right.
folks,
All right.
that was the final match. The judges are tallying the final scores, and we have a winner.
Yeah.
Aho
Well
champ.
deserved.
Yeah, those are good. Look at all
Four
those
quality
drawings. Oh, so good. All right.
Going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
All the creative spaces are a round table on asexuality and that entire spectrum in all of the creative spaces out there in our world of the TTRPG community. We're going to start off just by introducing ourselves, and then we're going to jump right into it. We'll start off with Joey.
Hi, my name is Joey. Pronouns are he and him, and I'm a TTRPG content creator on Twitch and Twitter as Nomadic.
Next up is Luciella.
Everyone, I'm Luciella Scarlett. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them. Dialing in from Melbourne, Australia. I am a writer and illustrator making tabletop role-playing games.
Next up is Sam.
Hi, I am Sam. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a disability advocate and an accessibility director.
And then Latia.
I'm Latia. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a TTRPG content creator and community manager for the D&D Adventures League.
And then Lauren.
Hi, I'm Lauren. My pronouns are she, her. I am a game designer and streamer and the co-creator of the TTRPG Safety Toolkit.
Hi, and I am Squall, pronouns he, him, and you can see me around Twitter on the D&D Fitness hashtag, and also in my big campaign that I just finished running for charity out on YouTube, and hopefully with some published content coming up soon. Welcome to our panel, and we're going to jump right into this as we have a limited amount of time to talk with you. And we're just open it up as a discussion. So first thing I think we want to just chat about a little bit is just some of the Arrow, Ace, and Demi sort of myths and stereotypes that we've all bumped into out there, either in our TTRPG experiences or just being a creative content creator out there in the world. So I'm going to sort of open it up to our table and let folks sort of talk about some of the things that they've bumped into or things that they'd like to just let people know more about when being a person on the asexual spectrum. Anyone up for going first, or I can just jump right in? I'm going to go first with the one which we are not robots. I think a lot of people immediately think asexual and think emotionless. People who don't know how to experience emotions or relationships, or and certainly because of the whole spectrum that is involved with it, how to understand romance or love. And which is, I think, far from the truth for a lot of us. While we may not have that piece of sexual attraction, I know for myself, it makes some of the other things even more meaningful to me. I mean, how about some of y'all?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. That makes so much sense and is the truest thing. Like, I love fiercely. So there's definitely kind of no, at least for me, there's no basis in that emotionless type of person. Like, I love fiercely, I feel fiercely. I may not always show it, but in here there's always a whole lot going on. I come from, like, I realized that I was on the spectrum later in life, like probably maybe 5 or 6 years ago, that I might be ace. I consider myself Demi. But yeah, like realizing it made a lot of sense. Realizing that was something that might be a part of my personality. But yeah, we're not robots. I've had relationships. I, at some point in the future might like to have more relationships, but it's just that I don't necessarily need that physical part of it, at least the sexual part of it, because I love intimacy. Like, cuddles are the best. Everybody cuddle. Everybody should cuddle. But yeah, I just don't need that sexual part to be fulfilled.
Yeah, I have also been missing cuddles.
Man.
For me, I think so. I'm both aromantic and asexual, and the stereotype that I actually dislike most is not even the robot / monster / child sort of image of asexuals, but it's actually the idea of asexuals needing to be forever alone. That your happy ending, so everyone else's happy ending is this beautiful partner scene where you run off to into the sunset together. Whereas the asexuals, like in some cases, it's quite empowering. Like, I don't need anyone else. I'm an independent woman, all of that stuff. But I actually do like companions. I like cuddling. I like found family. I cry a lot when I read found family and beautiful friendships. So yeah, for me, it's asexuality and aromanticism are not about being alone. It's just a different type of, or it's all it is not feeling attraction.
That rings so true. I mean, we've now had 3 folks talk about colors. So I think one of the other ones, and I'm going to throw it over to Lauren, Sam, and Joey as well. But being ace, a lot of times we're very touch starved because of that stereotype. I mean, do you all find that as well, Joey, Sam, or Lauren?
Well, actually, I wanted to. I think what's important to talk about is that like there is no one ace experience, because I agree that a lot of times ace people, like people who aren't in relationships, can be very touch starved because the idea of physical intimacy is related to the romantic or the sexual. But like a lot of times if you say, oh, I want ace representation, the well-meaning allosexuals in your life will be like, yes, more platonic cuddling, as if the idea of ace representation is platonic cuddling, when a lot of asexual people are, and aromantic people and allosexual and alloromantic people are touch averse. And so the idea that like to represent an asexual or aromantic person is like somebody who just cuddles platonically is not that. Like, it's very uncomfortable. And also the idea that ace people don't ever have sex or can't enjoy sex, the like split between like sexual attraction versus sexual desire versus like the nerve endings firing and sending chemicals to your brain, like parts about sex. Like I'm a gray sexual person, which means that I experience occasional sexual attraction, but like that doesn't make me any less ace than a demisexual person or somebody who's totally asexual.
I can actually speak on the touch aversion, and I'm very, I don't know, I'm freshly out as ace. This has been about a year experience for me. It's a lot of education and still learning. And honestly, that is a big thank you to Tall Squall for being open about it on the Twitterverse. You had posted something a while ago, and like it was like, oh, that's a light bulb. Whoa. So, but I don't know if my aversion to touch is because of being like ASD or based on like ace. However, like things like holding hands and kissing and even cuddles are kind of like, I don't necessarily enjoy those things, and that's okay, because there are there are people on the ace spectrum that are totally open to that, and that's their thing, and that's okay. But there's also some of us who are just like, I just like being in your presence, like I just like being around you, and that's good enough for me.
I mean, I think what everyone's saying a little bit here is just like all sexuality is, it's a spectrum. I mean, Sam, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, sort of like Gnome, actually, I've only really been out for about a year as well. So it's definitely, still like a learning curve kind of in, I guess, sort of figuring out exactly what I'm comfortable with, and just sort of figuring out this new version of me. Like, it's what I've always felt like, but I never had a name or anything for it. So to, you know, have that one clock you at 31 years of age is a fun adventure to sort through. But like in terms of things like, you know, the forever alone stereotype and or the roboticism kind of thing. I'm actually I'm in a long-term relationship. I'm engaged, so that actually sort of I guess sort of those stereotypes made it harder for me to figure out, you know, who I am and that I am ace, because I was very much stuck in those mindsets of, well, but I'm, you know, I'm in a relationship of almost 11 years now.
Wow.
So it was like, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely more of there's no monolith or anything like that. And I even oscillate wildly between sort of touch aversion and not. It changes, like even individuals are on that spectrum of sort of oscillating between what we're comfortable with and what we need, you know, day to day, moment to moment, kind of. Or
I
can
think
be.
as well, I mean, I can only speak to myself, but what you've been sort of describing around the fact that once you knew you were ace, it sort of opened up a few things. And I think Joey sort of said that as well. For me, like in the past, it felt like a particular type of touch or a particular type of a relationship always led to things I was uncomfortable with. The sense that I am probably sex repulsed, or at least partly sex repulsed. But the cuddling and the potentially romance as well, even though I don't feel attraction, that sort of thing I am quite comfortable with and I actually want. So that idea, I think that there is only one way of being ace, is quite harming, definitely.
I think one of the most, sorry.
No, please.
I think one of the most harmful things for me personally, because I discovered that I was ace via Tumblr, which is just a minefield of aphobia, was the idea that ace people weren't queer. And because I, like Sam, am engaged in a long-term relationship for also almost 11 years, so go us. But I am engaged to a straight man. So for a long time, I thought that I was straight, and I thought that you could be both straight and ace. And that is extremely isolating, because I think a lot of ace people don't really feel like there is a community of aces around. Like, we don't talk about it as much because talking about being ace means that you have to talk about sex, and generally we don't want to talk about sex. So I, for a long time, thought I was straight and thought I was alone. So I think, just the myth that gets propagated that like ace people are not queer, that you can only be queer if you're ace and you have romantic attraction to somebody, you know, of the that is not hetero romantic, is extremely damaging. So that's a bad myth, and if you believe that, you're wrong.
That was something that I struggled with when I first began to suspect, because I was engaged to what we thought at the time was a straight man. what he believed he was straight at the time, and we now know that he is not. But that it began a period of discovery for both of us. Like, you know, I was beginning to feel very sex repulsed because he believing that he was a straight man and having that feeling that if I am a straight man, this is what I need to be doing, was, you know, and everything was fine and consensual, and it was something that we were both, you know, okay with. But at the time I was beginning to feel that way, and it was frustrating him. And then I came out with that, and it was something that, you know, just kind of began that journey for both of us. I cannot tell you how he identifies. He is a beautiful rainbow of a man. Like, I struggled a lot with where I fit in the space. Like, around the time I was beginning to suspect that I really was ace, I had gone to a convention, and at all the conventions now, it's like they give you the ribbons where it's like you're either a gamer or you're an ally, and I was like looking at a gamer or an ally. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at these ribbons and I'm like, well, I might be ace, but I don't feel like a gamer. I'm gonna take this ally ribbon because that feeling that ace people are not queer, we don't belong in the space. It's like, I mean, it is, like Lauren said, it's really isolating.
Very much so. I think while I had self-identified, I wasn't really out until about two and a half years ago. The first time I wore my colors was at Gen Con 2018. And that June was when I sort of first really, I had kind of known my own identity probably for 5 or 6 years by that point. But unless it really someone sort of was asking or probing into what was, at that point, what was wrong with me, it was very much something that I was not trying to advocate and bring visibility to. But I think as I realized more and more just how little visibility there is, and, again, coming out in a public way later in life, and even sort of discovering myself later in life, it was it was interesting just to see the number of people who still didn't realize that there was an identity that fit them, that they weren't broken, and that for most most people don't even understand that there are sort of two different legs of attraction, both romantic attraction and sexual attraction, and the third leg that I would love to even bring more visibility to is aesthetic attraction. And those three things, it's a stool. For a lot of people, it's a pillar. All three things are in a line and they are inseparable. But for a lot of us, those are three very separate things and can make it very confusing. I'm homoaesthetic. I am a very much aesthetically attracted to the male form, which of course in 1980s South Georgia, oh, he's gay. There's just no question. If you like looking at guys better than you like looking at girls, well, I don't want to sleep with any of them. So, it's, I think that education piece to go beyond even the romantic and sexual to romantic, sexual, and aesthetic is still a huge transition that people need to make across the both the queer spectrum and even the straight spectrum, to understand that it's okay to be sexually straight but bi aesthetic. That's perfectly okay, and it's okay being, or even homoaesthetic but be sexually straight is still fine. It's just, I think it's a huge education or knowledge piece that is missing, that I'm hoping that part of us doing this and other folks through all the different formats that we have can bring more attention to.
Yeah, I like to make the joke that we have Ace Awareness Week in October, and it's a week long because that is how long it takes to explain the difference between romantic and sexual attraction. And then, like, if you want to talk about aesthetic attraction, I think that's like a whole other week, honestly. Maybe we need to.
Just give us a month.
Right?
I mean, I know for me at least, like, sort of having that realization of, oh, there's a difference, just was mind-blowing. And in my case, at least, that was very much what made things sort of start to click and fall into place. Like, that aesthetic and romantic attraction is not equivalent to sexual attraction. And I definitely think if that is something that just society as a whole can build on, and especially just if that's something that even within specifically the LGBTQ community, like we can just sort of discuss more openly as like a thing, I think would be wonderful.
For sure.
Yeah, I think if we think about the LGBTQ community and the words that make up those the alphabet soup, like they're all sexual. They all have we have your homosexuals, you have your bisexuals, we have your pansexuals, and then aromantics are just like chilling in the in the romantic section, and this idea that like everything about queerness is related to how you experience sexual attraction. I mean, even as asexuals, that's how we define ourselves, by like how we experience sexual attraction, when like it's so ingrained. It's so hard for people to split that up. When like, yeah, if you are bisexual, there's a chance you are also biromantic, but you don't call yourself biromantic bisexual. You just call yourself bisexual and assume everybody knows that means romantic.
Right.
Just real quick, speaking of, the LGBTQ acronym, that A, just general PSA, is not for ally. Just putting that out there right now.
Yeah.
There are like 3 A identities that it could be, and none of them are allies.
Yeah, exactly.
Sexual, aromantic, agender.
There you go.
No allies.
No ally.
The allies hold the quilt bag.
Right.
The allies shut up and let us talk.
Right, exactly.
Just had to get that one off my chest.
Oh, absolutely. It actually makes for a good transition for us into sort of our next big topic that we want to talk about, which all of us being creators or doing creative things, making content out there, is, how you yourself can write or incorporate Ace, Arrow, and Demi themes into your work, educating other people on how they can help have visibility inclusion in their work. And also we have a very intersectional group here amongst us, and how that all can sort of blend together to help visibility in general. I think that's the biggest thing that we can take from that. Our first little section there is just how alone we all felt for so long. And even before this started, we were talking a little bit about, hey, what's a media that has great asexual representation? And all of us were like, So, I want to go ahead and throw it out there. I mean, who wants to start? Joey, we haven't heard from you in a while. And I know you've been creating all sorts of great stuff lately.
I mean, as far as like making characters in TTRPGs and portraying them, my default is Ace, period. That's when safety tools are involved, and safety tools should always be involved in games, especially when it comes to like lines and veils. Usually like romantic stuff or sexual content is usually pretty veiled for like me, but like other characters can have it. Like I love watching other people have romantic lines. Like, it's great, get your smooches on. It's not for me, and it's not going to be for my character. And it's certainly been interesting, because the thing when it comes to especially like performing in front of an audience, or you have a product or something that is in front of an audience, the audience loves to just ship things, to put people in ships, to put characters in ships. And that's great. I love it. I do it too. But if I'm telling you that my character is Ace, whether you're a player or the DM at the table or somebody who's participating, respect that. Like, don't put my character in this other situation hoping that it's gonna, fanfare, right? Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Just respect it. The character's ace, the character's ace.
Agree. Just like Joey, by default, my characters are black, left-handed, and ace. Which is a whole other can of worms, because when you consider character creation, there's so little black fan art out there, or black art in general. Like, we have to actually spend the money to commission people, which is fine. It's fine doing that. But, when you're just thinking about what a character looks like, it's like, well, I got to go find something that I can give this artist. And then there's no black art. But that's besides the point. As a romantic asexual or a demisexual, which is an asexual who must form very, very close bonds with somebody before they can consider, romantic attraction or a relationship of any kind. At least that's how I define it. My characters are all that. Like, I'm absolutely for the romance, but similar to Joey, anything further than that is going to go behind that veil or not happen at all, depending on the relationship that I feel my character may have with a different character. So by default, that is a factor in playing games with me. And then when I write characters, I try to make sure, romance so often does not factor into anything that I write, whether it be like one shots or just any sort of media where there is a character. Like, romance doesn't really factor in. So, but if I wrote it, you can pretty much be assured that a good half to 75% of the characters are gonna be ace in some way.
I think I'm a little bit of an opposite for this, because I really enjoy playing characters who are intentionally allosexual, or ace characters who do have sex, but for non-attraction reasons. But it is always like very intentional, because to me, looking at somebody and being like, I would like to do a sex with you, sir, is about as imaginary in my head as like casting a fireball spell is. Like, it's the same. It's not real. But it does have to be like a very intentional thing. I usually decide ahead of time, this character is allosexual. This character likes to have sex with people and will have sex with usually everybody. Usually I don't have like a in between. It's like 0 or 60, because that's just fun and interesting to me. But I think for playing an ace character, the starter version is like to just not have sex or romance in your game, and then it just never comes up. But that's not like really representation. For me, what is romantic ace representation is like having uncomfortable conversations with potentially allosexual partners about like, I love you, but I am never going to look at you and want to have sex with you. That doesn't mean we're never going to have sex, but it means that this is something that you're going to have to work through, because I'm never going to look at you and think you're hot, or I find you sexually attractive. And we don't like to have those conversations, especially when we put sexual content behind a veil. If we are using like a lines and veils system, all of a sudden that takes all discussion of sex off the table. And so I think you kind of have to be open to having awkward conversations. If you veil, because veiling sex means I would not like to role play the mechanical aspects of sex, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like I don't want to ever discuss sex at all.
That's a point that I had not considered previously, and I do think the awkward conversations are like entertaining. As you watch two characters who have never experienced that, or even two people who have never experienced that, try to navigate that whole thing. Like, that is, it's very good to watch. It's very wholesome to watch. So that is something that I had not considered, and thank you for that.
Yeah, I think for me, I haven't really explored a lot of sort of asexuality in tabletop role playing personally. And I mean, maybe that's something I'll try in future, but for me, it's funny, after we all just had this conversation about the importance of representation, but to a certain extent, I want to be able to play games where being asexual is not a big deal, where I don't even have to be out because it isn't assumed that you would have sex. Because let's say it's a world where even allosexual people actually have an upfront conversation about what a relationship would consist of. And so to me, it's like when I think of media where I feel like as an asexual person, I could exist in that world, it doesn't even necessarily need to have asexual characters. It needs to have a view on relationships which is quite broad, which allows different types of people to exist. And I say, for example, Legend of Zelda, which has no canonical ace rep as far as I know. Link is my headcanon, but what it does have is a world in which platonic relationships are valued. Yes, there's sort of hints at sexuality and romance in that world, but it's not sort of assumed generally that that's something that everyone experiences, and it's also not assumed that sexual and romantic relationships are the pinnacle that we all need to be working towards. That's not the end goal of those games. And to me, when I am creating my own worlds and my own games, yes, sometimes it's about putting actual asexual characters in there and calling them asexual, but a lot of the time it's just thinking about how those relationships operate and what that world values, I guess.
Oh, for sure. One of the things I'm exploring in my world right now is that in sort of the creation myth, the earliest races were the dwarves and the dragonborn, and the dragonborn are very much along those lines. Reproduction is just about reproduction, and it is a discussion. It was it was actually two male dragonborn who are kind of the Adam and Steve of this world, and it is the who wants to carry the eggs, who wants to do this, because we don't know what dragonborn are. In these cases, these sort of primordial dragonborn are very amorphous in their even the way they were dragons, and they became dragonborn because they wanted to sort of have this sort of more humanoid form to be able to interact with the dwarves. And so then it was who wants to carry the eggs? Do we want to have kids? Do we not want to have kids? But their relationship was, and even their lineage was not in any way based off of either gender or based on sexual reproduction. So even though they did reproduce.
Yeah. If I can, because I think giving specific examples is probably a good idea. I'll give two maybe. So I have a world that I've developed called Failure, which is, we're in a tabletop role-playing game called Coven, which doesn't have marriage. It specifically says in the rules, marriage does not exist in this universe, which, I mean, I don't mean that as an insult to anyone who has been married, but marriage is sort of this idea that there is a relationship hierarchy which doesn't exist in this world. In another game, I made a visual novel where you have, there's an option where a character wants to just give you a hug, and you have the option of saying no to that. which, yeah, because I love hugs, but not everyone does. So I think giving, like, as you say, giving sort of these examples in the world, these signposts of the fact that relationships don't have to follow a particular pattern to be valid.
Yeah, because for me at least, it's only in the last year or so that I've really come to terms with at least that label of being ace. It's only in the last year that I've been able to really start incorporating it into characters. I had been sort of experimenting with it subconsciously, I guess, before that, you know, like you do. But for me at least, I mean, I'm just gonna say I'm freaking chip trash. I love that stuff. And
Same, to be honest.
right? Like, that was sort of another thing where it was, you know, there's misconceptions about what being ace means, sort of made me question that, because I was like, is loving trashy like fanfic and stuff? Does that mean I'm not really asexual? I don't know. And now it's really nice to sort of get to explore that with my characters, who also by default are always asexual. Either a romantic or pan-romantic, usually pan-romantic because that's what I am. And I'm still just sort of enjoying being able to explore that into these identities for me. It's just sort of speaking, like, I'm also somebody who loves those awkward conversations, especially in like the context of role play. Like I have a PC who is right now pretty much grappling with their first romantic crush like ever. They're ace, they're very touch averse, and they just had to ask a party member for dating advice, and it did not, it was so adorably like they also have bad anxiety, and it was just this total sort of train wreck of just words. You know, but it was a really cathartic experience because like that was not too much role playing really necessary for that. Like that everybody pretty much just got a shot of like Sam trying to navigate that. And that was very cathartic for me, at least.
Well, it brings up a good point, especially when we talk about those awkward discussions. I mean, many of us, you know, role play is a way for us to sort of try on some of these things that we're going to or have already experienced in real life, and either might have wished they'd gone differently, or that, you know, that awkward conversation that you get to have in D&D, you know, can help you. I mean, you know, a lot of us, you know, sort of joke, but it is kind of true. You know, role play is therapy, you know, and it's a way for you to try on that conversation of hey, I am finding myself in a, you know, more than just friends relationship with this person, but I also need to understand who I am and the way that this works with me in order to have that relationship grow, or again, not to make sure that it's not, you know, that there aren't mistakes that are made or feelings that are hurt later on down the road.
I think something that I've never actually got to roleplay as an experience, but I think would be interesting to explore as somebody who does like to play kind of more emotionally heavy games that are less like, haha, this is an awkward conversation, and like this is an awkward conversation that is hard and painful, is the idea of unenthusiastic consent. And like, shameless self-promotion, I wrote a series of micro games for asexual characters called Romantic. You can get it on itch.io under Starving Soubrette. That's my one plug. But one of these games is about being in a relationship with an allosexual person who wants to have sex. And it's my personal belief that you shouldn't be beholden to like one person's desire or the other, you know, or another person's lack of desire, because that's going to make both people unhappy. And so sometimes you just do it, even though you don't want to. You know, you can kind of make yourself get there. But that's a very, it can be very triggering. For a lot of people, it is something that requires like the right table, the right set of safety tools. But I feel like when we talk about sex in role-playing games, it's always like 100% enthusiastic consent, and people talk a lot about like sex should always be enthusiastic 100% all the time, which is true in a lot of cases. But I think unenthusiastic consent is a part of a lot of ace people's experiences, and I would love to find a way where everybody could like kind of safely explore that harder time in a game, because the stakes are lower, because it's not going to ruin your relationship.
Right.
It's just
I get it. I also just want to say, just because I know that there may be some people who watch this and think negatively about unenthusiastic consent, that does not mean non-consensual.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, and I know that that's what you mean, but I just want to point that out for people who are watching this and they think unenthusiastic consent means that you don't want to, but you're going to do it anyway. Like, that's what it means, but it's not saying you're not being forced to do it. It's just, it's a little tricky.
Yeah,
it's a nuance.
It's very nuanced. And as someone who has been unenthusiastically consensual in some things during that transitional period of my life, it is absolutely not non-consensual. You will find, you may find, I won't say you will, but you may find some enjoyment in it, but it is not like all parties are still consenting, even though you may not be entirely happy about it.
Yeah, it's like if you're hungry and somebody really wants pizza and you don't really want pizza, but like it's super important to them that they get pizza right now, and you're like, okay, I will eat the pizza. And then you eat the pizza and it's not bad. It doesn't make you sick. You don't feel like awful after you eat the pizza. You just would have rather had something else.
Exactly. Like you really wanted a burger.
Yeah, no,
actual pizza.
It's a really complicated one, which I mean, you're right. It'd be interesting to do that in the game, specifically with other asexual people, because I feel a lot of that conversation actually gets kind of dominated by not asexual people. So, yeah, it is complicated.
Actually, we were going to talk about safety, about safety systems and shipping. So we kind of we jumped right through that one. But no, I think that life experience is again a lot of what's missing, and I think it's the nuance, as Lauren was saying earlier, about even the safety tools. You know, there is the okay, we're going to put this behind a veil. And a lot of times you end up putting a lot of things adjacent behind a veil as well. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes not, which can mean that you don't get to explore some of those uncomfortable spaces. And I don't know how to, and I'm actually really glad since, to have Lauren here. I don't know the right way to say that you sometimes neuter your experience too far. I don't know how to say this correctly, so before I get myself into trouble, I'm going to hand over the mic.
You're muted, Lauren.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, I think when you're talking about safety, and when you're talking about experiences, people sometimes think safety tools are kind of like cushions to protect you from all of the bad things in the world, so you only have a fun, happy, positive experience, which they can be used for that, and they're great when they're used for that. But part of the reason that people started talking about safety tools and creating safety tools was to navigate those kind of difficult experiences. And there are some games that we play to be uncomfortable on purpose. Bluebeard's Bride is one that I can think of off the top of my head. Like, that is a game that is meant to make you feel uncomfortable. It is in the principles of the game. And so I think it takes the right table. It takes the right set of tools, because there are lots of tools and some work better for some people than others, to figure out exactly how far you can go into these difficult conversations and uncomfortable moments, knowing that you can always pull back later on.
Yeah, I can actually speak on that. I only just recently had just one character that ended up having a romantic interest, and it took 23 episodes, about 2 to 3 hours each, for them to even barely eventually have like that kiss moment. And what's really interesting is something we discuss is constant communication. Your lines, your veils can shift all the time. Be active in a chat with each other. Be active as a group, because your table's involved, the GM is involved. Like, as transparent as possible, and that allowed me to have that safe feeling, right, to be comfortable exploring something like that, because it's something I'd never done before in a TTRPG game. And then also, it's a sci-fi game, and things like when you play fantasy, when you play sci-fi, like, it's not just like humans, right? It's not just that's the only thing that's there. Like, loving somebody doesn't have to be physical. The situation may not call for it. The culture of whatever world you're in may not call for it. And that's okay. And it's really fascinating and interesting to explore. And I'm just really grateful to have had a table that allowed me the space to explore that, because it doesn't have to be that love, that connection wasn't going to be any more physical than just that, because it didn't need to be. The connection between the characters were already there.
And I think to sort of bring that back to our panel and being Arrow and Ace is that communication, especially when you do have an Arrow or Ace or Demi player who, just because they're, to have that that safe place, but also that us wanting to explore something that doesn't invalidate our identity, because I know certainly I've experienced through the years, I think I'm the oldest amongst us by a lot, but there's always well, you did this, therefore you're obviously not Ace, you're obviously not asexual, because you shouldn't be even thinking about sex. You shouldn't even be, why would you say you're Arrow, but you say you want to hold someone's hand? That's a romantic thing. It seems like there's always someone, one night with me and you'll not even know how to say asexual anymore. There's always those people out there who, no, I've had that said to me actually more than once.
I laugh because it hurts.
Oh yeah, no. So I think it's a very frightening place, I think, for a lot of us, because we've had so many bad experiences with just opening the door a crack, and suddenly it becomes proof to invalidate your identity. And the asexuals don't really exist, and so I think I said in another interview earlier this year, just holding someone's hand can be one of the most dangerous things for an asexual, because so many times before in our overly sex saturated culture, you look at someone's eyes too long, you hold their hand, well, you're having sex. 2 hours till sex, to the sex,
I gotta feel like you understand that from like a masculine perspective, right?
Yes.
Like if we could even touch on that for a second. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm a trans mask, and that pressure to everything has to be sexual.
Oh yeah.
How something is very wrong with you.
Oh.
If you don't find that person hot, or you haven't done this yet.
Oh.
What do you mean you've not done this? How? Well, you're not a dude then. Like.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it was very, high school, college. I mean, basically, truly, it was easier for me to let people default think that I was a repressed homosexual than that I wasn't interested in having sex. And remember, this is the 80s, the 90s, where being gay was still a big, well, in the 80s, you were disease-ridden. I mean, I was in high school at the height of AIDS. And so not only were you gay, and, I was in South Georgia, so gay, going to hell, and a biohazard. Because even though I insisted I'd never been with anybody, of course I was lying. Because everyone's had sex or wants sex, and the gays, boy, they have sex all the time because, that's what they do. Like I said, to college, it was sort of the same idea. Luckily there, I was at an engineering school where I could just be a geek and be studying all the time, and, had greasy hair and acne, so it was pretty easy. And then, I think probably my biggest challenges were when I did in my 30s, it was my 30s before I started getting in shape and doing cosplay, and then especially doing fitness cosplay, where I was doing, many costumes that showed off my physique and showed off my body. And the cosplay community is very promiscuous. They just are. There's a fetish community that's involved in there. There's just a lot of sex in the cosplay community. And the fact that I was going to bed at 10 o'clock because I'd been up all day in costume and walking a con floor. And that I was going to bed alone, or usually had a room alone, just inconceivable. And especially as a man. And that when I had women throwing themselves at me, that I, had nothing to do, and then would have men throw themselves at me and had nothing to do with them. Like I said, it was, from the masculine side, it was, I was very convinced for 3 decades I was just broken. I can tell you the number of times that I used to tell people, it's because I'm the psycho one in the relationship. I'm broken. I don't do well in relationships. I don't know how to have a relationship because I'd never been in a relationship that wasn't immediately sex-based. So.
I think it's really harmful to people raised like feminine or raised as girls as well, because growing up as a girl, I was told boys only want one thing, and that's what they hear. And I can't imagine what it's like to be a little boy growing up hearing that you only want one thing and then not wanting that one thing. That sounds terrible. But it also is part, and there's a lot of intersections about toxic masculinity in here too, but it's part of the reason why you're so, as a femme person, I'm so wary around masculine people, because you get this thing ingrained in your head that's they only want one thing. They're only talking to you because they want to have sex with you. And it's so bad. It hurts everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Really messed. I know it really messed me the heck up. So yeah.
And I went to a Catholic girls' school where they did their best to tell us that everyone was asexual, at the school at least. And then I left the school, and turns out that's not true.
Yeah. Or the sex ed, where it's you cannot have sex until you're married, and then it is imperative that you have sex.
Yeah.
Once
then you
are
owe
married.
sex. Yeah.
Yeah.
We could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There is so much, and I'm hoping that we can all get together again, because believe it or not, we are almost out of time already. I do want to have a quick chance to quickly roll around everybody and just any final thoughts that folks might have in our last about 3 minutes that we've got. I'm just so happy that we got to have this conversation, and I really do hope that we can bring this with even more topics to share with to at another either con, either virtually or live soon. While we go down through our normal
Final thoughts. You're not broken. You're not a robot. I lived most of my life feeling those things, and it's not true. It's just not true. You can still love, and you could still be loved.
Luciella.
Last thoughts. Will, want, won't lists are amazing. Look them up. Pretty much create a list of things you want in a relationship, things you will do in a relationship, things you won't do in a relationship. You can do that either for an actual relationship or for a tabletop role-playing game. I think that's a really good way of actually setting boundaries up front.
Great. Sam.
You can be ace and still enjoy your trashy romance novels and dirty jokes. You are still 150% valid.
Latia.
Sam stole what I was going to say. I am grateful to have an opportunity to talk to all of you. Sam, you and I need to talk because we probably need to talk like trashy romance and shipping and all of that.
Oh, yes.
I get it on this.
Yeah, me too.
To everybody watching, your version of asexuality, aerosexuality, demisexuality is valid. You see here, there is absolutely no one way to be the way that you are. And, if you're still finding your way, there's so much, like, you don't have to be in that box, that you are beautiful people, all of you.
Lauren.
Yeah, in the advocacy work I do, I think a lot of people aren't sure whether they're ace, and I always tell them, if you think that you're ace, you're probably ace. And if you think you're ace and you call yourself ace and then you find out later that you're something else, that's okay. But like, you're allowed to call yourself something, and you're allowed to seek out other people who have the same experiences as you. And I recommend it.
I think my last words are just to remember that there are 3 legs to the attraction table: sexual, romantic, and aesthetic. And with that, I think we're going to say goodbye, and thank you all for tuning in. Theoretically, we were in the chat, so we've been interacting with you while you watch this. And everyone, be safe out there. Don't forget to love each other. And we hope to see you at another con sometime soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer. We can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. or using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing, where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition, where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts!
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing!
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun. It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love, yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com, check out our socials, and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Choose your swap at Momoko! Yukimiko! Terabyte! Queen Polly! Amelie! Era Millennia! Versus mode! Story mode! We challenge you to a swap-at showdown!
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only one tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's one tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished. 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done! campers? A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite!
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost used to upgrade your car mid-race, or used as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing.
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun. It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love, yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials, and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Choose your swap at Momoko, Yukimiko, Terabyte, Queen Polly, Amelie, Era Millennia, Versus Mode, Story Mode, we challenge you to a swap at showdown.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to our PAX panel here called Fight for the Future, How the FGC Can Improve. So I am your host, David Giltonen here, basically the moderator for this panel. And I want to, have everyone introduce themselves here. So let's start off with Alicia.
Hi, I am Alicia, also known as Alicia X Life. I am a team owner. I am also a professional commentator and a content creator. That's all there is to me.
All right, Big Cheese.
Hello there. My name is Jakeem Big Cheese Johnson, and glad to be here with everybody. I am your entertainer for the night. Not wrong. Content creator, streamer, improviser, whatever you want to call me. My life, your entertainment.
All right, Cuddlecore.
Hi, my name is Cuddlecore, or G-Nail, and I'm a professional esports player for Equinox Gaming. I compete in Tekken 7. I'm also a streamer, and I also am now a gaming coach for EXO Academy Season 2.
Nice. James.
My name is James Chen. I'm one half of the Ultra Chen TV duo, and I'm a commentator for fighting games, and I also consider myself a fighting game historian of sorts, having played fighting games for 2 decades now.
Okay, connoisseur, if you will. Yeah. Very good. And David.
Hey, my name is David, aka Ultra David, and actually I've been playing fighting games for 2 decades, and James has been playing fighting games for a decade longer than that. I'm the other half of Ultra Chen TV. I'm a commentator in fighting games and also an attorney who represents players and broadcasters and tournament organizers and teams in the FGC and other parts of esports too.
Putting James on blast over here. All right.
Yeah, no, I forgot.
You had a conversation like that. That was crazy.
I saw the right-click menu pop up because I was trying to secretly mute David there, but
all right. And as I said before, my name is David Giltonen. I am the host for Artcast, which is short for Another Retro Gaming Podcast. Been around for over 4 years now. Content creator at large, if you will. I do freelance writing and voiceover as well. And they do like a number of different panels. So this is actually the 4th year in a row now I've done PAX panels for. So a little bit of a veteran, I guess, at this sort of thing. So let's jump right to it. So basically, the FGC has had a rough year with the cancellation of events, most notably EVO, and having its own Me Too moment with sexual assault allegations within the Smash Brothers community, and even against one of the organizers of EVO. So the question I wanted to start off here for all of you is, was 2020 the year things seemed to go wrong for the FGC, or did it just bubble to the surface an underlying problem that was always there?
I think that it's always been a problem that's always been there, but I think there has always been this fear that if people speak, that they'll get blacklisted or opportunities will be taken away from them. And I think especially with tournaments being canceled and we're kind of like all on this like very like slow spot right now, and we're all kind of at home. I think there's a lot of reflecting. I think there's people realizing there's change that needs to be had. So people are, they're banding together. They're realizing there needs to be things that need to be fixed. So I don't think it was a bad place for the FGC to be. I think it needed to happen. And I think 2020, though it's been very chaotic, it was necessary so that we can start reshaping how the FGC should be.
I completely agree with Cuddle. I think that instead of seeing it as sort of, I think it's the positive direction. It's the direction we need to go. And if anything, this is a good thing. And when seeing it as the way it is, like with COVID, that's a different story, right? Like that's an unfortunate situation. That's a very terrible thing that's going on in the world. And for tournaments to be canceled for those reasons, yeah, that's terrible. But when I'm talking in relation to the Me Too movement, this is essential, right? Unless it's taken seriously, things will not move forward, right? Like I chose to back out of commentary before Evo was canceled because I couldn't stand for it. Like it was something that I truly wasn't aware of, and my ignorance bothered me because once I became educated about what was going on around me, like, hey, this is what's happening. Like, are you okay with that? Can you stand with that? And can you work in that environment? And the answer is no, I couldn't. Right. So, me and other commentators were just, we pulled out instantly. Players started pulling out, teams started pulling out. And it wasn't just because of like, oh, it's a movement, oh, it's cancel culture. It's more than that. It's understanding, do your values and do your principles hold merit? Do they actually mean something? And will you put that to the test? Or will you just say it for the sake of saying it and let it be a passing phase?
Yeah, one of the tricky things about it is, a lot of the people out there who are against this kind of thing call it cancel culture, et cetera, et cetera. But, I really don't like, I guess, that kind of language, because really when you talk about cancel, it's kind of negative. It's like, oh, you're trying to prevent things from happening. But what you're actually doing by improving these situations, by calling these situations out, is you're actually enabling people to go, because the safer we make the environment, the more likely people will be able to go to these events and have a good time, and to actually have the repercussions for people who do wrong things or do bad things. That makes people feel safer. I always bring up Combo Breaker, one of the biggest tournaments in the country, as an example. Rick Thayer, the Hado, does a great job, promoting, welcoming, and making sure to keep everybody safe there. And when you're at the event, you can see it. Like, it probably has one of the largest male to female kind of like diversity ratios, like one of the more equal ones out of all the fighting game events. And I don't think that's an accident.
Yeah, I think it's also something that gets brought up with me a lot though, is especially being like an advocate for women in the community, is that people who tend to not be on the map feel uncomfortable in events, right? And Combo Breaker is an amazing event. Rick is an amazing person. Like even Jabali and CEO is amazing. Like there's a lot of events that are amazing and have amazing people running them. But for people who don't have, I guess, influence within the scene, they feel helpless in a lot of these scenarios. And then they have to turn to people who they know have influence to make a difference. And that is where a big disconnect happens. And already talking to event organizers about this, about creating safe spaces, creating booths where people can report, not just injury booths, but where they can create safe spaces. So they're dedicated safe spaces where they're people who are neutral outside of the scene, like counselors, like therapists, like people who have backgrounds in psychology that can help out people during this. If there's a trauma that happens, anything that makes people feel safe, even if there's somebody who's brand new at their first tournament to someone who's been a veteran this entire time. And that's something I would really love to be implemented. And I think that this is the time for it to finally be done, just because of what's happening now.
As far as the year goes, I think that I just view it as very important. And I agree with people saying that this is kind of stuff that has been there. Certainly, I mean, some of the allegations go back 15, 20 years. So clearly it is like a long-term sort of problem. And it's very important, right? It's something that we need to go through. And I also don't really think that it's a coincidence that it happened during COVID times, because as you guys were just talking about, Alicia was just talking about this, at events, people feel the pressure to not talk about this sort of stuff, right? But when we're all at home, there's no possibility of going to any major events. They're all being canceled. They're being canceled for the foreseeable future, for the year, minimum. The sort of expected consequences are going to be less, because you are less commonly going to be in those physical situations where you may feel unsafe, where you may feel that these consequences could be placed upon you. So not to say that there's no consequences for this stuff, right? There's plenty of online interactions that are still quite negative, but the us all sitting at home and thinking about all the things that we've been through and not being able to hang out with other people and not expecting the same sort of negative consequences, I think is part of why it all welled up in around the same time period, right? Not just for the FGC, but for game devs and for other esports too. Like we're all sort of in this strange little mindset where we may be doing things that maybe we wouldn't if we were traveling and seeing each other and worried about the potential consequences of like a normal year. So I think that it's super important, and it's nothing's good about coronavirus, to be clear. But secondarily,
glowing reviews or anything like that for coronavirus.
Yeah, but it has afforded this opportunity, I think, for people to actually come out with the stuff that is stuff that they've been holding on to for a long time, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's also. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think it's just one of those things too, where like there's a lot of like. Of course, we talked about backlash, as James was talking about, right? Where people tend to say like cancel culture and has a negative connotation with it. And when thinking about all of that and the cases that have come forward, is there's also moments where we've seen video evidence of this happening, of people interacting with minors and physically touching them at events where we were not made aware of until now. So it's like it goes from allegations to being factual. And at that point, like what point do people like knock off this childish mentality of, oh, you're all just on like a bandwagon to, hey, we're now holding people accountable. Stop. Like, and also the difference between Cuddle and I talked about this on FGC Book before our podcast, and it's like we talked about like tearing something down that's not okay and like making sure we create an environment that's healthier versus putting somebody on a podium, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely kind of hit something that's very close to home for me, because I actually had to distance myself, like just like completely cut out my former co-host for my podcast, actually for very similar reasons, actually, because of being accused for sexual assault or stalking, things like that, like during PAX East this year. So all that kind of went down, and I had to just kind of like make it known that like kind of to distance myself, and thankfully people understood as far as like his actions compared to my actions, and the brand of the show and all that stuff. But it's why it is very important though to kind of speak up on these things, and as soon as possible as well. Obviously like that's going to be different for different people, like depending on how comfortable you are with coming out, like depending on like what it is that happened to you or what someone may have done to you or whatever it may be. But the sooner the better, really, because then that that holds that person accountable, makes more people aware as far as like what kind of behavior to look out for from people like that. Cheese, I was kind of curious on your take on this as well, since you're kind of like more, I guess, like the outsider looking in from the of the FGC, kind of like how I am as well. So I'm really curious to hear on your take.
For the FGC, you believe that? But how I look at this, I really feel like this was the year of a rude awakening, because people don't understand that this has been going on for years, and people have decided to speak up about it, not only because what's going on with COVID, but they got fed up with the fact that I'm tired of being quiet. I'm tired of not speaking up. I'm tired of not letting people know exactly what's going on. So when these individuals decided to speak up about it, it was like, okay, now you want to speak about it? Why didn't you say anything a couple of years ago? Why didn't you say anything last year? It's like, because I can't really speak on things until I'm ready. And that's how it is sometimes. But when it came to the point that they were ready to talk, you can see like it wasn't like how they say like, oh, he's exposed. Oh, I knew it. No, it was like, this happened. That person needs to be responsible, and they need to, take consideration of what they've done, apologize to that person. You can move forward or you can resign, whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, you are held accountable for what you did or what you've done. And if you don't hold yourself accountable for it, then guess what? That guilt rolls with you for the rest of your life. And it's on your head. It's going to be a black cloud. And the fact of the matter is, you have people that do tell or let people know what's going on. And you have the whole cancel culture not believing in them. So they cancel the person that is telling the truth while they are, embracing the person that's telling a lie. And that's why it's like, this is why I can't say anything, because this will happen to me. But I'll be doggone if you let a cancel culture stop you from telling the truth. The truth needs to be told. So tell it. Don't worry about the consequences, because I'd rather be canceled telling people what happened to me than be known for, not telling people what happened to me. That's a bad thing, because now you're holding yourself, you're holding so much of the truth that, you know, if you lie about it, nobody's going to believe you when the truth comes out. So reveal it, let it out.
Totally. Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to say something about that. I feel like, I think people are very justified in keeping that kind of information to themselves, given the type of history that talking about the truth has kind of, you know, revealed. The fact that, like, when people have discussed, and the fact that when that cancel culture in that group comes up, like, you know, they're attacking the victim, they're pretty much scared into not wanting to talk. So I think then what needs to happen then is, at the core, the FGC needs to be fine-tuned in multiple ways, like making it safer for people to talk. The reason why they're not coming out is because the FGC is hostile when it comes to people telling their truths. And that's what's literally been happening, is because there's more enabling than there is checking people, and because there's less accountability, what's happening is, you know, people are allowed to say what they want. They're allowed to attack victims however they want. There's no sort of order to it. There's no protection. And especially like what Alicia was saying, in regards to if somebody's doesn't have the same platform, and they're a victim. So what happens is it's even scarier, because they'll automatically think, oh, this person has no sort of notoriety or anything, no sort of history, no sort of
following or anything. Yeah.
Exactly. So why would we believe them? They'll call them a nobody. They'll call them a clout chaser. They'll call them like there's some sort of agenda, instead of it being just, hey, this person took advantage of me. Hey, this person did this to me. And this person has done this to multiple people. This needs to stop. Like, that's the way it should be. Like, you know, the FGC needs to be changed in that way.
So with that said, as far as like the FGC being hostile in situations like that, this kind of brings up like the next question I wanted to ask. Would you consider the FGC to be inclusive, and how could it improve in this regard?
Okay, so I mean, like,
You got some words, I can tell. Yeah.
It is different because we're like people of color and like LGBT, and it's like, you know, we could say it's inclusive, but like, are we really being real about it? No, we're not, because in reality, it's hella not inclusive. This is inclusive, right? To most, like, let's be real, most men, right? I'm gender fluid. I really couldn't care less about like what gender someone refers to me as. But in reality, right? In reality, it's inclusive for people who feel included, right? The amount of gatekeeping in this community is disgusting. The amount of people who use, especially people who are in positions of power and influential, who use that and go, hey, I have literal clout armor. I can say whatever I want. I can be derogatory towards women. I can hate on Black people. I can do whatever I want, because what are they going to do to me, right? I'm still making top 8. So what can they do to me? And that still stands. Like, it hasn't gone away. And to pretend that like, oh, we're so inclusive is such a lie. Is such a lie. And the crazy part about that is that no matter how much we try to be like, oh, we're more inclusive than like League because they are really toxic, or more inclusive than like Overwatch because they're really toxic. Yeah, do a ratio comparison. Talk about how we have way less women in those communities by ratio standards. Why do we have less women than them? There's a reason. Because we aren't inclusive towards women. And what happened even today, I was playing ranked, right? And what's the first message I get when I beat somebody? Girl, I want to eat your ass. What?
This is the problem here. This is continue.
Is that a compliment, or Cheese is just taking himself out of the panel entirely?
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that we can act like, right? And of course there's jokes. Of course I laughed. I did the camera zoom. We all had a good time, right? Because it's whatever. Like, I'm not going to be like all up in my feelings about it, because to me it's an average Tuesday. You know, it's an average Monday. But at the same time, it's like, when it comes to actual events, when it comes to even commentating, right? Like, the first thing that happens is that, you know, people don't care about your merit even until, like, because that happened to me a lot when I first started commentary, even, was that people didn't take me seriously. And as soon as I walked on, like, the first thing they would do is talk about my appearance. Like, listen, I'm a chubby girl who I love to eat, but I also love to work out. I do my thing, right? And the first thing that happens when I walk on stage is like, bam, instantly comments about how I look, instantly about my appearance, get called the N-word in DMs every single time I commentate without fail. And it's like, all of this builds up on you, right? And it's in other other commentators of other genders, other religions, everything get this as well. But when females get targeted, they don't even care about the content of what I'm saying until halfway through. And it's like, damn, because like the thing is, at least when like somebody else walks onto the mic, they're like, okay, we'll give him a shot. Oh, he's bad, cool. Now we'll dog him, right? But it's like they don't give it that beat. And I'm lucky enough that in the Caliber communities, like when I go on the mic and someone does that stuff, the chat will like just gang up on them and be like, excuse you, put respect on it. She's been here studying, putting in this work. Where have you been? Where have you showed up? Right? Like they'll do that. But at the same time, it's like, what about those people who try out their first time, right? Those women, those people of color, anybody, right? Who tries out their first time. Why are they so gatekept when they're just trying to make it and just trying to, move up? What happens when Cuddle walks on stage, right? Cuddle's one of the best players, one of the best players in North America. And she even gets dogged. What? Are you kidding me? That's not inclusive. That's not inclusive. And I know that this happens for other genders, and that's unfortunate. I'm not saying that, oh, it's just women, screw men. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that there is a problem, though. That's my 2 cents. James, what do you think?
Well, no, I mean, kind of to tag along with that, I've talked about it a lot on social media, that women have a hard time getting themselves into the community because they're targeted and they have, they're treated badly. And I get people arguing with me, oh, you know what? We talk just as much smack to guys. I'll talk smack to guys too. It's the same and everything. And I said, it's not the same, because you'll see this happen all the time when, like let's say you're playing at a casual station and a girl sits down next to you and starts playing. You'll pick your secondary character. You'll try to go easy on them. In other words, you've already judged them before they sat down. Whereas if a guy sits next to you, you're going to be like, shoot, how good is he? I don't like, if you've never seen this person before, you're like, how good is he? I'm going to play my main character. I'm going to be all serious about everything. The girl is judged the instant she walks in the door, and the guy, is not. And so if the guy turns out to be bad, then you start talking smack or whatever like that, but you're doing it based off of what you're finding out. But with women, and a lot of times you already have an opinion. You already have a preconceived notion if you don't know anything about him. If Cuddlecore sat next to you in a Tekken machine and you're like, I better go easy on her, I mean, she's gonna kick your ass. So, that's just one of those things. Like, but your brain, if you've never met her before, when she sits down, you're gonna be like, oh, that's cool. A girl is playing. And, and that's the kind of thing that we need to stop is that prejudgment. To get rid of that preconceived notion that, if a girl sits down next to you to play a game, you treat her just like everyone else. Oh my gosh, how good is she? I'd better be serious about this kind of thing.
I mean, like for me, I always kind of called it the ain't that cute mentality. It's like whenever you see like a girl like try to come up, it's like, oh, I'm playing video games. Oh, that's cute. Let's see what you got. And then like when they actually have, skill, like you actually like surprise yourself in that case. At least if you already have those preconceived notions anyway. Yeah. Ultra Dave, I was kind of curious on your take as well.
Well, I see it by absence. So I'm a straight white man, and I have never been attacked on stream for being a guy, and I've never been attacked on stream for being white, and I've never been attacked on stream for being straight. But I see my friends have to deal with that stuff constantly. When they're commentating or when they're playing, that happens all the time. And so that's a very obvious difference for me, right? I'd notice the difference if I'm the one commentating or if it's somebody else who may look different in whatever way. But I see it separately as well. So those are some parts of my identity. But another part is that I'm a Jew. And when people know that, most people are not jerks about it. But the only time that I get attacked is on that point. So I've never been on Twitter. I've never been blown up for being a guy or white or whatever. That's never happened to me. It happens all the time that I get attacked for being Jewish. And this kind of puts the lie to the idea that there's inclusivity, right? Because I'm in sort of maybe 3/4 of my identity, you might say. I've never been attacked ever. The 1/4 gets attacked. And it's the same for people who are, not as sort of free from having to worry about this stuff as I am in those other ways. The history of it is that, you know, in the arcade, we felt that we were being inclusive with each other. That was not right? It was not right. But that's sort of our feeling. I remember it. But with that inclusivity was boiled in exclusivity, right? That was an inherent part of it. It was to section ourselves off as here was what we defined as inclusive, not women, right? Not gay people, not trans people at that time either. It was a very delineated line, and there were only a couple of exceptions in all of North America, or people who did fall into those other categories, who were willing to put up with all the crap. It was not many people, and so we've continued to sort of tell this fable about how we are inclusive, even though it was defined negatively in the first place, and that's now I think made it so that some people kind of cling to this idea that it is inclusive in a way that deals harm, because it's not allowing them to see that, in fact, there are these major ways that we're not inclusive and that we're, in fact, not a great spot to be for many different people. But they're blinded to that because they have this sort of myth that we've made that the FGC is inclusive.
Now, Cheese, I know you're a very competitive guy yourself, actually. And I know you love fighting games also. So I was kind of curious, I guess, like your experience, I guess, with people within the FGC or like those hardcore fighting game players, like whether they were inclusive towards you or not.
Well, people fear what they don't understand and hate what they can't conquer. I always go by that quote because if you look at the FGC, it's predominantly male. So when you have a person of color, a female, or a gay individual that takes over something that is supposed to be predominantly male, it's a fear factor. It's like, oh, they're taking over. What we're going to do about this certain thing, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like
they're taking her gerbs. Yeah,
it shouldn't be like that because gaming is for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And some people are better than you. Some people have to accept that. Hey, this person's better than you. She beat you down. Like she didn't show you no mercy. Like this is not Mortal Kombat. But at the end of the day, how I see it is not inclusive at all. Okay, because everybody has a chance to do something within the FGC. The only thing is people fear the fact that everybody, wants it to be male dominant. Any game that you play, any game that you see for yourself is not male dominant. Women can play games than most men. I've seen it for myself. I witnessed it for myself. It's the acceptance of the women playing better. And some men can't imagine that. They be like, what's she doing on here? She belongs in the kitchen. Or, oh, what was she doing on here? You better go wash the dishes or wash the clothes. And it's like, she just did that and beat you.
Yeah,
you gonna get mad at her for that?
Yeah, exactly.
So and it boggles me because it's not like gaming is just for a particular sex or a particular gender or a particular race or whatnot. Like Sonic Fox, when I watch him play, I watch him as a person play. I don't look at him being gay. I don't look at him being any of that because I'm not that judgmental.
Fox goes by them.
Right, I'm not that type of person to be judgmental. And Sonic Fox will tell you in a minute, I'm gay. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll tell you that in a quick minute. But I dare you to play him in any game fighting. Any game possible, Street Fighter, Skullgirls, whatever it is. He will put you on the floor and leave you there until you get wrecked. Good game. But but he's a good sportsman as well.
Hey, Cheese, Cheese. Fox goes by them.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Fox goes by them, like they
okay.
them.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Them. Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
sorry, Fox.
mistake.
Love you.
It's all good.
But just be known, like anybody can play the game and anybody can be victorious.
Yeah.
But in a man's mind state, they have to stop having this in their mind that it's just predominantly male. They have to stop doing that. And with the second that they start accepting women in gaming, gay people in gaming, trans people in gaming, when they start accepting that, it will be a better place for the FGC.
One thing I kind of wanted to tag on here, that I don't fully agree with when it comes to you, Cheese. Like, respectfully so, though, because I think that you had the right intent when it came to this part, but I just don't agree with it, would be the way in which women are seen as separate when it comes to gaming. So, for example, when you're talking about, like, oh, like an Overwatch and stuff like that, when, you know, oh, she can, like, go do the dishes or whatever, that's not the thing that's happening here. That's not what's happening to women right now. Is that that's the stereotype of what happens to women. We get
Right.
hated
That's
on.
what I was saying.
It-
Sorry if I
it's
confused it.
it's okay, and because that's the thing is, I know you had the right intent in coming to it. But it's a place of hatred, right? It's where they discredit what you've done. It's
Right.
not about, oh, you have the inability to do it. It's where you've done it, and they're still discrediting to the next degree. So, for
Yes.
example, Cuddlecore winning a tournament. What do they do? Right? It's not a real major. That's the first thing that some people will say to her.
They downplay
Why?
it. Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Is that it's a place of hatred that's so large that people can't hold on to the value of what they've done
Right.
because they're trying to strip that away from them. And that's a massive degree of an issue, right? For example, it's like even where it's like where I get an opportunity to commentate, right? Like originally, like even up until maybe a few months ago, I always felt like I felt super blessed to get a commentary position, and I still do feel extremely thankful. But I earned it. And that's something that I never could hold on my own because I was constantly being fed into this scenario where I believed that I was given this opportunity. No, I earned it. I earned it like any other person would have earned it in the same position. I commentated top 8 at EVO, I commentated World Finals. At what point do I not realize, hey, you might have just earned the spot instead of being spoon-fed an opportunity, right? Like you did it. And then that's something that Cuddle corrected me on constantly because she realized that I was being fed into this mentality that was like, oh, if you're given something, it's because you were given it, not because you earned it. And she's like, no. You put in the work. You've done this. You made it here. This is you, right?
It's the mentality that kind of comes with like the system at play in that case. yeah.
Exactly. And it's like Cuddle is one of the pillars when it comes to this in the community of understanding that no matter how much other people, even if they are technically the outliers that discredit you, is that you still hold that. You still hold the merit of what you do. But it doesn't mean that doesn't get to you at the end of the day because it feeds on this weird pack mentality that does create an insecurity. So it's like to say it's just like, oh, it's a like trashy statement towards you. It's more than that. It's something that builds upon itself where they try to feed in fake factual information that doesn't actually create a placeholder, where they try to pull up statistics that actually don't like relate to the conversation just because it justifies a means to their ends, right? And that's the issue that we're facing here.
Yeah. To where it's like they discredit, like say for instance, they earned what you've earned, then they take all the credit for it. But if you earned it, they'll be like, "Oh, that's nothing," you know.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And it sucks that they look at it that way because you earned it. You know, like like you said, it wasn't given to you. Like I put in work. I've beaten people and you know, best out of 3, best out of 5. I've earned this position. And for you to sit there and downplay that, like that's just blatantly disrespectful. You're gonna put respect on my name.
Exactly.
And it's crazy that you have to put in twice the word, 3 times the word just to show that. And you shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah,
That's honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like it's the knee-jerk reaction, so it's basically how to switch that unconscious mentality, if you will, to kind of get people away from that mentality. And I don't know, like I don't know if it's kind of like a generational thing, but like it's definitely one of those things that kind of like takes time as like more progressive viewpoints, if you will, kind of overtake that. So I just want to kind of move over actually to more of like the online side of things actually. So there are hardcore fans who call for all fighting games to adopt a rollback netcode model to improve the online experience. Do you agree with this? And in what other ways do you think online fighting games could be better?
I don't think anybody here is going to argue against rollback netcode.
No, I'm not saying to argue against it, but I mean, like,
no. I'm just saying that we're all definitely pro rollback netcode. There is no question.
That seems to be the unanimous decision in this case.
I did want to add, like, you know, with making the online experience better, like, netcode, like the rollback being, you know, better, like every game having a model for it would be great. But not just that, but more money put into these tournaments as well, because we still have this problem where players like aren't getting paid that much. And now that we don't have tournaments offline, I think maybe a lot of that money can maybe be given to paying more of the like the top 8 or like top 16, because the pros and the players or whatever, we're still putting in that work. We're still like showing up. We're like competing, and I think now we need to start focusing more on like paying them more for their time and bringing that entertainment as well. Because it doesn't have to be like in a physical seat for it to be entertainment. But I definitely think that's a really big problem still. But it's changing because there's a lot more money being presented for players to earn in fighting game tournaments online, which is good.
So when you say like more money being put into like the online tournaments, are you saying like that money being put into improving like on like the netcode basically, and in order to improve on that online experience?
Oh no, I just mean like in online tournaments, there should definitely be like bigger prize pools in general, because
gotcha.
there was a big problem. Like a lot of like players were talking about when we were playing offline, there wasn't a lot of money. There's something I heard. It was like, okay, yeah, if you got like top 8 and you're like 7th, you get like $100. That is a shame. That should not be happening. And there's a problem with the community in regards to that. But I was saying, like, since we don't have offline tournaments right now, and a lot of that money was probably going to like, venues and stuff like that, maybe we can give some of that to more of these online tournaments that are starting to pop up more, so that we can start, giving people what they deserve in that sense. That's what I was saying.
Is like part of that, you think, because of like fighting games being I guess like more of like a niche genre, and so like there just isn't like enough not like enough money, but like enough like I guess like interest from say like sponsors, for example, to kind of put in like I guess like bigger prize pools for like these tournaments?
That wouldn't be the case in my opinion, because I look at other games that have like the tournaments, and they have these Twitch rivals, and they have everything here. Shoot, even Fall Guys, but it's crazy how like games with so much history, like Street Fighter, like Tekken, like Mortal Kombat, they don't have a bigger prize pool when it comes to like even offline and online. And I've been in events with Twitch rivals to where like the person come in 16th to 20th place, they get like $200, and it's like, how is it that these individuals that's in these tournaments, top 8, at least get $1,000 tops, at least? And they go through plenty of people to reach top 8. It's not like, oh, I'm just going to fight these 60 people here, and that's that. And they go through hundreds, thousands. I witnessed it myself. Like, all these people are here to fight. Who's going to make top 8? And the top 8 only gets $100. That's not even like a quarter of my plane ticket going back to where I came from.
Right.
Like, it's a slap to the face. It's disrespectful. So I truly believe they deserve more. They need to earn more. And I feel like the companies need to invest more into these players as well. So it's not just the sponsors themselves, it's the companies that put out these games, and these individuals are making them a lot more popular than what it should be.
Studios, yeah.
There's a few issues with offline tournaments. You're sort of as the tournament organizer or as the broadcaster, you are bargaining for sponsorships based on like 10 different games that people are going to show up to watch or show up to play. So you have a lot more people there who can give eyes to whatever you're advertising, and that's like worth more money usually. Whereas online, it's really hard to do that. It's much more separated. You can just watch the Tekken stream, or you could just watch the Street Fighter stream, and they're just like not related really, just very different. But then additionally, just like from a legal perspective, there's states and a province in Canada and several countries that have laws so that you can't pay in money into a prize pot that then you are also paid out of at the end. Some jurisdictions consider that gambling. So the way that many tournaments have gotten around that is by not taking in money, not having an entry fee in the first place. So the prize pots are much smaller than it's just the bonus that's given to the players at the end, because you don't have that extra like set of fees that goes into it in the first place. So being online, it sucks in a lot of ways, but like one of them is that player prize pots are harder to be as large because you don't have this like sort of amalgamated advertising, and you have legal constraints on it as well. Sucks.
Understandable.
That's what makes it so difficult.
Kind of going back, I guess, to a little bit about improving the online play just for the FGC in general. With outside of rollback netcode. One of the things that I've been talking about, which I've been preaching a lot, really, is that I really honestly think that playing fighting games online is kind of a miserable experience because you just go on ranked, you play people that you don't know, and then you think that they're laughing at you and they beat you or whatever like that. It's just, I don't like, it's a very lonely process. And I feel like I don't know the answer. I've been racking my brain for it for years on how to improve the online experience, but I definitely feel like, you know, just ranked, going up the ladder, trying to get yourself stronger and everything, there needs to be more to it to kind of promote the community environment, to just give you more rewards. Because when you're playing it, all you're doing is seeing your rank go up and down, and it's discouraging and it's hard. And I think it's a lot of work. And like I said, I don't know what the answer is right now, because if I did, then I would probably have told everybody, do this. But
work for Capcom or something in that case. Yeah.
I would like to see, I mean, obviously rollback netcode would be a huge boon for online play improvement, but there's got to be more. Like Guilty Gear Strive, the beta came out, they had those crazy floors with the rooms, and you had the avatars running around and jumping, and it was awful. It was awful. They implemented it so badly, but weirdly enough, I get what the idea behind it is. I like the idea. I think the implementation was awful, but I think if they tweaked it, they could do something really cool with that. But I would just like to see more developers experiment in that way, trying to make the online experience more of a journey, more like RPG-ish, instead of you just sitting in menus, watching numbers go up and down. You know, I just feel like there's got to be more to it, and that will attract more people to keep grinding in the ranked, because, you know, a lot of the times you'll play ranked, you'll lose 10 matches in a row, and you're just like, why am I doing this? You know?
Yeah. I mean, Arc System Works games seems to kind of implement that, like in a lot of their games anyway, as far as like having the the lobbies be like you as an avatar, kind of like, you know, butting heads with like other little avatars or whatever. So you're basically like advocating, I guess, like for kind of like that being the step in the right direction, but you want to see it go further in this case.
Yeah. Implemented better for sure. Yeah.
I think like also like with it all in mind is one game that does this pretty well for like for the experience so far that I've had with it. Like, I'm very new to NRS. I just started trying out MK11 rather recently because we all have a bunch of friends. We all do, who are into NRS. So it's like I finally decided to give it a shot out of my 3D world, which I have refused to come out of this little cave of 3D games that I play. But my God, how brilliantly they've planned out their game, right? You earn skins. You earn them. And it's like, remember in Tag, remember even anything prior to Tekken 7, when you wanted to make a creation or make a character, when you would actually have to like grind out treasure battles or online ranked and stuff and get money to buy
remembers.
buy customizations to make a character, right? And that was actually fun to do. Where's that? That's gone. That's dead. Right? And that sucks, because that was half the fun of playing these games, is like seeing people's cool customs, going into Ghost Battle, running into like Knee's custom randomly for no reason, right? Stuff like that actually meant something. And it's like, why are they taking away all these attributes that aren't really like cost like effective to them? Like attributes they've had for every single game until now. And now they're taking, right? It's a weird thing, because NRS now is implementing that, which they didn't have it before, right? So it's like, rather like we're like regressing the more that we're going forward, because we're scared about overwhelming what we currently have. And then for games like NRS, which, listen, I know they got Warner Brothers money, right? But at the same time, it's like,
that helps.
We'll disclose that, but like also Bandai got money too. Like, it's not like we're full of poverty here. Come on, Tekken was one of the best-selling games of the year. You can't be sleeping on that factoid either, just because we're fighting games. Like,
I
but at the same time,
one of the things I'll add to that, though, is that the fact that Tekken is one of the best selling fighting games, and it doesn't have any of that stuff, is kind of the hard part right there. Because how do you, like, this is one of the things that, you know, when you work for a software company, every time you're like, let's put in this cool feature that people will enjoy, you know, the question's always asked, how much money will that make? You know, I always, like NRS, they pulled out their netcode and replaced it with rollback netcode on their own. You know, I mean, that was amazing. But you know, the funny thing is, I always ask people this question: if Mortal Kombat 11 does not have frame data in the game, how many less copies are they going to sell? Probably like none.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like half the time their frame data is irrelevant. I'm gonna lie to you. It gets crazy. It's crazy how little you know shimmy out of everything. It's crazy. Like I don't.
But even with like games like with Tekken, we didn't have frame data for a very long time, and we had to go on Kirby Norway and like obscure websites. But and so we were learning frames on the fly, right? But something that happened was like they did implement frame data, and I did see a lot more people playing the game because the information was accessible to them in real time. But they charged you. And then
I make that money.
You know what? They still did drop that dough because then they what I think literally what stopped people from kind of what stopped people from having more access to Tekken in that like casual way was the fact that like that information wasn't available. You have like 50 characters, right? Plus, and then all those moves, all those techniques, and it's a 3D fighting game, and you have to consider the foreground, the background, and the stepping, and But the moment that they added the frame data, I think it made people feel less afraid. I think they were like, okay, yeah, now we can get more into this. Like this, like it's not like me getting better is more tangible now because I can physically see the frames of everything. So like I definitely feel like with frame data, maybe better customization, less moves because they're trying to add moves. And I think they're thinking that will help the online experience for Tekken, but I don't think new moves is what's necessary right now. Personally, I don't think that's necessary. Fan characters, maybe one. Okay, that's fine. Throw in that one. Fine, maybe that's fine. But like, no, I think they need to. This is something that I talked about with some other pro players. Buff the tutorial mode. Buff that because the one they had in Tag 2 was not. It was not a tutorial actually. It made no sense. It didn't teach you anything. It was supposed to be fun. But at the same time, if you want people to take your game seriously and still have fun and get in more of an audience, you really got to start considering what is making our game less accessible to people. Nobody's being taught the animations or staggers or things like that.
How anything works, like any of the mechanics or anything. Yeah.
No, people are still doing it on their own. So yeah, put in frame data, but let's take that a step further. For season 4, what they need to do to buff online is now people are at home and they're trying to learn. Give them tutorial mode. Give them it so that they can start like we're talking like a really good, like a juicy one, and like and better customization, like MK. Because MK has a really good customization. I was gawking at it.
MK also has a really great tutorial mode, right?
It does, yeah.
They have individualized for characters. They go through offense, they go through defense, they go through each mechanic. Like
I was going to mention that. Yeah, it's really good.
As James said, right? It's all about the almighty dollar, though, right? It's all about the almighty dollar. But listen. Wouldn't it be more easier to convince your friends to buy the game if there's actually a tutorial to explain it instead of being overwhelming and in the first hour of them getting the ass beat by their friends and then refunding the game, right? Because that happens all the time, right?
I've been there, yeah.
That's it. Done. Oh,
right? Under 2 hours, refund on Steam. That's what they do, right? And it's like, no. This is
I can't do it.
So that actually segues into like the next question I had actually in terms of how much is the improvement of the FGC on the game developers? So what do you think companies like Capcom, NetherRealm Studios, Bandai Namco, and others could do to help?
To help improve the development of the game?
Like the fighting game experience, whether that be offline or online. What's the onus, I guess, basically on the game developers themselves?
Yeah, it has to be on the game developers. I mean, we don't have the authority to do that kind of stuff. It'd be super great if we did, but we don't. So we just have to hope that they will. And I mean, there's an argument of voting with your dollar, but for many of us, the games that we really enjoy are not the games that have all the features that we want, right? Like you may be a huge Tekken fan and realize like, this is my favorite game, but it doesn't have a great tutorial and it doesn't have great online play. This game has great online play and a great tutorial, but maybe I just don't care about it. And I totally get it. I mean, I for sure. So voting with your dollar is not as easy in those situations because you are in a sense kind of like stuck already.
You're buying the package in this case. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. That's all you can do. And many of us are sort of stuck in the game sort of sub communities or in the publishers, well, it's what they want to do, and we're gonna probably play their games, and that doesn't give us a lot of leverage, unfortunately. So there's an argument to like use your leverage, right? Don't buy the next version of the game, but like, are you not gonna play Mortal Kombat 12? Like, if you're a huge MK fan, you probably are. Right?
Chances are you are. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So there's a limited amount of leverage that we have, and that means that it's on, for many of us at least, it's on the developer to do it. Now, that's not to say those are the hardcore fans. So there are certainly situations or things that game developers could do that would make me a fighting game fan who may not be. I'm not a big Guilty Gear head, but maybe I'll try out this next Guilty Gear if it's a game that maybe is more like the kind of thing that I'm looking for. So I'm already in the FGC, but like, yeah, maybe I'd try this game out if it has great online play. It's going to have rollback netcode apparently, so I'll give it another look. That's not like a hugely expanded market, right? There's only so many people who play fighting games, but at least it is a bigger market, you know? So there is, so me as like not the major Guilty Gear head, like maybe I can vote with my wallet on this, right? So you can sort of do it for the games that you like might enjoy, but the games that you really love, you're probably stuck with. So it is on the devs in that sense.
I did notice that with like communities trying to get things kind of changed in regards to the development of games, like for example, I use Tekken because of course. So something that's happened a lot is I'm sure you guys have noticed that when new characters have been put in the game, they aren't really meshing well with the normal mechanics of Tekken and the traditional way that Tekken is played.
They come on a little too strong, if you will. Yeah.
You know, we got whole Leroy fiasco and fucking rum, but
Right.
you know,
They don't even got legs. They don't even got legs, man.
He doesn't even have legs.
They don't have legs.
And so something that's been happening is, especially like in regards to Leroy, the community was very vocal. So you know, they're like, hey, you need to change this. Like you know, this does not work. Like he's not like. He has certain frames that none of these characters have, and like he always has his turn. Like people literally, fans were showing videos of real time situations where they were in games fighting against Leroy players, and they're like, "Hey, yo, Namco, this is a problem. Like, look at literally what's going on right here. This should not exist in your game." And you know, whether it was some weird wonky hitbox glitch thing or with the character, but it exists. And with Fakumram, same thing. The fact that if he's walking forward, my low doesn't connect with his legs. That these are things that, you know, yeah, we, you know, don't have tons of leverage, but we do have video and we have internet and we have tweets. We have tweets. So, you know, and it's definitely worked because I remember in was it the testers, like for Namco, for Tekken, they randomly for like a week or some change, they had Mishima's Hell Sweep track both ways. That has never existed. You could always like walk to the left, and but one guy on the team was a Mishima specialist, and he wanted to put it in there. The community was serious because they said, "Hey, Mishimas have all these other options. That's why we sidewalk and we side step left so we can evade the other ones." Because Hell Sweep is, yeah, I won't get into it because I'm nerding out. But the whole thing was like, the community was very vocal, and guess what? They got that mug changed. They got it changed. That would have changed. They would have been like, we can use our voices. You know, I really feel like it's worked multiple times for Namco. We can get stuff changed in development. I'm telling you, I think it. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's true. And I don't mean to say that if you're somebody who's like dedicated in one community that you shouldn't be talking about it, because we definitely all should be. And I know that like everybody on this call has been doing that. We're definitely all vocal about things. So for sure, you should definitely be doing that. It's just like it's hard to have the financial leverage in our situations in those cases, but definitely be out there talking about it. And I feel like we are as a scene sort of on the right path. Like there are more games that are putting in rollback netcode, for example. There are more companies that are at least talking about it, even if their response is, look, it's not practical for this game, but we're looking into it for the future, for future games. Like there is at least a general trend that it seems like it's sort of all of our efforts and annoyances against them are actually paying off in some ways.
Yeah, and the games are balanced. like as much as we want to complain, I mean, God, you remember, I remember growing up in the 90s, fighting games were not balanced. Like nowadays, they're actually pretty good. So at least they're aware, you know, of that level. Yeah, but I mean, it's a tough one because, you know.
Yo, look, Cuddlecore, you got to trust us, all right?
I know about the 90s. Trust me. I was playing those old school games and I was like 10, and that was years after, and I knew how broken this stuff was. I still feel like this today with some tweaks, but it's just a new version of it, man. I'm telling you, we're still got broken games. I swear.
I mean, to be fair, Leroy was probably one of the worst examples of that in a while, because Leroy.
Release Aswell. How dare you? How dare you defend my people like that? He terrorized a community. Like,
one of the things that kind of scares me, though, is just, because, we want to have our voices heard, but, I also want to make sure that developers, when they make a game, they concentrate on fun, they concentrate on an idea, a vision, because one of the things that scares me the most is Street Fighter V Season 1, because that game was like the reaction to the complaints about Street Fighter 4. And I feel like it kind of came out as a very weird game. Eventually it found its footing, and Street Fighter V, it's taken a few years, but is in a really, really good place right now. But I don't know. It's like I want the developers to listen to everybody, but then at the same time, they kind of have to be picky. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what the best way to do it is.
Yeah. So we have about 5 minutes left here. So I just wanted to present my final question, which is just kind of like, just a very quick one for you all to answer. Who are some heroes within the FGC you'd like to highlight here?
I'd like to highlight Cuddlecore.
Where is she?
That's a hero. That's an absolute unit. Okay, that's period. That's it. That's all there is. Like, in reality, right? It's like you have somebody who is constantly putting in this tremendous amount of effort. And yeah, I know she's on the panel, but screw it. She deserves to be talked about twice then. It's just that, like, it's when you have somebody who is so dedicated to the scene, so willing to put in the effort and educate people on their ignorance, do an FGC woke with me, putting in all this effort, not just speaking things into existence, but actually applying them. Right. And that's what life takes sometimes, is that drive. And even on her worst days, even on the days where she might not feel like she's fully at her top peak performance level, maybe for anything, right? Her low days are still a lot of people's best days when it comes to executing things. And that's incredible. That bar that she has is one of a kind. And if you don't call that a legend, I don't know what you call that. Like, come on.
Give her her flowers.
Hey,
Hey.
I got you.
Give her flowers.
All right, that's all of our answers. All of our answers are Cuddlecore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I ain't got no Kleenex, so
right.
You let it out or hold it in.
All right. Cheese, how about you?
I like, for myself, I would say Justin Wong. Like, not only has he been in the FGC for years, but I actually sat down with this guy. I talked to him. We was playing Street Fighter V, and he beat the brakes off me, but I got a few rounds in. But overall, like, he taught me like some of the basics and some of the things that as far as like fighting games, and taught me footsies, 50-50s. We fought a lot, not just on Street Fighter, but Killer Instinct, Marvel's Capcom 2. I don't even know why I even tried to fight this dude on there. But like, he just taught me a lot of things in regards to the FGC, and like teaching me the good, the bad, what to stay away from, and what to push forward with. And that's somebody I will always look up to, even though I'm older than him. but you'd be amazed, like, some of the people that's younger than you would be inspired by, because they were brave enough to do something that you were afraid to do. So, Justin Wong, I would give you your flowers too. All
right. The Bachelor over here. Yeah.
Hey, don't get me
killed. All right. So let's try to make these about 30 seconds each, actually, because we are running out of time there. So Cuddlecore.
Oh yeah. So I was gonna say, the heroes in my life are, the FGC is my support network, so it includes Alicia, my training partner Shadow, my manager Emily. So they've always accepted me for who I am. They've just been in my corner the whole time. We uplift each other, and we're all trying to be the strongest versions of ourselves. And they always bring out the best in me, and they believe in my strengths, and that actually gives me the courage to always do my best and always know that I'm worth something.
Awesome, James.
Yeah. For me, I always have a core set of people that I always consider heroes. I mean, I won't go into details because I know we're short in time, but you'll know Ricky Ortiz, always one of the biggest heroes.
Totally.
Yipes, Michael Mendoza, of course, and then Tasty Steve. Like these are three of the most inspirational people for me in the fighting game community.
All right, Dave.
Oh,
I feel that part of why we're in sort of the mess that we're in with lots of bad things having happened and not having talked about it enough is that we have heroes in the FGC and we afford those people more control and freedom from consequences. And I don't want that. I don't feel like we should be having. I don't really want heroes.
Let's go.
I don't really want legends. I want people who are down to play games and talk about games and run tournaments. And I think we should all just be treating each other and viewing each of us ourselves sort of as the people who we should be looking up to and doing better on.
Very inspirational for sure.
Damn, all right. You tell him.
So I will quickly mention
so
also.
David's answer is not cuddlecore. Then.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
all you got? Come get some. Don't even bother to with my fucking hair. Is this all you got?
thank you for coming to this wonderful panel, RX Games as Social Healing. I am your moderator, Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B, the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Take This because it's dangerous to go alone. Our whole mission is to educate people on mental health matters and destigmatize mental health issues to make it just a thing people do. Now, you know what? I'm going to close the door so I look like I'm a professional here. But yeah, let's Take This has been doing what we do since 2012, and one of the ways we educate folks is through panels like this. And let's meet our absolutely fantabulous set of panelists. And if y'all would just take a moment and introduce yourselves, let's go clockwise, starting with Dr. J.
Hello, and thank you all for having me on the show. I'm Dr. J. I'm a comic book enthusiast. I am a forensic psychotherapist. I'm active duty with the United States Public Health Service, clinical professor, and just really glad to be here. I have crossed over into the world of gaming and just getting my feet wet. So I am not a pro by any shape, form, or fashion, but I'm excited about getting a couple podcasts started that will focus on gaming and mental health. And so I'm glad to have a voice here and be here today.
Well, we're glad to have you here. And coming from more from the mental health professional side, Adam Davis, if you want to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Adam Davis. I'm one of the founders and executive directors of Game to Grow. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that uses games of all kinds, but most especially Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing games in therapeutic groups. We will break 100 clients a week this coming quarter. We serve internationally, helping people become more confident, creative, and socially capable playing role-playing games. And I've been doing this for now about 10 years. So I'll be talking about that on this panel.
That's awesome. That is absolutely spectacular. Continuing in the clockwise fashion, Rafi.
Hey everyone. So my name is Rafi. I'm president of NYC Gamers. Our mission is to uplift the narratives and experiences of LGBTQIA+ gamers and folks throughout the gaming community. And some ways that we do that is by hosting local events, partnering with sibling organizations throughout the United States and beyond, and attending several conventions and events where we can do further outreach and increase visibility for our communities.
Yay! And y'all do some great work in the Diversity Lounge at the PAX events, which like we're having here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it wasn't for the Diversity Lounge, I probably wouldn't even be at the platform that I'm at now.
Shout out to Kyle Stephen Porter, the organizer of the Diversity Lounge. And finally, last but not least, Genesee.
Hi, I'm Genesee Gray, Communications Manager at game publisher Good Shepherd Entertainment and host of the Gray Area podcast, where I talk to developers about their inspirations and mental health in the gaming industry, and run roughly a dozen communities or so. This is my cat, Freddie, who has decided to join us to keep my mental health at a good state during this panel.
Oh, we love furry friends. I hear that the internet hates cats and dogs and all sorts of things like that. It never goes over well. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of comments about, Fluffy! And again, I'm Dr. B. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology, and I've been the clinical director of Take This for nearly 5 years. And on top of that, I also teach clinicians and teachers how to use things like Dungeons and Dragons therapeutically, and I play with Adam Davis on a streamed RPG game called Clinical Role with all mental health types, and we just have all sorts of fun. But let's dive right into this, gang. This panel is all about breaking the stereotypes of gamers as antisocial, shut-in, living in the basement in perpetuity. That we hate that stereotype, but I'm curious, what are all of your favorite bad stereotypes of gamers as socially inept? Anybody can jump on in with this one.
I love this. No one says a word. Hello,
Let's talk about how we're all actually very social. Who would like an answer?
I just don't want to go. I just don't want to go first.
I'll go ahead and start. So,
please.
When I think of like a bad stereotype that amuses me, I think a lot about how the social norms around gaming and gamers is heavily gendered, right? There's this encompassing like ongoing stereotype of it being like cis white men, maybe not the most hygienic, maybe not the most
your moderator, Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B, the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Take This because it's dangerous to go alone. Our whole mission is to educate people on mental health matters and destigmatize mental health issues to make it just a thing people do. Now, you know what? I'm going to close the door so I look like I'm a professional here. But yeah, Take This has been doing what we do since 2012, and one of the ways we educate folks is through panels like this. And let's meet our absolutely fantabulous set of panelists. And if you all would just take a moment and introduce yourselves, let's go clockwise, starting with Dr. J.
Hello, and thank you all for having me on the show. I'm Dr. J. I'm a comic book enthusiast. I am a forensic psychotherapist. I'm active duty with the United States Public Health Service, clinical professor, and just really glad to be here. I have crossed over into the world of gaming and just getting my feet wet. So I am not a pro by any shape, form, or fashion, but I'm excited about getting a couple podcasts started that will focus on gaming and mental health. And so I'm glad to have a voice here and be here today.
Well, we're glad to have you here. And coming from more from the mental health professional side, Adam Davis, if you want to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Adam Davis. I'm one of the founders and executive directors of Game to Grow. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that uses games of all kinds, but most especially Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing games in therapeutic groups. We will break 100 clients a week. This coming quarter, we serve internationally, helping people become more confident, creative, and socially capable playing role-playing games. And I've been doing this for now about 10 years, so I'll be talking about that on this panel.
That's awesome. That is absolutely spectacular. Continuing in the clockwise fashion, Rafi.
Hey everyone. So my name is Rafi. I'm president of NYC Gamers. Our mission is to uplift the narratives and experiences of LGBTQIA+ gamers and folks throughout the gaming community. And some ways that we do that is by hosting local events, partnering with sibling organizations throughout the United States and beyond, and attending several conventions and events where we can do further outreach and increase visibility for our communities.
Yay! And y'all do some great work in the Diversity Lounge at the PAX events, like we're having here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it wasn't for the Diversity Lounge, I probably wouldn't even be at the platform that I'm at now.
Shout out to Kyle Stephen Porter, the organizer of the Diversity Lounge. And finally, last but not least, Genesee.
Hi, I'm Genesee Gray, Communications Manager at game publisher Good Shepherd Entertainment and host of the Gray Area podcast, where I talk to developers about their inspirations and mental health in the gaming industry, and run roughly a dozen communities or so. This is my cat, Freddie, who has decided to join us to keep my mental health at a good state during this panel.
Oh, we love furry friends. I hear that the internet hates cats and dogs and all sorts of things like that. It never goes over well. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of comments about, Fluffy! And again, I'm Dr. B. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology, and I've been the clinical director of Take This for nearly 5 years. And on top of that, I also teach clinicians and teachers how to use things like Dungeons and Dragons therapeutically, and I play with Adam Davis on a streamed RPG game called Clinical Role with all mental health types, and we just have all sorts of fun. But let's dive right into this, gang. This panel is all about breaking the stereotypes of gamers as antisocial, shut in, living in the basement in perpetuity, that we hate that stereotype. But I'm curious, what are all of your favorite bad stereotypes of gamers as socially inept? Anybody can jump on in with this one.
I love this. No one says a word.
Let's talk about how we're all actually very social. Who would like an answer?
I just don't want to go. I just don't want to go first.
I'll go ahead and start.
Please, please.
When I think of like a bad stereotype that amuses me, I think a lot about how the social norms around gaming and gamers is heavily gendered, right? There's this encompassing like ongoing stereotype of it being like cis white men, maybe not the most hygienic, maybe not the most inclusive conversations that are had around that. It amuses me because I go to all these gaming events and there's very limited people that actually look like that. And I think it's ridiculous that we're in the year that we are now. And still, whenever I try to look for that, visibility and inclusion on a lot of mainstream media platforms, I often don't see myself reflected in the media and in the platforms that are provided, right? So I think that it's interesting how this stereotype has been around for so long, even going back to like old school D&D stereotypes. We were talking about like the guy in the basement, right? The reclusive folks, right? And yet everything that's gaming in my life has been so extroverted, and it's been centered around folks who are, Black trans women, who are disabled folks throughout my life, being LGBTQIA+, right? I wouldn't be the gamer I am today were it not for my communities uplifting me.
Boy, just coming in strong right off the bat.
Absolutely. I gotta say, man, I am so tired of being asked to heal every single time I join a game just because like I'm female. I am much better as a tank. I am much better as a DPS. You don't want me to heal. You really don't.
Well, building on what Rafi was just saying around the anti-social gamer, all the games that I play, both professionally and personally, are interpersonal. Like you have to be social to play a lot of the games that are now the games that we play. Like you literally cannot play Dungeons and Dragons by yourself. You can read the books and memorize the rules, maybe learn about the lore, but in order to play, you have to be with other people. And one of the things that's great about games like Dungeons and Dragons or whatever kind of RPG you might like is that they reinforce positive and pro-social behaviors in a way that it's hard to actually be someone who gets invited to games if you're not social. Like that's one of the things that is true. And Raphael, this as the way that we use Dungeons and Dragons or other those games in a socially, helpful context is because they're post-social environments. It is exactly the opposite of being an isolating or, antisocial activity.
Yeah, I will echo that aspect, especially now in 2020. Back in the 80s, I'm dating myself, but back in the 80s, the idea was, you were in your basement. There was this scrawny guy who, was probably chalk white. When they came outside, they were like, he never got sun. We didn't know who he was. Who's that kid down the street kind of thing. But that is so long ago. That is not what gaming is today. That is not it probably wasn't what it was back then either, but that was the negative stereotype that we had. And so I'm so glad that we have these outlets now. And again, remembering the idea, I can remember parents saying, get off the video games. You're never going to make money doing that. Kind of a different situation today, right? How many folks are out there making money on video games or something along the lines with gaming and the gaming industry? How large a share that it's out there now? So I look at those stereotypes and I cringe when I think about it. And Genesee, you mentioned the idea of females being So the stereotype that girls don't game, period, or if you were a girl that game, you were a certain kind of girl, and so I think a lot of that is blown out of the water now, or at least I hope it is.
Well, and it
Some
strikes
people
me
assume.
that, oh, please.
Oh, sorry, Dr. B. If you're, I mean, I think the average age of a gamer is 32 now, but people still seem to assume that if you're a person who plays games, that you should be, below 22 or something like that. And if you're playing beyond that, then there's something wrong with you, and you somehow have an issue interacting with society, and that you should grow up and, find something real to do with your time, as though it's not like a legitimate way of interacting with people, or a legitimate hobby to have. I think that's pretty prevalent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I'll just even kind of beat that up a little bit. I'm a guy in my mid 40s, and I'm literally, I'm a guy who rides motorcycles, who is out there doing a lot of pro-social, in-your-face kinds of things. I'm active duty. I play sports and things like that, and I read comic books. And one of my highlights right now is I'm building a new computer system to game and to do something in gaming. And it's an awesome hobby. And no one would ever come up to me and say, well, what's wrong with you, right? Why are you doing that right now? And I'm so glad that that's a different perspective today, and that that's something that's a thing. It's a real thing.
Well, and I wonder if we can even, breaking this away from just the strictly game stereotypes, we can even break this to, we can expand this outward to fandoms as a whole. I mean, when we think about it, conventions began as a way for people with, at the time, niche hobbies to find each other, to connect. John Peterson goes over this really in detail in his exhaustive book about the history of tabletop RPGs, Playing at the World, that the first Gen Con was a way of people who largely communicated via mail to meet up together. So, I mean, this is comic books, this is Star Trek, this is tabletop RPGs, this is all sorts of things for people to meet and explore mutual interests. So I within that, we all work with the public in various ways. We all encounter public perception of games, gamers, geeks, fandoms. What are the concerns about all of these things as an antisocial activity you most frequently encounter?
Well, I think that's the word. It's antisocial. You are spending too much time with yourself, and you're alone. And with you being alone, you're not going to build the skills that you need to that are transferable to a job or society. Those are the biggest things I heard. Again, with parents saying, why are you playing those games? It's not going to amount to anything. You're killing your brain cells. that was actually said multiple times. You're going to kill your brain cells. That's so many jokes about that. Sorry, I digress. But that just that key word of antisocial, and that's not going to transfer. What you're doing is not transferable to society and helping you become something of importance or contributing to society.
Boy, I think that's going to be news to all of us. That games can't be a career and can't contribute
Right.
meaningfully to society in some way. But so what about the rest of you? What are the biggest concerns that you hear in your interactions with the public?
So in the work that I do, my interactions with the public tend to be limited because people reach out to me. So I don't do a lot of like cold calling or anything like that and trying to give my pitch. Most of the time when people want to learn more about the organization or the work that we do, they reach out to us. So there's sort of a selection bias there, but there is still sometimes some degree of hesitance from parents around some of it. So for example, I mean, I talk about Dungeons and Dragons a lot. It's sort of where I cut my teeth, but Game to Grow also runs Minecraft based groups. And sometimes parents are still kind of a little bit curious about how Minecraft or other kinds of video games can support social interactions. And so I do sometimes have to sort of puncture the concern around that. And when I have someone come into one of my groups who is a just really exhaustively excited about Minecraft, I can put those participants together and kind of seed conversation between the two of them by doing a little bit of wingmanning around dropping some hints about Minecraft, and then watch them cross pollinate, and then relationships are formed. So even if you are playing this game by yourself, when you can then use that shared excitement and shared language, then you can build community about the things that are exciting. And that's how we form friendships, is through connecting over mutually interesting and mutually exciting phenomenon. So even if one is playing this game by oneself, you're really building a language you can then use to build a community with.
And one of the things I've heard you say on panels in the past is that one of your measures of success in the groups that you run and the games that you run is if people are in fact connecting outside of the groups.
And it happens. It definitely does. A lot of the participants in our groups are sometimes come to us have never having had a friend before, never having been invited to a party or had any sort of meaningful social connection. So then over time, they will have a birthday party and invite their adventuring team to come over to their house for a birthday party. Or we have a Discord server that our participants can use, and we monitor it. So we can watch them talking about, did you see that new Marvel movie that came out, or whatever it is, and just slowly building the capacity to then be more social, to have the reinforcements from those relationships that remind us why other people matter to us. Because that's a lot of the case with a lot of people who are socially isolated, is they've lost the sort of connective tissue that reminds us why other people are enriching to our lives. So then having a shared language of a shared interest around gaming, you can watch it. The people who are in the chat right now are here because of a shared interest. The people who have back in the pre-COVID times would travel to a PAX to stand next to somebody in line at waiting for a panel, waiting for a game demo or whatever, and just say, that's a cool t-shirt you have, I like that game too. That is how we build community around things we might do solo. I loved the Mass Effect series or the Dragon Age series we talked about a little bit before we started recording. Those games are meaningful, even though I played, other than the third Mass Effect, all by myself, and I can still connect with someone and have a really meaningful connection around the experience that we got through playing that, or Dark Souls, or any of those intensely solo experiences. We get really have meaningful conversations around the personal experience that it was playing those games.
God, that's awesome.
I really appreciate you bringing up COVID, because I feel so aside from the work I do with NYC Gamers, I also work with the New York City Anti-Violence Project as an advocate for LGBTQ survivors of violence. So I moderate a youth group every Monday for LGBTQ youth up to the age of 24. Something that comes up often is having conversations with parents, guardians, and loved ones around limiting time around gaming. And my favorite question that comes up is oh, why is it that they spend more time watching other people play games than playing themselves? Which is but you just asked me for my advice around limiting the time that they're playing video games, right? And a lot of the conversations that we would have leading up to, we weren't prepared for the quarantine and everything. It's well, now your kids are prepared for the quarantine, because the government is, encouraging people to stay at home and social distance, things that you were worried were going to cause harm to the next generation. Now these are the tools that are promoting resilience and really connecting people in ways that we've never seen before. I mean, it brought me so much joy being born and raised in the Bronx and seeing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez playing Animal Crossing on social media with folks. So I think that, a lot of the concerns around gaming being an antisocial activity, look at how the world flipped on itself and made those stereotypes become the solutions in ways that were reducing harm.
On the topic of AOC, did you see she just tweeted out she made Silver 2 in League of Legends?
Ooh, yeah. Her coldest factor just went up. So.
Genesee, I realized I didn't let you, I was about to move on to my next question, but I didn't let you answer this question. That was rude of me.
no, that's okay. I mean, jumping off of that, I think communities are one of the great things that comes out of gaming, right? It's a shared group think about something that you're passionate about, whether you're looking for answers on how to be better at your game, whether you just want to connect to somebody that likes what you like. It doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter any of those things. It's just a thing that you can talk about that's shared. One of the, as you said, stereotypes or things that people say they have concerns about when it comes to gaming that I hear most often is like someone will be sitting there going like, oh, I don't understand how you can sit here and be, you know, playing this game all the time while they're sitting there like on Candy Crush all day long, or while they're sitting there on MyFitnessPal. You know, at least with gaming, like there is usually a follow-up, whether the game inherently has multiplayer built into it or that there are drives to take you to a place where you could talk about that game. Communities are kind of built into gaming in a way that they're not necessarily in the gamification of things like, you know, MyFitnessPal or Candy Crush. And I think people have this idea that somehow gamers are this strange force that they can't understand if they don't, you know, aren't really hardcore into like an FPS or something. But there's a lot of commonalities that we have across all of these types of games that I think people can understand if they have a chance to really break it down and talk to people.
So, I mean, building on that a little bit more, since all of us work with the public in different capacities, you know, Rafi, you do some wonderful organization work, bringing people together in a community setting with, you know, like experienced individuals. Dr. J and Adam, you both do mental health work, and Genesee, you manage what, did you say 14 communities?
Oh, I had lost count, but it's at least 7.
So, jumping off the previous question, what are the ways that you see that people are surprised to find out games and gaming and fandoms even are more social than they realize?
Well, I'll piggyback off the idea of COVID. So right now, we're really starting to see a lot of folks are surprised at how adept people are at navigating this social environment where we're literally not allowed to be social right now, or encouraged not to be social, but how easily folks transitioned and young people transitioned to being social because it's what they do. I use the example of my daughters and my son all the time. I have a son that's in college, and I have 2 teenage daughters, and our house is like COVID never hit. Besides the fact that we wear masks when we go where we go, my kids are so used to being digitally connected with their social life, they're doing fine, you know, and it's the resiliency is what surprises a lot of people right now. And it's just amazing to watch it and see it. Now, I'll be honest with you, we've had parameters on their digital world just because I think as a responsible parent, we should do that. However, within all of the managing that we've done, our girls are flourishing. I'm specifically saying my girls because my son is out of the house doing his own thing now, but my girls are flourishing. And it's due to the fact that this social world that we live in via gaming or, you know, looking at some kind of fandom, it's transferable to real life management skills. And I think that's what has been surprising people, that this is truly something that has some gravitas to it and actually makes a mark on our society, a positive mark.
Just to build on that, I came to grow groups were in person up until COVID hit, and we transitioned them online, just like every school transitioned, you know, every in-person thing online. And I was concerned about how everybody would do transitioning into online groups from in person. I'm trained as a drama therapist, so I'm of course like really used to like getting up from the table and doing everything that I do as a game master. And the kids adapted and they flourished like it was not a big deal. They're all sort of, you know, internet natives. So just to build on what Dr. J was saying, like the kids all get it. They understand how to look at a face on a screen and talk to it in a way that it took me a little bit of a while to get accustomed to it. And they're used to having the chat that we're having here and also the chat that is happening in the text boxes, and doing those things simultaneously and having 3 chats with different people while you're talking to other people here. And it's amazing to see just how easily they adapted to this space because they've been building these skill sets, which are going to be essential moving forward from the get-go. So it's been really fantastic. And then moving online allowed us to build on something we were talking about earlier, is now we can play with people who are not in the same room with us, which is just extending and building that community even farther. I ran a group this week where I had someone in Utah, someone in California, someone in Oregon, and someone in Seattle. And those are all young people who are, it's like better than a pen pal. And now you can actually play with people in other places around the country and around the world. And that's something that is really great to see that the young people especially are having access to through their digital native experience.
Rafi, Genesee, what do y'all think?
I echo what you're saying about how this seems like it's something that people that are already gamers are equipped to deal with in a way that others might not be. Imagination is a huge factor when it comes to gaming. I mean, while you can see sometimes literal things on a screen, a lot of times games involve you, projecting your idea of what something is like. And as an avid reader and somebody that Kindle Unlimited cries for every time I look at my charts during the week for reading, I think it's a great way for you to be able to, utilize that skill that you might not in real life. If you're having a bad day, or if you're in, a place that maybe you don't want to be right now, you can put yourself somewhere else. You can have an experience that you can't have during COVID or at any other time in your life that's different than where you are bound by location. It's really only limited by where you might want to take your imagination and what kind of vehicle you can use to get yourself there. So I think, as everyone else is kind of saying, that COVID, is tragic, but it's also a way that people are kind of adapting really quickly to something they've already been doing, but just in a different way.
Rafi, you want the last word on this?
Something I find really surprising is like how do I word this? When I think of gaming and like the stereotypes that are centered around it, and I think I talked about this a little bit earlier, I think about identity, right, and lived experiences. And I think that folks would be surprised by how often there's this intersection between exploring gender and racial equity and identity and visibility and gaming. And like me, for example, I grew up playing Legend of Zelda, my favorite game of all time, Ocarina of Time. As a 7, 8-year-old playing that game, the protagonist was Link, but I never saw Link as a video game character that had a gender role. It always, they always came off as androgynous to me or gender neutral in some way, shape, or form. It wasn't until I was older and I started reading into the lore that I started noticing that people were using he, him pronouns, and I was like, whatever, right? It's not like other games like Pokemon where they start you right off the bat, like, are you a boy or a girl, right? It's like, I love those games where you can jump right into being the protagonist and they don't even care about gender. And then you have like my youth group, right? One of my favorite conversations to have with them is like, how do you navigate your own gender journey through video gaming? And they talk about games like Minecraft and Animal Crossing, Dragon Age, The Sims. My favorite one was a 15-year-old girl from the Bronx who told me that her first idea or concept of being trans in gaming was Miss Pac-Man, because she didn't know that the history behind Miss Pac-Man was that it was originally Pac-Man, right? And then it was like Miss Pac-Man is this modded version that became the more popular. And she would go on and say, Pac-Man is trans. That's just it, period, right? And I think that it's amazing how many opportunities there are to be able to use gaming as a platform to be able to have healthier conversations around gender and to be able to make it accessible not only to our youth, but also to intergenerational communities, right?
I would agree with that in terms of like women as well. For me, gaming is a safe space where you have, it's not consequence free because the community will police you and behavior is certain types of behavior acceptable in certain areas, but it's a way to try out different aspects of your personality that you might not be comfortable with when the consequences are high, right? Like in real life. So if you're sitting there in a game and you want to be a more aggressive person, or you need a minute to think about exactly how you want to articulate something, and you have that second for text to sit there and write it down, down. You don't have to just instantly answer something. And you can be a stronger person, or, you know, you can be like a more aggressive person, or you can be like a, you know, a very kind and sweet person if that's something that, you know, you're not normally allowed to do in life. It's a way for you to try on different aspects of who you want to be in a safe way that enables you to kind of experience that and the feedback thereof of whatever you're trying, and kind of decide who you are in a way that's a little less consequence heavy than it might be in real life.
So numerous people here have already talked about either people perceiving gaming as lacking real world skills. What do y'all have to say to that? Because, you know, here I am thinking about a D&D meme of how to put Dungeons and Dragons on your resume, that, you know, I organize group activities with some regularity, as well as narrative writing and design, as well as rule arbitration within the policies of a group setting. And so, like, what do y'all say to the idea that games develop no transferable skills?
So I'm gonna jump on that from the perspective of, you know, I have patients that I work with regularly, and I try to utilize whatever I have, or whatever they have connected to help them build maybe self-esteem, or maybe a transition to something else, helping them realize where their skill sets lie. And gaming, oh my gosh, just the strategy that it takes to play these games. You know, I can think of a patient right now who is an older gentleman, and he was sidelined as a pilot, but he's also a DM, a game master. He's a game master, and he transitioned from being a pilot to going to the strategy room. He's active duty, going to the strategy room and developing different kinds of strategies to help pilots who are out in the field. Do you think that maybe some of that strategy is coming from his thought processes of being a game master? I would definitely say so. You know, I see young kids, maybe 15, 16-year-olds, who are trying to figure themselves out, right? Come to grips with where they want to be, on what, they're not the jock, they're not the most popular person in the school, yet they have these specific skill sets that they've acquired through gaming over the last 10 years. And being able to help them harness that into, hey, you know what, maybe you could think about making a career out of this. Maybe you could think about game development. Maybe you can think about taking those skills and joining an organization like a Google or a Facebook or Amazon, and utilizing those kinds of technical skills that you've developed. So I could definitely tell you, very evidence-based wise, that gaming skills transfer to life skills, job skills. It transfers to real life very quickly and competently.
Genesee, I'm curious your perspective on this, especially given that you manage so many gaming communities. Like, how many people do you see taking some of their skill sets and either moving up in an informal or formal manner, the social hierarchy, the community hierarchy, and maybe even getting jobs out of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, leadership skills are definitely something that happens when you're playing games, especially multiplayer or, you know, team games. Yeah, you know me, and I've told you this before about my desire to do this whole podcast series on how gaming teaches you project management skills and other strategy skills, and how that translates into real life. My personal one, my depression story, if you will, is that, you know, if you're spending, for me, I was spending a lot of time, way too much time, you know, optimizing my characters in game, looking at them and looking at their stats and saying, well, here's the possible agility, here's the intelligence, here's the charisma, here's my strength stats, and spending a lot of time doing that in game, and then feeling really bad about the fact that I was sitting here with my muffin top doing absolutely nothing, right? So there's a way for you to translate that into real life. So for me, that was a big kick in the butt of like, hey, I just spent, you know, 15 hours this week optimizing a digital character that had that is great for a game and makes her super successful while I'm sitting here, you know, spaghetti armed. And that kind of was an impetus for me to get into physical fitness, to get into karate, to get my 2nd degree black belt, to become, you know, a martial artist. Because if I can see my character doing this and kicking people with their wheel kick, why can't I do that? And that's a place for me to kind of take those skills and take that dedication that I'm putting into this character and apply it to my own physical body. So there's a lot of translations, I think, back and forth between the digital world and the physical world if you choose to make that a priority.
It's almost like min-maxing has a place.
It does, you know?
It's not a dreaded
Get your own
thing
stat
after all.
set.
I could talk about the ways that, you know, I do this for other people, but I'm going to share a personal story because I'm inspired by Genesee's sharing a personal story as well. I literally think about my life, and I mentioned this on panels before, in a pre-Dark Souls and post-Dark Souls time. There was like a moment when I was playing Dark Souls for the first time, and a buddy of mine brought the Game Over disc back in the day. Played it on my Xbox, and I hated it, and I like wanted to throw the controller across the room. It was so hard. I felt like a failure. It was just everything, just confronting all of my, you know, little demons on my shoulder, whispering in my ear about how I couldn't accomplish things. And so I realized that that was an area of growth for me that I needed to work on. And I basically used Dark Souls. I ended up, I saved face while he was there a little bit. And then later on, I bought it, digital download, played it by myself. And like I used it as a training for my own resiliency, because that game will punish you and punish you and punish you. And you have to incrementally get better and really utilize a growth mindset to overcome. And every time you learn something, you say, okay, I have to go left, not right, or I almost got the timing right for the parry or whatever. And it really is a grind that you have to be able to push through it. And I remember having experiences as a grad school student or as an early entrepreneur when I was like feeling the pressure to give up, right? The like, this is hard. I don't want to do this. I'm feeling like a failure. And then sort of remembering and conjuring up that feeling of like, I'm at the campfire and I got to go back out again, and I might come back to this campfire, I might make it to the next campfire, but this is the process. And I remember taking that like sort of Dark Souls frame of mind with me. And that's how I got through grad school and how I got, you know, into the business world and so on and so forth, was just thinking about the next campfire.
The
I want to play. I've never played the game before.
It's so hard. It's so hard.
I will echo that energy though. One of my favorite games to play, and I'm like self-proclaimed like competitive around it, is Tetris, right? And when I think of Tetris, I think about problem solving, and then doing so at a rate where it's like, if I can do that while I'm gaming, imagine what I could do in the workplace, right? When I really set my mind to it. And one of my favorite things to talk about when I'm having these types of conversations is time management, because I think of speed running, and I think of how speed running is such a popular subgenre in the gaming community with such a huge fan base. And I'm like, if you could manage your time well enough to be able to almost break a game in order to either complete it 100% within a given time or be the fastest person to get from start to finish, right? Imagine what you could do if you were to apply those skills into your career or a project you're working on, maybe something that is going on in your life that, you know, it's like, if I'm able to manage my time a little bit more wisely or intentionally, it can relieve some stress that I'm having around it. So I love the fact that gaming has really cultivated it. And I especially, and I, you know, shameless plug and shout out, but I really appreciate, you know, orgs like Take This and Game to Grow and other orgs that are really intersecting mental health with gaming and the gaming community, because that's what a lot of this is kind of like accumulating into, right? It's like, how are we navigating these conversations around holistic ways to play video games and to uplift gamers while acknowledging that we are people, right? And that we have stuff and we need ways to be able to steward our trauma.
So we've now talked about the idea that game skills transfer to real life skills, that games help build communities, that games help build resilience, that games bring us together in many ways. So why do you all think the sort of Big Bang Theory comic book guy, you know, stereotypes that games are exclusively, you know, a white cis hetero male domain, why do you think these stereotypes still linger?
Sort of
I
a
have a
big
theory.
socio-cultural thing there, but
Now we got okay. No, let's get into this.
Now,
Adam, by
Rafi,
all
go for it.
means.
No, I was gonna say we follow the money, but that's a different panel. That's sorry.
I know I really appreciate you saying that, Adam, because I've shared this with some of y'all before, but I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons since I was 11 years old, right? And I was taught by my uncle. My uncle played D&D going back to Advanced Dungeons and Dragons with a group of friends that all grew up in the Bronx. They're all Black and Latinx, and the way that they acquired the materials to play D&D, like the player's handbook, DM guide, and all that, was that it fell off the back of a truck, right? Like that's the running joke. But it's like, who in the Bronx was, you know, like especially during their era, really had the cash to be able to buy it, to have access to it, to feel like it was something you could play in a, you know, my truth, a Christian household, right? Because of all the stereotype and all that. I think that having had access to that in the way that I did really made an impact on me and the way that I have this relationship with gaming and with the community at large. So that's just something that I kind of like want to name and I want to hold some space around, because you never know who is on the opposite side of the screen, who you're playing these video games with or tabletop games. What are their lived experiences? What are they going through? Who are they, or who are they intending to be? Who are they aspiring to be? Gaming is such a holistic and safe space to be able to navigate these intersecting identities. So when I think about that, like stereotype of the cis white hetero guy, you know, positive reinforcement, I like to think, hey, maybe that cis hetero guy is not a cis hetero guy. You never know, right? I mean, I used to think a lot of those things, and then I learned and I was given access to these spaces, and I learned that there are people like Sonic Fox who also play games and who look like me and hold on to identities that I do. And they really did pave the way for me to be able to have my own gender journey and coming out experience. And I appreciate that.
No, they're amazing.
I think part of the issue is, and I'm going to piggyback off what Rafi was saying as far as the falling off the truck, and that's the gatekeeping aspect, right? So if that game hadn't fallen off the truck, how would you have had access? And I think the problem we have with any genre, any fandom, is that gatekeeping and keeping people out. But we're at a point now where it's hard to keep anyone out. You can access this environment through so many different venues, but I think some of the stigma is still there because of access. I think, you know, I know you were joking, Adam, when you said follow the money, but you know, how expensive is it to get into gaming? You know, what's the cost? Where do you have to go? Well, you have to have means, right? You have to be able to be in a car and drive to a store, have certain amounts of money, freed up money, to be able to afford these things. And I think that's an avenue that is keeping the stereotype there, although we are breaking them down. We're starting to see people who look and are from so many different backgrounds that are involved. And you have to ask the question, how are you there, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, that's kind of cool. I kind of want to get to know you. You look like me. You're doing some of the same things as I, and you're in this gaming environment that I knew nothing about. Teach me, you know. And the more that we open this up and we make it more accessible, I think we're going to get further and further away from those stereotypes and the perspectives that still linger, that it's only for a certain group or genre of people. I think we're getting better, but I think we have to continue to make this accessible. I didn't go to a local comic book shop because I didn't know about local comic book shops. I didn't know those were a thing. They weren't in the hood where I grew up. They weren't anywhere around. It wasn't until I was grown, having children, having a good career, where I could find out about this whole world that existed. Well, that's not okay, right? That's not okay. It shouldn't wait till at the time I found this environment was, and I'll be very transparent, 2016. And I've already told you guys that I'm in my mid 40s. So do the math on that, right? Like there's no, I had no exposure to the environment. And so the stereotype would continue. And now I have my kids who I've exposed and given them the opportunity to be involved in these things much younger than where I was. We have to break those barriers that are there and open it up to folks all over the place. I'm so happy to hear that it fell off the truck in the Bronx, right? I wish, I'm from St. Louis, the inner cities of St. Louis. Oh my gosh, if it could have fallen off the truck, you know, in North St. Louis, that would have been so awesome. You know, but there's no comic book shop for the truck to go to.
So what I'm hearing is gatekeeping. I mean, gatekeeping is a big, in various formats, whether it's a social form of gatekeeping or a monetary form of gatekeeping. Gatekeeping is one of the root causes for the lingering stereotypes, you know, that we've joked about. So how do we change that? I mean, I realize that's a huge question. That is an absolutely huge question. But I'm thinking about, in the last couple of years, we're starting to see major studios take quote unquote risks with making female centric movies. Wonder Woman. We saw the huge success of Black Panther. How do we keep that ball rolling to make these? Oh yeah, I see that shirt. We see that shirt, Dr. J. But how do we keep the ball rolling so we break down these social and monetary barriers to let everybody know that games are a safe social, well, are in certain circumstances a good social space to explore identity, social skills, anything you want. How do we do that?
Having the people make the games that reflect the people playing the games is a great start, and we're already, you know, working on that. One of the things for me that was personally impactful, I mean, it was only a few years ago, but it's like, hey, female shep, fem shep, right? Like for Mass Effect. Okay, so, you know, you can choose, like, who's your favorite on the Citadel? I don't like to hear that, you know, certain movies won't succeed if they have a female lead, you know, Black Widow, etc. Like, it's nice to have that option. It's nice to have a character that represents you. It's nice to see yourself as a hero in a game. And it's nice to know that people are making games that, you know, represent you. So it's important that the designers, the developers, the people behind the game are actually have the opportunities to make the thing that they'd like to make and aren't gatekept themselves.
Yeah, again, I'm going to jump on that and say you're exactly right. The people, we need to have access to be able to make the games, right? We need to give these kids an opportunity to see that that's even an option, that they can be a game developer. And you can go out and dream as big as you want, right? How are the people that are making the games now doing it? They had these dreams as kids, and then somehow they got exposed to it. And so we have to have some exposure in every genre, in every place in our society, so that these kids can jump out there and do it and make these things happen. I'll be honest with you, I have no desire to make this stuff, right? But I am a consumer of it. So you take someone like me, who I now have a little bit of means, I can help someone get into the genre, right? I can back you. I can say, hey, you know what do you need? Like literally right now, I back probably 4 or 5 different creators. I purposely go out and find folks who are doing their own comic books or their own storylines or their own gaming developing. And I'm like, how do I get in with you on the ground floor? I don't want to do anything else but support and consume the content. There's a lot of people out there that are willing to do that. We got to get in front of those kids. We got to get in all genres, all areas, all walks of life in society, so these kids know that this is an opportunity, and help them dream big outside the box. And incidentally, let me say this real quick. I don't want to take all our time, but I literally told my wife last night, we were talking about the death of Chadwick Boseman, and she said, well, what are they going to do with Black Panther? I said, they got a perfect opportunity. Shuri becomes the next Black Panther.
Yes.
Perfect opportunity. Shuri becomes the next Black Panther. And going back to what you said, Genesee, about, oh, a female can't carry it. We need to get away from that. What are you talking about?
I just got
Let's-
chills when you talked about
oh,
that.
Seriously,
my
I
body
want to
just
see
did the
Shuri
thing.
take that role.
Oh my gosh. What kind of Black Panther would she be, right? I mean, does
Less
it have
impulsive?
to be right? But, you know, I just, to that end, so you guys heard me say comic book, and that was my entry into this. One of the things that I did for my children was I said, well, what are you interested in? I will collect comic books for you as well. What do you want to read? You want to see someone that looks like you? You want to read about somebody that acts like you act, that comes from where you come from? So literally, we have this huge comic book area in my basement, and it's not just my comic books. You know, it's comic books for my daughter, who's probably going to be, you know, some kind of lawyer and kick down the entertainment house, right? And then I got my brainiac daughter, who's reading comic books along those lines. And then I got my son, who's biomedical engineering, comic books for him. And I even got a few, my wife's not into it, but she doesn't know that I've been buying comic books for what I think she should be reading too. But that's what we should be doing, right? We should be out there looking at everybody's interest and put it in front of them. All right, I'm gonna be quiet.
All that stuff's great. I think there's so many things I could talk about here. My background before I got into my work now was in politics. So I'm like thinking about this in some sort of like grander socio-political context of like, we got to get coding programs in schools for kids, in every school for kids. But there's also so many more like sort of radical democratic things we can do just in the nature of the games we play. Dr. J, you were talking about supporting independent creators, right? There's a whole host of independent creators in the tabletop world that are doing crowdfunding, that are doing, Patreon style support that they can get, a lot of great things in the DMs Guild, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even if you buy the books and you play the traditional games, you can still modify everything. And that's the beauty of a game that exists in our imaginations, like a lot of tabletop RPGs are, is that we can let the space in our imaginative game reflect the complexity and the diversity and the richness of the human experience that actually exists in the world, and let our games, like, let the world of the game be as diverse as it is, as the players who play that game. And I would say, building on what Rafi, you said around making a safe space for gamers is essential. That's what it comes down to. And just even doing stuff like, what are your character's pronouns, is a huge transformative thing to see with players, because they're having a reflection of this is a conversation we can have now about pronouns and what are my pronouns. And I can count on more than one hand the number of participants in these games who have come out to their adventuring party because they now have created a safe space, and the rest of the group is like, cool, yeah, right. It's like, it's an awesome experience to see how the safe spaces that we can create really do help sort of expand the table. So what do I think we can do to make this world a better place? Have an extra seat at your table and bring somebody else in.
Be inviting.
Mm-hmm.
So support indie creators, especially the indie creators who are breaking out of the mold of the stereotypes that we're talking about. Invite people to your table, but how do we maintain that? We've talked about how games are intrinsically social, and we haven't brought up the elephant in the room, and that's toxic behavior, both in online formats and even IRL, if we're playing at the same table as other people. How do we avoid that? How do we circumvent that? How do we fix that to make it the safe space?
I think that this is a conversation about collective accountability. I think of my NYC Gamers, our Discord, our Facebook group, it starts and ends with our space agreements, right? And these are agreements that were crafted by stakeholders within our social media platforms, community members, having conversations about ways that we can hold each other accountable to not only create a safe space, but sustain it. Make sure that it's something that's claimed to be safe by the folks who are investing in our platforms. Because it's one thing, I think that social media could be very performative at times when they use the term safe space. I think it's different when we're having more intentional conversations around how are we giving access to folks to claim safety in spaces. You know, so collective accountability, right? Even in like social media platforms like Twitter, whenever there's something that's trending because a huge mainstream AAA title did something that the Black community is saying that's super problematic, right? Being aspiring allies to the Black community and being stakeholders within our Blackness and the Black community at large, regardless of intersecting identities that you hold, being able to come together and utilize that trending platform to hold game developers accountable, but also the people who are playing those games and buying those games accountable, that's where it starts and ends, in my opinion. I think that it's not just an institutional issue, it's also an interpersonal one. You know, I have I have my chosen family, right? Bunch of trans, agender, queer youth, right? And my chosen daughter, she's trans Latina, and her game is Overwatch. She loves Overwatch. And whenever she plays online, she much prefers playing with her friends because that's her safe space. That doesn't change the fact that we still need to navigate how are we engaging with the enemy team, with other folks who are on game chat when they see her player tag and they use it as a way to be able to make transphobic remarks towards her, or to use it as a way to disrupt her self-care and sustainability when she's playing video games. We come into that conversation in a way where we're not restricting her autonomy to be able to defend herself and to be able to reclaim her safety in the narrative, but we hold our community accountable to make sure that this isn't something that is persistent, that it's not something that continuously happens, even if it's us, you know, 5 people at the same time reporting a person or reaching out to a game development company and saying, listen, this happened and this needs to be addressed. So that collective stakeholder power is so important when it comes to that collective accountability.
Well, and it strikes me that not only even having a collective agreement like that is in and of itself a pro-social thing, because in order to engage with your community, you have a literal social contract. And the ability to successfully navigate that and make amends when a transgression is made. I mean, that's the nature of any successful relationship, right? That relationships don't grow in the absence of conflict; they grow through the resolution of it. And being able to successfully do that is an incredibly pro-social thing. That's amazing. What about the rest of you? What do you all think about this?
One of the cool things about gaming is that depending on the type of game you're playing, your ability in the game is more important sometimes than the prejudices that exist for those playing with you. So if you're really good at what you're doing and you're helping your team win and you are an asset, that's a way to kind of have an in to allowing people to have the ability to change their view and change their mind about who you are, because you're actually benefiting their team. And you know, that's something that I think I've seen before when I've played. But yeah, as Rafi's saying, like, you can build these types of communities in the game itself. I mean, I think that Riot does a really good job. We're talking about Overwatch just a few minutes ago. I love how if you're insulting someone in chat, it says things like rousing good match or something like that. Like, there are ways in chat that it will, you know, edit certain things to kind of foster a more friendly bout of competition. And you know, there are other games, of course, like, you know, League of Legends, where, you know, you have community, you know, trials and arbitration and ways for people to, you know, bring their grievances to the community itself and have the community police that and decide how they're going to, you know, what's acceptable behavior for that community. And there are a lot of ways to do that within the game and outside the game, in the community post game. But yeah, those things are really important to consider when you're making a game or when you be a part of a gaming community, and how they actually perceive, you know, the things that are important to you as a player.
Any other thoughts before we cut to the last question?
I think a little bit I'll add to that is going, again, echoing the idea of forming communities and choosing your community and echoing that it's okay to choose your community. It's okay to partner up with whomever you want to partner up with, and really pushing that concept and opening up the idea that it's okay if you don't look like me or talk like me or have the same experience as I have or live in the same zip code as I live. I think that the more that we push that, I think we're breaking down barriers. And I think that's an unintended or unanticipated, I should say, positive consequence, if I can put those together, oxymoron there. But I think it's a positive consequence to the gaming world and what we have created. I don't think anyone had any idea that we would be joining so many different types of people together through gaming. It was just people's fandom. And they're like, hey, you're a fan, I'm a fan. All right, here we go. Let's come together. You know, I know we kind of joked about this before, but I told you I'm a biker guy. And I literally fused together my biking world with my leather and my wife. And for our anniversary, we go to a Comic-Con on the motorcycle, filtering all of these ideas that we think shouldn't go together and put it all together. And it works. And no one shooed us away. No one said, oh my gosh, what are you doing? It was more like, hey, all right, come on in here. Tell us about what you do. And all these kinds of perspectives coming together and really entreating you and saying, come on in, we want you.
PAX Sturgis, just saying. All right, well, so we've got just very quickly, we're just about out of time, but in thinking of gaming as a truly pro-social activity, if the audience can only take one thing away from this panel, just lightning round real quick, what do you want it to be? Genesee, let's start with you.
Dr. B, I hate this. It's like one sentence to sum up your whole life. Oh, what do you take away? You get out of it what you bring to it. Let's just say that, right? Like, be open to the idea that gaming and communities and the people in games are different than you are, and that they can educate you in ways that you would never experience in the area that you're in. You know, for me, like I've told Ravi before, like small town podunk, farm town nowhere, would never have had the experiences that I've had in life if it was not for games, enabling me to meet people that are so very different than me and have very many different ideas than I do. And, you know, even just as a career in gaming, the option to pursue something that you love, you know, no matter, even if you're not, you know, in LA, it is a great thing. So that's my tiny little nugget. Dr. B, sorry.
That's beautiful. That's fantastic. Rafi, let's kick it over to you. What do you want people to walk away with?
At NYC Gamers, our motto is "You belong." So I think that that's going to be the holding space that I have for this one. If you're watching this, listening to us, know that you matter. Wherever your gender journey leads, wherever the road may take you, gaming is always going to be an inclusive space for you, regardless of the circumstances.
Amazing, amazing. Adam Davis.
Just to build on what was already been said, I think it's important to have an extra spot at your table. Maybe it's not a seat. Maybe the person that's coming to your table has their own chair. But make sure that there's a spot at your table for other people to join you. I think that's the lesson I would love for people to take away. And that it's often not about the game, the benefits that come with it. It's about the play, and just reminding people that the game is just the vessel and it is the play that is the thing.
Dr. J, take us home.
All right, I'm going to say access, access, access. I am a consumer and I want to be involved in all these different genres. So allow us to have access, all of us, no matter who you are. Those who are hosting these things, open it up. Let it be accessible to every walk of life. Open it up so folks can get in. You'd be so surprised at how many people want to be a part of this world and would just get so much benefit from it. So access, access, access.
That's awesome. Well, thank you everybody for being here. I cannot say how much I appreciate this, especially as we had a technical error the first time we tried to record this panel, and that was entirely my fault. And everybody was being kind enough to record this again and bring all their wonderful insights. Just real quick, where can everybody find you on the socials? Starting off with Dr. J, we'll go clockwise.
I'm at Dr. J LTCDR. That's actually Dr. J Lieutenant Commander. You can find me there. I actually have 3 Twitter sites that will all link. If you type in Dr. J, you'll find me.
Awesome. Adam Davis.
You can find me on Twitter at Sparks for Sharks. You can learn more about Game to Grow at Game to Grow on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And go to our website because we're about to launch our 6-hour mental health trainer package.
Yay! Rafi.
You can find me on Twitter at Rafi Regulus. That's RAFFY Regulus, like the star in the heart of the Leo constellation. And follow us at official NYCG or join our mailing list at gamers.nyc.
Awesome. Genesee.
You can find Good Shepherd Games at Twitter at Good Shepherd Ent and me at Gray Area Podcast, GREY, and grayareapodcast.com.
And I am the Dr. B on Twitter and really all the socials. But really, you should be following at TakeThis.org. If you ever want to learn more about what we're up to, you want to support our mental health mission within the game community, both on the consumer and the industry side. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. For all of you watching, have a wonderful rest of PAX Online. This is just so monumental that PAX is doing this. 9 days. Oh my goodness. But thank you, everybody, and keep being awesome and social. Bye.
Hello, PAX Online, and welcome to this very special edition of Niantic Office Hours. I am your host. My name is Kit. I look after HR and operations for Niantic in EMEA, and we have an incredible lineup today to talk you through different journeys into the game industry. So I'm going to hand it over to our speakers in just Hello, PAX Online, and welcome to this very special edition of Niantic Office Hours. I am your host. My name is Kit. I look after HR and operations for Niantic in EMEA, and we have an incredible lineup today to talk you through different journeys into the game industry. So I'm going to hand it over to our speakers in just a second to introduce themselves. But to just set the stage, today we're going to be hopefully persuading you of all the different routes you can take to move into games. I think once you're participating as a consumer and you're super excited about it, but you don't necessarily have an obvious way in, games can seem like a bit of a black box. So what I hope you leave today with is a great sense of how our 3 different panelists have taken really different routes in and learn a bit about all the different options available to you. So today we're going to be chatting to Trinidad, our head of D&I globally, Laura, our senior game designer working on Pokemon Go, and Daphne, our technical lead manager on Pokemon Go. We've brought the big guns. So I'm going to start handing it over to all of you to tell the audience a little bit more about yourself. Trinidad, do you want to kick us off? Tell us about your role, where you started as well.
Hi, everybody. I am the head of diversity and inclusion at Niantic. And it started way back when in big data tech. And I have a passion for people. I have a passion for empowering people with information to help them change and and empower them with the tools that they need to move not only our business forward, but also making sure that it's an equitable place for all people. And honestly, this has been one of the best careers paths that I could have ever taken. And I didn't get to the game industry by the conventional way, which was like going to school or just having parents in the industry or knowing people. I knew nobody. And honestly, I didn't even know what Niantic was when I started. I mean, not when I started, but when I interviewed, I was like, Niantic, it sounds familiar. And when I Googled it, I was like, Pokemon Go? Oh, yes, let me go for it, and I didn't know anybody in the company. I did the conventional route of applying online through the regular sources that we use to search for jobs. So I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm addicted now. I love the game industry. I love the people, how eccentric we are sometimes and how demanding we are, but then also how creative we are and how much we are just passionate about creating games that can impact people. So I'm here. Thank you. Laura?
Yeah, so I probably have a bit of a winding path into the games industry. It really started for me when I was a kid playing video games with my brother growing up. Like that passion for games was always there and a part of my life. But I actually thought I was going to grow up to be a 3D animator. So I went to school to study art. So I have a traditional art degree as well as a certificate in 3D animation. While I was going through that journey, the university I was at, University of Utah, started a graduate program where they were going to focus on video games. And they're like, hey, you're doing this awesome art stuff and we know you love video games. Will you come be a part of the first cohort for this graduate program? And I was like, sounds great. I don't 100% know what I'm doing with my life because I'm a kid in college, so I would love to. So I ended up going to the grad program, and I got really lucky that the program teaches game design to all the students in that particular program. So I went through the program, and I still at that point thought I was going to be a 3D animator. My first job in the games industry was actually as an intern in animation for Disney at their video game studios. But then while I was there, they came over and reached out to me because they knew I was really passionate about video games and that I was a woman working in the industry. And they asked if I could take a look at some of the mini games they were trying to make that were going to be a bit more female focused for Disney Infinity. And the first game design meeting I went to, I was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my life. I've spent 7+ years studying to be an animator, and in a single meeting I realized that I need to make a pretty big career change. So over the course of that and a couple of really awesome opportunities and support from friends in the industry, I was able to switch to becoming a game designer instead. And then eventually that led me to my current role where I am a senior game designer here at Niantic working on Pokemon Go. Daphne, you want to share your awesome story?
Yeah, similar to you, Laura, I also grew up playing games with my brothers, and like, it's so funny because I never considered myself a gamer. I always considered them gamers, but not me, even though I played alongside them all the time. And so it took me a long time to like embrace that as like a part of my identity. Now no one can tell me nothing. I'm definitely a gamer, but back then I did not feel this way. But yeah, my route into games was actually probably more like the most like traditional CS, right? In the sense that I got a bachelor's degree in computer science and then I got a master's in computer science. And I actually got into games a little later in my career, indirectly through doing like more frameworksy kind of work. And so, you know, multiple positions that I had before Niantic, I was actually like writing code that supported developers who built games as opposed to being the person who was building the games. And that's what ended up leading me here. And so, you know, prior to this job, I was actually working at Apple. And so I was working on what's called the Foundation framework. It's basically for anybody who's worked in Xcode, when you open up a new Xcode project and you see import Foundation, that was my team. And so like, millions of developers were using my code every day. And then prior to that, I was working at a startup that was building an SDK that at the time was like revolutionary, but now is kind of laughable. But they were essentially just trying to get, they got Objective-C to run natively on Android phones. And so like our prime customers at that point were like game developers. And so we were in the industry, but tangential. And so Niantic was a really interesting move for me because it was a very intentional choice to be like, I want to be at the front of it this time. I want to be at a different part of the stack. I want to actually be like making stuff that people can actually see and interact with and play with, and not necessarily be like the Wall-E behind scenes, which is what I used to call myself. And so it's been really awesome working on Pico and being able to just like, make so many players happy. Like it's really awesome.
Awesome, thank you. I think one really interesting common thread for all of you is that you'd interacted as players, like however you kind of define yourselves in terms of gamers, casual, hardcore, whatever, you all had that relationship with games, but none of you went straight in. And I'm curious as to, before you were a part of this industry, how much of a sense of it did you have? I.e., what was kind of your knowledge around the roles available to you, what it was like as a culture? Daphne, what was your kind of, what did you anticipate before you were actually a part of the industry?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was nervous. Just, games is an interesting like subset of tech because it's like partially a subset, but also partially kind of its own thing, right? It's weird. They form almost this little Venn diagram, right? And so, I mean, I'll be blunt. Like the media around being a woman in games and being a Black and queer woman in games is not great. It's just not. And so, like, it's a little nerve-wracking to step into this and feel like you're putting yourself out on the chopping block every day. But it ends up being completely worthwhile. At least it has been for me. And like through this experience, I wouldn't have met any of you, and y'all are absolutely lovely. So like there are so many wonderful people in the industry that, I mean, I've dealt, that's a whole other panel. I've dealt with my share of difficult developers in my lifetime, trust. But like, it's been really awesome, particularly at Niantic, to be able to work with people who are not only so incredibly smart, but also super sweet. And I haven't had to, I almost feel like I've been shielded from just a lot of the craziness that we see out in the media all the time. So yeah, that was kind of my impression going in.
Well, I'm glad that Niantic has defied your expectations, of course. Trinidad, what about you? Your role isn't such an obvious, like you're not a game designer or a developer, but you're really integral to how Niantic functions and how we all kind of work towards this more inclusive and more kind of representative future. Tell us a bit about your understanding of the industry before you were a part of it.
Just to piggyback off of what Daphne said, I mean, the game industry definitely has a bad rep. Like, and I don't know if it's a bad rep. I think for a long time it is what it was. And I hear stories, horror stories about like booth babes in the back in the day and just like at conferences and different things like that. And I'm just like, ooh, okay. So coming in, I know Niantic is one of those companies that's a hybrid because we have a platform and then we also create games. So it was a mixture of tech and gaming, and it wasn't your traditional studio. So coming in, I wanted to defy everything that Daphne said. I don't want our people to have that negative experience of coming to Niantic and saying, oh, it's just like everywhere else. I want people to come to Niantic and say, oh, this is a breath of fresh air. Like yes, we still have crunch times. Yes, we still have we are asking for a lot of work. We want you to produce. That's just normal. But at the same time, we have a community. We're a family. We trust each other. We value each other. We respect each other. And that's why we're able to build such a great team of people who love and really go above and beyond for our games.
I feel all like warm and fuzzy now. Laura, how about you? What was your kind of understanding of the different roles, the culture of the industry?
Sure. So when I was growing up, which was several moons ago, we won't say how long ago, games were an amazing thing. I was a huge gamer. It was definitely like my defining hobby. But at that point in time, there weren't things like dev blogs. There weren't amazing conferences like PAX where you could see developers and game makers talk. So it was sort of this like void, right? I knew video games existed and I loved them and I played them, but I had no real concept of where they came from, other than I assume somebody somewhere was probably making them. You know, and it really honestly wasn't until I got to grad school and we started looking at all the options of the games industry and all the different roles, from art to tech to, you know, game design like I do, to all the support roles, which is pretty expansive. It wasn't until we started having those conversations that I was like, oh wait, this might be a viable career path. This might be a real industry to look into. And my parents have thankfully always been super supportive, but I know when I was like, I'm gonna work in games, they were like, oh, okay, is that a job? Do they pay you to do that, right? So thankfully they are now reassured that it is a viable career path. But you know, it just was so unknown at the time, which is part of why I think doing panels like this is really great, because I want everyone to know that there are paths into the games industry, that this is a real job, that they pay us to do this awesome work, and that like you know, as Trindan and Daphne touched on, like for a long time the industry has been pretty small and pretty close to who was going to be a part of it. And I think it's been really great to work with women and people of different backgrounds and diversity in the industry, because I think the more voices in the industry, the better the industry is becoming. So I think doing panels like this and seeing other panels and talking to other people in the industry is so important to just see how the industry is growing and then what steps we need to take to keep it growing from here.
I have something to add to what Laura said. You mentioned something about the different roles and types, and I want to remind everybody who's watching that you can be in HR, you can be in marketing, you can be in legal, you can be in facilities, you could be in finance, you can be in ops. Like just some of the different pathways. It's like any other company. You need a function and you need to be able to have all the different functions to move forward. And so don't limit yourself. If you are passionate about game design, yes. If you're passionate about software engineering, yes. But also know that if you don't know what your niche is yet, that this is your opportunity.
I would also add to, because Trinidad, you touched on like crunch time, and I think it's particularly important to highlight that like one thing I find really interesting about Niantic and Pokemon Go in particular, having worked and led the team, like at a management level, we have several managers, so many who are like vets in the industry of, you know, with ranging years of experience, who have dealt with such like horrific crunch experiences at past game companies that like in some ways it's like they brought their trauma with them, but like in the sense that they never want to relive that again, and they never want to put their employees or the org through that again. And so like it's interesting. I wanted to highlight that particular point because I feel like crunch is considered a norm in the industry in a lot of ways, and it's been really interesting to see how like so many Niantics have like fought back against this. Like they're just so adamant about it not being a thing here. And anytime there's even a hint towards it, people start to get a little antsy and they're like, no, we don't like this. We don't like this at all, you know, which is highly unusual when you consider just like the reputation of a lot of other companies.
100%. And I think it's also a testament definitely to you two who are actually involved in Pokemon Go as well, of the culture that you've both created. So a little bit of props there. So the other thing that I'm mindful of for people who are watching this, particularly if they're not in the industry already, sometimes it is hard to know what leap you want to make and of course how to make that leap. But I think that process of identifying like what is the thing that truly energizes you, what do you really want to get up in the morning and do, is hard, and each of you have done it. So I would love to hear, maybe starting with you, Laura, because you had your light bulb moment in that meeting, which I'm so jealous of. I wish that my career came to me that easily. I would love to know a little bit about how you thought about what is the thing I really want to do, and how you then pivoted that into working into games.
Sure. So yeah, like I said earlier, I was in that meeting, and the meeting could have been going for 5 minutes before I was like, oh, this is the thing I'm supposed to be doing. And you know, I did have to take some time to reflect, because I had spent so long training to become a professional 3D animator that the sudden decision to depart from that career path that I'd worked so hard on was a pretty big one. But I can be fairly stubborn. So once I realized game design was where my true passion was going to be, I made the commitment that I was going to start working towards that goal. Thankfully, at the internship I was at, they were supportive of that, and they helped me start working on game design while I was there. And then I started keeping an eye on all possible roles that might be coming up at the industry that was in the area I was in at the time, which was Salt Lake. And I got very fortunate that EA opened up a 3-month contract role. And honestly, like, one of the biggest things I can say for anyone who's looking to get into the industry and thinks this might be their path is start reaching out to folks in the industry, like whether it's connecting with folks on social media or on professional social media sites. Like, so what happened is this role opened up at EA, and a friend had applied for it, and they actually moved him to a different role at the company and reopened the 3-month contract. And then when it reopened, I applied, and they looked at my resume and they're like, well, she's an animator. Why would we talk to her? And it was because my buddy Josh was actually like, trust me, she has an incredible potential to be an amazing game designer. Just bring her in, have her do the game design test, and you'll see. Like, I know her resume doesn't match up, but just take the half an hour to talk to her. I promise she will show you what she has. And had Josh not been willing to, you know, speak up for me and vouch for me when my resume didn't necessarily 100% align for what they were looking at, I never would have gotten the opportunity to get into the game design field. You know, so having that connection, having that friend in the industry really made all the difference in that moment. So networking is invaluable when it comes to the game industry. A lot of it is about who you know. And if you're new and trying to get into the industry and you're nervous about reaching out, this has got to be the most relaxed, chill group of people in any industry I've ever met. Folks are almost always happy to chat with people who are trying to get into the industry, students, people who are interested in making a big career shift, because we've all been there, right? We've all needed help from somebody else in the industry. We all needed just one person to accept when you reach out. So don't be scared to reach out to folks in the industry and start getting to know them.
I am definitely going to pick up that thread a little later with everyone else about networking, the role that's played. I think sometimes it's viewed as this thing of like, oh, you just know this person and then they get you this job. And actually, it's the culmination of doing loads of hard work. So the thing that matters to you and the thing that feels good in terms of just your integrity is also the thing that turns into you getting a job through having good relationships. It's not just like my mate who works at EA.
Yeah, I think that's a good point with what I was saying, where my friend got me the interview. Had I shown up and not been prepared, they would have been like, nope, we were right. This isn't a good fit for you. But I studied so much between the time he told me of the opportunity and going in. Like, I read every possible game design book I could get my hands on, and just did a ton of research. So making sure you're prepared for when those opportunities arise is super key.
Right, you worked for it and you earned it, and you happen to have that connection through doing that work and everything else. Okay, cool. Trinidad, let's talk about you, because you obviously, prior to working in D&I, you were a program manager. And I think it's super interesting that you pivoted into your passion, and you did that in game. So tell us a bit about how you went through that process of reflection and how you kind of consciously moved yourself into the role you wanted.
So I worked in D&I prior to being a product manager. So when we got acquired, like I worked for EMC, and then when we got acquired by Dell, I kind of saw the writing on the wall, and I was like, ooh, I should probably get a job somewhere where they can't fire me. And and so I too, Laura, networked and had friends in high and low places, and some of them were managers, and they're like, hey, we have this product manager role. We know that this is not I was a program manager at the time in D&I, and they're like, we think that you can do it. Are you willing to take the challenge? And so that meant me moving cross country. So I moved from Boston to Santa Clara, California, and I worked on our data protection. I worked on hardware and software, and it was our bread and butter. And I loved it in the beginning until I realized I was like, I'm not really passionate about data protection. I mean, I know we need it, but I mean, I'm not changing the world. And at that time, I was like the lead of every ERG you can imagine in Santa Clara. I mean, I had a team, and we had like a leadership team, but like I was like Black ERG, Asian ERG, LGBT, like every ERG I was the lead on, because they all knew that I was coming from the D&I space, and they're like, oh my God, so great you're here. Yes, help us. And so it was fun. But I just found that I was still that was my passion. Like I would do my work, and then I would focus on developing the people around me. And so I had a moment where I was like, when was the last time I was genuinely happy with my work? Because at that time, work for me it was almost like I'd get it done quickly just so that I could focus on what I love. And so I think at this time, I took time to really reflect, and I was like, when was the last time? And I was talking to my mom, and she was like, when you were doing D&I, you don't remember? You were just like, you would up all hours of the night, and you didn't care. And I was like, wow, like, you're right. So from that moment on, I only applied to D&I roles. Like I made a very specific decision to not apply. And I was getting hit up for product everywhere, like Google, thank you, Facebook, because they need product managers, and also they need women of color in product management, and so it was like a shoo-in. But at the same time, I felt like that was a distraction, because yes, I love Google. Yes, I love these big companies, but I'm passionate about diversity and inclusion. And if you're not going to accept me in that role, then I can't help you. And so long story short, I literally just applied to D&I roles. And that's how I arrived at Niantic.
Okay, awesome. We are going to talk a little bit more in a couple of minutes about exactly how Trinidad got her job at Niantic, which is a great story, one of my favorites. But before we do that, Daphne, tell us, how did you go? You went from working in Apple to working in Niantic. How did you kind of consciously reflect on what you wanted out of that transition and make it a reality for yourself?
Yeah, that's a great question. I had, up until just before working at Niantic, I had spent my whole career, working lower in the stack. And so I was always, building the stuff that devs needed to do the work that they did that users actually interacted with, which was great because it just was a very interesting vantage point. I got to see up into what developers needed higher up in the stack, but I also was low enough to see into the stacks, the part of the stacks below me. So into the actual OS, or I worked with drivers at some point. I was doing the work that I did kind of ran the gamut. And so as much as I loved my work at Apple, and really did feel like the contributions I was making were real contributions, I had a hard time. I found frustration with having a hard time explaining to people what exactly I did. And I would be like, oh, I worked on Foundation. And people are like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I'm like, the reason why you have a rainbow flag emoji is because I wrote that code. Like, the reason why you have like a female professional like surfer who can be Black is because I wrote the logic for that. Like, that's what I mean. And they're like, oh wow. And I'm like, yeah. So when I say I worked on foundation, it's not, you know, but it's like, I loved being able to you know, work at that level and be able to support devs at that level. But I wanted to switch into a role that was a lot more user facing, where my work was a lot more obvious. And it's like, I could point to this thing and be like, yeah, here, it is in the game. You can see it very clearly. And so I was really excited about that transition. But I would add really quickly to like, since we were talking about like career switches and kind of that like moment when you realize, I had mentioned earlier that I took a more like traditional CS route into games, but what I did not mention is I took a very like weird route into CS, which was like, I actually went to my undergrad in New York thinking that I was going to study fashion journalism. And so like, that was where I was. I was 18, I moved to New York City, I went to Barnard, and I was like, I'm gonna work for Vogue, and this is gonna be my life. And like, it did not work out that way, but it was just kind of funny because it feels like CS found me in a lot of ways. And so, you know, like Trinidad was talking about just kind of like, you had that anecdote of, you know, being willing to put so many hours into D&I, and like, I kind of knew how much I loved programming when I took like a solo trip to Germany once, but had CS homework and ended up I was only there for 24 hours, and I literally spent the whole day at a Starbucks working on building like a network, like a local client and server. And I just like had so much fun just like with my headphones on. And I was like, I'm in Munich, like what am I doing? But it was just like the best time ever. So when we talk about like making these career switches, I think oftentimes people get tripped up on this idea of like, find your passion, because like, it just feels like this very overwhelming thing to do. But what I've, you know, turned that into for myself is just like, find your joy, like find where you have fun, find those moments that interest you the most, where you're just like, dang, I could do this all day. Or like, even if it's not all day, it's like, I would prefer to do this over doing this other thing. And like, pay attention to when you have those clues, you know?
Sorry, struggling to unmute myself there. You know what's crazy? I also started in fashion journalism. So the main takeaway is that if you want to work for Niantic, be a fashion journalist for a short amount of time and then just scoot right over and we will welcome you. But let's talk about actual strategy. So I think this is the part that, and actually I was having a conversation with a friend the other day who's looking to kind of pivot a little bit in terms of her industry. And the big thing is like, how do I express all of this experience that I have, which I can see how there is a relationship there with the role I want. And I have obviously these interests in the role I want, but I look at the job description and I'm not like an obvious fit for it, but I think I'd be great. How would you approach that, Daphne, or how did you approach that? Obviously, like there are kind of obvious parallels for you and your role, but I think it'd be great for the audience to hear some tips on that kind of application process and the tailoring of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll be really blunt. Like when I came to Niantic and expressed interest in a game dev role, I had never worked on Unity, like not, at least definitely not in a production sense. The little bit that I had done on Unity prior was just like game jams on my own time. It wasn't even super extensive. And so like, you know, the team had to know what they were getting and bringing me on board, because we're definitely a Unity shop. And it was really nerve-wracking at first. It was hard to, you know, it was hard for me to justify even to myself that I deserved it because of that. And I feel like that's really where it starts. I was really lucky because like, and I know you mentioned we'll talk about networking later, but like I had known somebody who was at Niantic already, and like they were able to put in a good word for me. But like on top of that, I think there also comes a point in your career where your resume just kind of starts to speak for itself, in the sense that like, you know, and I think Niantic is really good about this, but other companies do this as well, where it's just like, you know, maybe you don't have the exact qualities that they're looking for in the list, but they trust that you're capable of doing the work because you have a history of doing great work elsewhere. And so like Niantic was able to look at my history of doing great work elsewhere and be like, okay, you don't know this one tool, but you're a programmer, you can pick it up. That's what programmers do, they learn new tools. So like, we have full faith in your ability to learn new tools. And I was really appreciative of that. I remember like, you know, when I first started at Niantic, like we had a internal hackathon, and I wanted to do it because it was a good opportunity for me to like do a bit of a crash course in Unity. And I remember like, you know, it was using this like parts of our platform that were, you know, really awesome, but also very new. And I was experimenting, but a lot of it was also me just like learning how to like set up a Unity project and start from the basics. And so after the hackathon, you know, they wanted us to like present these projects to the whole company. And like it just was very easy for me to see very early on that like the quality of what I produced was like so much lower than like what everybody else had cranked out. And I was also a one-man team versus like these other teams that were like 3 or 4 people, or they were working on something pre-existing. And I remember right before that, you know, it was a all hands meeting. I was on the phone with my parents 20 minutes beforehand in the lobby of the Ferry building, sobbing, because I was like, my coworkers are gonna think I'm stupid. They're gonna think I don't deserve this job. Like, they're gonna want to fire me. Like, my project looks so dumb. And my parents were like, no, like you just have to like just present it and you're gonna be fine. And I was like, everyone is gonna think I'm so stupid. And so I remember like, you know, I put a smile on my face and I presented the hell out of that thing. And I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna stand by it. And I actually got so much wonderful, like, it was just a great reception. And actually Laura reached out to me and was like, hey, your idea sounds really cool. If you ever want to flesh it out more, like, come talk to me. I can like give you some game design tips. And I was like, this is amazing. So anyway, long story short, like, you don't necessarily have to have the exact skills to be good at the job.
I actually really quick want to, you know, having been on the other side of Daphne's story, everyone was blown away by what she was presenting. Everyone was so impressed and thought it was so awesome. I think that's actually a really good lesson for this industry is imposter syndrome is real. It's a real thing. A lot of folks, regardless of the role or the level at which they're in their role, especially when you're starting a new job, feeling like, did I trick them into hiring me? Why am I here? I don't know what I'm doing. Like, everyone was blown away by what Daphne had done. So knowing that that was so scary and you were so worried about it is so crazy, because on the other side, we were like, Daphne knows what she's doing. She's amazing, right? So like, just know that those moments of insecurity and fear, they're real, but like, just push through them. And yeah, no one else would have ever guessed, Daphne, that you were nervous. So I think it's a really good lesson that like, just keep pushing forward, and like, one way or another, as long as you're doing your best, it'll probably work out.
It makes my heart break a tiny bit, but I also love that lesson. And I try and look out for people that I have worked with who have just backed themselves and they've kind of got what they asked for. And it was almost as simple as that. And I'm like, if I do that, but I also work really hard and just deliver great work, like it does kind of come together. Trinidad, I think the time, just a little bit conscious of time, and I want to talk about networking, but I also really want to talk about your story of kind of how you got into Niantic. I also think it's really important to note that you did apply, right? And so talk us through, like, what was your strategy, and how did you demonstrate fit with the role?
I can make it short and sweet. Like, I applied on a website and I got a call back, and my first conversation was with one of our recruiters. Her name is Angie. And Is her name Angie?
Do you mean Angela?
Sorry, yeah.
I'm
Why did I
obsessed
say
with
Angie?
Angela. She is one of my favorite humans. Top
Why
10.
did I say Angie though? Anyways, it's I'm not a morning person. Anyways, long story short, I was just talking to her late last night actually. Angela is amazing. And in our first conversation, she was like, "Wow, I can hear your passion. Like you light up." Like because she asked me, you know, how have my interviews been? And I was like, "Yeah, I just had a product manager interview." And I think my tone was like, you know, pretty low. She's like, when you start talking about D&I, you just lit up like a light bulb. And so just talking to her, going through the process, I met some of the wonderful people that work at Niantic on my panel. And I was surprised when I got to the end where I had to meet with the CEO. And that was where I needed all this preparation. You know, I needed to have a PowerPoint and show my 6-month plan. And I mean, I literally prayed over it. I went to every single person that I love and know that I respect and said, "Hey, can you take a look at this? Can I present it to you? Can I show you?" I practiced. And even my mentors, I sent them a rough draft. I was like, "Hey, can y'all see this?" And my ex, one of my ex bosses was like, "This is way too long." She's like, "You need to cut this down to 5 slides." I was like, "What?" And that was, I mean, honestly, that was good advice, like understanding our, like how we are at Niantic. So, you know, cut it down. And so my diagram, which was, you know, lovely, which was like, you know, diversity, inclusion, equity, and then, you know, Niantic circle, and there's a heart in the middle, which is, you know, pointing to it, you know, like all of our different, I took the mission and I, you know, put it in like a diagram, and then I put a heart, and that was diversity, equity, inclusion. I said, this should be the heart of Niantic. And in my one-on-one with John, I said, and honestly, if you're not ready to do the work, don't hire me. If you are not interested in actually seeing systemic blockers broken and changed, then I'm not the person for you. And that was one of the best things I ever said and did, because, you know, we talk about imposter syndrome, and yeah, that tries to sneak in, but I was authentically myself from day one. And I have been able to continue to be that because of being authentically myself during all of the interviews, and you know, not code switching, which is so easy to do when you're used to doing it, especially in corporate America. So yeah, and I will say this, like to forward and to go move forward into networking, like doing my research of going on Twitter and befriending people, going on LinkedIn, befriending people, going on Facebook, like, and asking questions from people who were in my network on what I should do, because I've never been in this industry before. That's what held me up. Like, they lifted me as I was trying to climb. And I can't tell you how valuable it is to network, even now. Like now in my position as D&I, I have external partnerships, and I've been able to have, like, I have a village in the game industry. There's so many people that I went to GDC, I met so many people that I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, we're gonna be friends forever, you know. And then going to PAX, going to these consumers, E3, and just the energy, the people are excited. And when you find people who they become your village, you don't want to get rid of them. And like I said, I'm addicted. I'm not going anywhere. Like, you know, if Niantic fires me, I'm going to find another game industry job. Like, I'm not going anywhere.
Niantic has no plans to fire Trinidad. Clear that one up to my knowledge. So Laura, let's talk about networking with you then, because you mentioned it right at the beginning. And imagine, like, if someone is wanting to get into game design now, where should they go? Who should they be talking to? Like, what events should they be showing up at?
Yeah, I would definitely encourage anyone who is interested in game design to look at a couple of options. There's the more traditional route, which I went, which was going to an academic program, but that's not the best fit for everyone. I think another really valid route is to be learning and studying and building game design or building games on your own as well. That's also super valid. I think the key piece between those two is starting to reach out to folks, whether, I think Trinidad mentioned a few things, whether it's on Twitter or LinkedIn, or going to local game jams, or going to local meetups for the games industry. There's a lot of different groups in the games industry that get together often once a month. We're all doing it digitally right now, obviously, but eventually we'll return to doing it in person. Going to conferences and attending conferences related to the games industry is another great way. Just any place you think there might be folks who make games, start looking for those opportunities and start attending. And like I was mentioning earlier, if you're intimidated to approach somebody at one of those events, don't be. We're all, at the end of the day, mostly just a big group of nerds who love video games, right? We're just really passionate about what we do, but it's a lot of people who are just very thoughtful and kind and are excited to talk to people who are excited. And I can say for those of you who might be in the industry already, like whether you're mid to senior level, the best thing you can do is mentor somebody. So if somebody reach out and they're looking for advice, there's nothing more reinvigorating for your career than talking to somebody who's brand new or is trying to break into the industry. You know, if you're having a rough time, if you've been working really long on a project, mentoring somebody who's brand new and has fresh eyes and is just so excited to take on the industry, it just makes everything so much better. So honestly, like the senior folks in the industry who are mentoring or helping people who reach out are getting just as much back in trade. So please, that's my biggest thing, is just reach out and try to connect with a few folks. And the industry's busy, so don't be upset if it takes folks a while to get back to you, but it's okay to reach out again after a couple of weeks and be like, hey, I'm just checking in again, seeing if you had a chance to get back. Thanks. You know, like follow up is really important in this industry too.
Awesome. Okay, in our final few minutes, Daphne, from an engineering point of view, where should people be going, whether it's for networking or finding job opportunities in the industry?
Honestly, I don't have that much more to add on top of what Laura said. Like, I think everything that you would do if you were interested in trying to learn more about game design, as Laura put it, like you would do the same for engineering. You would like build your own games if that's the route that you want to take. You would read whatever books you can if that is what works better for you. As Laura put it, lots of meetups, lots of game jams. Like there are plenty of opportunities to go out and meet people and just reach out to them. Yeah, I mean, you know, Laura put it so well, so I feel like I can't I can't add.
Okay, cool. Well, Trinidad, keep me honest on this, but I think we're pretty much at time. We are. Okay. Well, thank you everyone so much for joining, and thank you to our wonderful panelists. It's been lovely to catch up with you. I catch up with you anyway, but it's been especially lovely to catch up with you and hear from you right now. If you are interested in getting into games, do check out our careers site. I believe it is careers.nianticlabs.com, where you can see all of our openings across all of our locations globally. And you are perfectly welcome to reach out to any of us as well if you want any kind of tips or advice. You can find me on LinkedIn because I am really boring and not very much on Twitter. My name is Kit Gilbert. Let's go through the group as well and tell people where they can find you. Trinidad, where should people follow you or reach out to you?
I am on LinkedIn as well, first name, last name, Trinidad Hermina, but I'm also on Twitter at This Is Trini, and on Discord at This Is Trini, Twitch. You could find me at This Is Trini pretty much anywhere. And This Is Trini is just This Is TRINI.
Awesome. Laura, how about you?
I am also on LinkedIn. Full name is Laura Warner, so if you just search for that, it should bring up my profile. And then you can also find me on Twitter. I am at Laura WQF, so that's LAURA WQF.
Cool. And Daphne?
Also on LinkedIn, Daphne LaRose. And actually don't use Twitter because I just find Twitter so incredibly overwhelming. But I'm definitely on Instagram, so you can find me at Life Is Sweet Good. I use that handle for everything.
That's very inspiring. I wish I had slightly more imaginative handles now. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this panel, and that is it from us. Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc. In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds, as well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet. In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Nine Witches Family Disruption
is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlude SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
And welcome to You Don't Look Gay, Queer Woman in Esports. I am your moderator for the next hour, Dr. M, also known as GamerDoc. So we're all here because we love gaming, right? For most of us, it's our favorite pastime. For some of us, it's giving us careers, and it's what's helped us through, this pandemic that's going on right now. But gaming has a inclusivity and a toxicity problem. No matter who you are, as soon as you go online, you have experienced toxicity, right? It doesn't matter who you are. But for certain people, like women, the LGBTQ population, and people of color, that toxicity is much, much worse. So let's look at the statistics. In a 2018 survey, it was found that up to 56% of women face toxicity when they're gaming. And what that means is that 54% of the time women were asked for sexual favors, and almost 10% of the time received death threats. So how do women combat that? 70% of the women surveyed reported they avoided verbal communication. And anyone who's ever tried to play competitive gaming knows that verbal communication is essential. So this gets much worse when you get into the competitive fields, okay? So if you look at the top 500 earners at the end of 2018, top 500 esports earners, one of them is a woman. One. In the top 500, one person's a woman. That's the state of the industry. So how do we fix it? What do we do? We're going to sit around and talk about it, or we're going to like make some changes? So before I introduce our panelists and before I turn it over to our experts, I want to say that this panel is going to contain topics of homophobia, transphobia, sexism, racism, and other forms of oppression. So if that is triggering to you, you might want to sit this one out. Welcome, panelists. Do you think you go around and introduce yourselves and give us a little bit of background?
Sure. So I am Celis. I am a molecular biologist by trade, but within the gaming industry, I am a streamer, and I focus specifically on gaming and mental health. During the weeks, I play video games, and on weekends, I have a show where we break down self-care and mental health topics from a scientific perspective.
I'm Dash. I'm a sports broadcaster. I also am a Twitch streamer who plays a variety of games, and I am LGBT.
I'm Nano Pierogi. A lot of people call me Nano or Pierogi. I'm a Twitch streamer. I play a variety of games. I play a lot of Overwatch offline. I'm about to go pro in Fall Guys. You know, I'm just so good at it. And I'm also LGBT. I identify as queer.
Hey, so I'm Kendrix. I'm a esports marketer. So I predominantly work with advertising, social media, and all kinds of fun stuff with esports organizations. And I identify as a bisexual poly woman. And I don't stream, but I do lots of cool journalist stuff on the side, like write articles and interview professional players. So that's fun.
You're also very close to going pro in Fall Guys as well.
No, we're not gonna lie about that part. I'm the cheerleader. I'm the moral support of any team, but I am not a pro player.
I'm Dr. M. Like I said before, I'm a medical doctor who treats video gamers. I also run a show for the National Women's Hockey League, and I am the president of Queer Women of Esports, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advocating for the LGBTQ population in competitive gaming.
Dr. Sarah Hayes. I am a Geeks Technology individual. I also work as the Vice President of Queer Women of Esports, and in my spare time I also contribute clinical content to Take This and do some streaming in a variety of places.
So we've established that you guys are all kind of cool, and some of us have a little bit more esports skills than others when it comes to Fall Guys. But as I kind of touched on in the intro, toxicity exists for everyone, right? Like, if you're logging on online, you're going to face toxicity no matter who you are. But for certain populations, it tends to be a little bit worse than others. So, you know, going around, whoever has anything strong to say, have you personally experienced toxicity in gaming, and how do you deal with it?
Sorry, it's just like, I love that question. Have you personally experienced, and like all of us, like with dead eyes at the camera, like of course we have. Yeah. I mean, I can speak to that a little bit. I play a lot of video games in general, a lot of first-person shooters, everything from CS:GO, Valorant, Overwatch, and especially, I would say oddly enough, especially in first-person shooters, like the second that you turn your mic on to say anything, it's just a comment like, you know, can you make me a sandwich, to much more vulgar things. And sometimes it's just incredibly casual. Like, it's this kind of, like, casual sexism and casual, like, racism. And gods forbid that, like, my girlfriend say something in the background, or I speak to her, and then they realize that I am, like, a queer person as well, because all of a sudden it's like, oh no, there's even more stuff to throw onto that.
Yeah, I started... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't play first-person shooters. I'm the person in Skyrim who creeps around, like literally just creeps until I find someone, then takes 5 minutes to land up a shot. But I play MOBAs, particularly Dota, and I remember when I first got into it, every time you turn on your mic, because Dota's a very vocal game, it would be 4 people screaming at me about, like, what size bra do I have? Go make me a sandwich. Or do I have a boyfriend? Or, you know, back in the day, what's your Skype username? I'm dating myself. But, like, it would be, like, this constant stream of harassment about either proving that I'm a woman, giving into their whims because I'm a woman, or not being good enough at the game because I'm a woman. And so it didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter what anyone else would say. It was just constant thing. And then it turned into, well, if I want to enjoy the game, I have to turn off my mic because it's either saving my mental health or saving the game. And a lot of the times we're faced with this challenge of you either play and deal with the harassment or you turn it off for your own mental health, but probably not do as well, because most of the games that we're into, particularly the esport titles, communication is integral to the success of a game. And so how do you balance playing a game and wanting to be good and successful with, you know, your own mental health and having to look out for yourself in that game?
So excuse my noob question because I don't play a lot of MOBAs. Bra size isn't included in your stats?
Not. I petitioned and sent emails to Valve being like, I really feel like people need to know this about me. Like,
Right,
it's
yeah.
integral to, like, you know, if I'm a
Definitely.
support player, obviously I have a size 34D. Like, that's just, it just goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
Someone sigh.
So I started gaming when I was in middle school. My siblings and I pulled our money. We got an Xbox and we got Halo and DDR. But like I played so much Halo with my brother, and I was 13. I did not know better. Also, the Twilight books had just started coming out, so my username was like Vampire Girl. There were like X's in there or something, so people knew I was a girl right away. It was so cringy, but like, okay. But as soon as I would say something on voice chat, or even if people saw my name, they would start harassing me in voice chat. And it got to the point where I wouldn't play on my own account. I would just play as a guest on my brother's and not use a mic. And that was at 13. That was like 13, 14 when I started gaming. I was exposed to stuff that I didn't know what it meant at that point. Like, I was pretty protected at that point, and I was like, I don't know what these people are saying to me, but I know some of it, and it's bad. So I just stopped using voice chat, and then fast forward to my adult life, I started playing Overwatch. I've been playing Overwatch for probably a year and a half now, at least. I haven't used voice chat up until recently. It was actually after our last panel that we were talking about how sometimes, like, being vocal in the game can actually help other women feel more comfortable. But like what Kendrick was saying, it holds you back from playing competitive or something. I've never played competitive Overwatch because I've been afraid to use voice chat. And for the first time I'm doing my placements, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be bronze. But like for the first time I'm actually doing placements in Overwatch because I'm like, if I have to make a call out or something, I feel comfortable doing that now. But it took a lot to finally get here. And we still have a long way to go, so.
Yeah, I kind of grew up the same way. So as a kid, I always gamed with my brother. That's how I got into gaming. He had a console, and I always wanted to be player 2, no matter how badly he did not want me to play with him. And I loved it. He played a lot of first-person shooters, so that's where I grew my love for first-person shooters. And as I got older, I started to play games that had communities that were quote-unquote very toxic. I played a lot of Grand Theft Auto. I played first-person shooters. I played games that it was brutal to be on voice comms. I still remember the first time I did join a voice comm chat. It was Call of Duty Black Ops. And I finally got the guts to turn on my mic. The second I did, I was bombarded completely with just messages. The accounts would not stop messaging me after the game saying how bad I was. And I actually was the top one out of the whole match, but that's a different story. I got death threats, I got all these kind of things, and ever since then I refused to use my mic. That was when I was playing on console, and now I play on a PC, and I still don't use comms, and I've tried so hard to learn how to do it by my keyboard and call out shots that way, but I just really wish I could use it without having that fear again.
I once had someone question whether it was as bad as I made it out to be, because they couldn't fathom the idea that I would be bombarded with so much negativity and harassment in a game as simple as Dota. And so I remember I had my headphones on and the game queued up and we got into the match, and I said something like, I'm going bottom, which is just to say like which lane I was going into. And then I took the headset off and I handed it to them and they put them on, and it was like near instantaneous. It was just split second, all of the harassment started. No one stopped pinging me, and they took it off, and they're like, that's what you do with every game? I was like, yeah, maybe once in a while I'll get a nice game where someone doesn't say something as like deflammatory or as bad as this, but like, yeah, if I use voice comms, this is what I get. There is no way around it. And using a voice modulator, why should I have to change my voice to accommodate harassment that's in game perpetrated by somebody else?
Yep.
Shouldn't have to.
No. And like Dash said, you like if you like I'm sure we'll talk about it later, but like the idea of not having competitive women in esports, where does it start? It starts here, where if you can't talk about it before you've even played competitive play, how are you going to get the courage, or how are you going to get the strength to go through all of that abuse because you're so passionate when we know that that's what we're faced with?
Yeah.
Growing up, that's part of why I didn't even play MOBAs. I didn't play MMORPGs. I ended up writing my dissertation on individually played role-playing and story-driven games because I found solace in them. I started playing games in high school when I was friends with basically all guys because, you know, I didn't want to be friends with girls because I wasn't out and I wasn't willing to look at any of that. But, you know, it's also a story for another day. But I would play the games and just be tired of the verbal harassment and tired of the, like, either hand-holding or, like, oh my god, it's a girl, can I just help usher you to the winner's chair? It's like, no, I don't want either of those things. I just want to play the game, just like everybody else. So I ended up for a long time not playing any multiplayer games unless they were couch co-op. And it leaves such a poor taste in everybody's mouth, and it pushes people out of the industry when there could be a really diverse and rich community, but instead we're all just kind of like, nah, fam, thanks, not interested.
And you guys are all bringing up really important topics that kind of lead to my next question. So this really cool study was going around Twitter recently, and it was a 2015 study on Halo 3, and it found that when women were present, less skilled male players were much more likely to make sexist comments, and higher skilled male players were more likely to respond favorably. So it's this concept of women, poorly performing males tend to be more threatened by women because they have the societal hierarchy and they want to keep it that way, and women coming in and usurping them was not favorable. And we're talking about voice chat, and voice chat is integral to competitive play. Unless you're playing Hearthstone or unless you're playing a single player game, communication is the basis of any team-based activity. And so from very early on, women are pushed out of voice chat because of the things that we all just mentioned, and that leads to them not playing at a higher level, because if you can't use voice chat, you can't compete at a higher level. So aside from that, in all of your opinions, why aren't there more women in competitive gaming?
Ooh, I want to answer. Sorry, I raised my hand a lot. So there's a variety of reasons, but one of the ones that always sticks out to me is, so I've done a lot of interviews. That's how I started in esports, was by doing interviews with professional players. And I would get the occasional interview with a coach or with someone who was in management, especially like years ago, when the conversation about why there weren't women in esports was very present. And the answer that a lot of people would have is they were worried about the team dynamics. They were worried about like what having a female would do to the other men on the team, and would they be distracted, and like could they perform at the same level, and like having to like navigate that challenging having a woman on the team and having the men distracted would like flash me back to high school, middle school, with heaven forbid I would feel my shoulder straps or my bra strap and I would have to go change because the men or the boys couldn't handle themselves. So before we even get into the question of like, why aren't there women at the competitive level, it's the question of people are worried about how the men will respond to the team dynamics or how they'll respond to having a woman on the team. And that to me is like, I don't understand why that's a problem. Like if we can have women in the workplace, which some workplaces we can't still because same issue, but if you can be in society on a bus next to a woman or buying a coffee, there's no difference between working with a woman in an office setting versus working with women on teams. You're all going towards the same goal. You're all working towards the same accomplishments, but yet this team dynamic and the men's feelings are so heavily weighed over maybe there's a woman who is good enough to be on this team and actually giving her the opportunity to just work with the team. And that was the biggest
I would also like to point out that as a woman who is attracted to women, I've never found myself like so distracted by a woman's voice or by like a woman's physique that I've been unable to function. Like, it's not like I'm like, damn, she's so hot, I've forgotten how to push a button on my keyboard. Like that's not That's not how it works.
No, it really, and like that's the other like, and when you raise that argument, it even adds even more layers because they can't backpedal and they can't figure out how to get out of that one. When it's like we, as queer women, you can navigate having even a crush, like even having a crush on someone in high school when you have like a girl partner and you're like, you still get the work done, you still work together, you still get the A if you're me, you still work towards a common goal. Versus somehow in esports, these men's egos and their inability to work with women or even try to is part of the problem. It's that roadblock.
And like, if I think about it, and this is probably more a personal opinion, I don't know, but esports, when you say you're a competitive esports player, you're gonna get looks no matter who you are, right? Even men can't be taken seriously in some aspects. If they're like, I'm a professional esports player, they're like, okay, that's cute. So the fact that men are already struggling with that, women come in and they say, I want to be a part of this. Most of the time, they're going to get shot down right away because within this community, there's so many times that are like, oh, you're a woman. There's no way you are as good to compete, or you can't compete on the same level, which is not true. But that roadblock there is how crazy esport is compared to other jobs. People can't take it seriously. So there's this other layer to, oh, well, if you're a woman in this industry, good luck.
Yeah. Broad scale gaming has this problem, like being a member of the games industry. In academics, for example, if you say I'm doing a research study on video games, people will scoff and roll their eyes at you. I can't tell you how many colleagues I have who are like trying to fight their dissertation chairs, which is the person who's in charge of like helping them finish writing and push it forward through to the university and allow them to graduate. They're like, no one will take this seriously. There's no careers in this field. There's nothing you can do. It's just a pastime. Which, by the way, there are now, I think, the statistic this week, which is sometime in August 2020, there are now 3 billion people who endorse playing video games in the United States this year. So,
how many people are in the United States?
Is it U.S. or global? Maybe it's globally.
Maybe global. I don't know if there's 3 billion
global.
in the U.S.
U.S. The U.S. That's silly of me. But I can tell you, based on 2019 ESA stats, that 7 out of 10 United States households have a dedicated gaming console on them. So it's a big thing, and half of the argument is having to legitimize the field, and half of the argument is having to, and never mind the whole like esports aren't sports. Okay, not even going there. But then also there's the bit about like, even last week, again, August 2020, I saw for an esports tournament entry and the team regulations, no more than 1 female identifying team member per team. Why? Explain that to me. Why? In this competition, they're regulating the genders of the participants per team.
Oh, wait. So, hold on, because I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that they had not chosen, but like the regulation was not more
the rules.
Holy,
the rules stated that.
Is that legal?
I'm not going to call out who it was, but it's a legitimate thing.
So one of the biggest problems is esports isn't regulated when you think about it. Like, there is no governing body for esports as a whole, let alone game titles themselves. Like, Valve barely steps in when they need to. Riot does when they're pushed to the brink of utter collapse. Like, there is no regulation. So if a third-party organizer wants to be like, I'm throwing this tournament, here's $500,000, they can come up with anything they want, and they can make any rules they want. And I mean, I kind of like, on a separate but related issue, when we do create things that are focused for people who identify as women, and such as like there's been a couple CSGO tournaments that are for women only, then you get this giant backlash of, why do women get their own league? Why do women have their own tournaments, their own sponsors? Like, why is this even a thing? Like, why can't men enter? And then you're like, because you have regulations like that, because you have roadblocks where you won't let them participate on teams, or they're not good enough, or the men can't handle not having a female on their team, let alone as a team manager. So of course we're going to try to find ways to include women and to give them opportunities and to give them the growth that they deserve. But then when we do that, we're met with this extreme backlash of, well, it's not fair.
And speaking as someone who played in an all-women's competitive Fortnite tournament last weekend, no big deal. Women's only tournaments, women-only professional teams and orgs are essential. Do we love that they're essential? Of course not. You know, the fact that we would love to play co-ed, we would love to play in, you know, mixed teams and mixed tournaments. But the thing is that in order to play at that high level, you need to have a training space that you can feel comfortable in, right? You need to compete against people who make you feel supported, and you don't want to leave as soon as you join because people are making racist, sexist jokes in the Discord chat. You know, like, for me, I was going to get very involved in esports before I went to medical school, and the community that I joined to train was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. So I left. So, you know, women-only spaces provide that ability to grow and provide that ability to train together without having to worry about this stuff.
I mean,
right.
So I actually wanted to touch on something that you said, because it's not just the sexism. Like, there's also very casual racism, like within gaming spaces. I've had times when I am playing with people that I played with, like, online, and all of a sudden one of them says a racial slur, and it's one of those things where, like, I'll pause and be like, you realize, like, I know you can't see me, but you realize that I'm not white, right? Like, you realize that's not cool, and you just have to walk away. And I actually had one person respond to me with something along the lines of, like, oh, you're not white, does that mean I shouldn't say that in front of you? It's like, no, it means you shouldn't say that at all. But, like, the like, casual racism, I think, kind of goes hand in hand with the casual sexism
and heterosexism. Like, yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the word fag.
Oh, so
I would bet that if we each had $1 for every time we heard that word when playing a game, we would be so wealthy.
so wealthy.
Yeah, I literally got it in my Twitch chat like 2 days ago because I made the mistake of streaming just chatting before I played Fall Guys. Like,
How dare you?
It's something that I see it a lot. I see it a lot in Overwatch text chat too. But even aside from that, because like outside of that, being the one that looks straight, I'm very straight passing. Kind of what Celestima was saying is they don't realize it applies to you, so they're like, oh, now I don't see it around you. And it's like, I kind of feel like I'm at an advantage because I'm like, oh, now I know what kind of person you actually are, because you say those things in front of me, because you don't realize you should filter yourself in front of me. But at the same time, that can be exhausting, and it's like, I don't want to have to be exposed to the awful side of people.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a lot in Overwatch still.
And this is like goes back to what we were saying earlier. You know, online gaming is toxic for everyone, right? Even if you're a cis white man, you're going to be the target of toxicity. If you're a woman, that gets worse, and then if you are a person of color, that gets much worse. If you're an LGBTQ individual, that gets much worse. And then if you're multiple of those things, you're screwed, right? So aside from us sitting here and talking about it and drawing attention to it, what do we need to do? What can be done to make gaming, to make esports more inclusive for people who aren't cis white men?
I think the first most obvious thing that comes to mind is like, for me, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to use voice chat. I'm going to let other women know that I'm here. But like for anyone who's not a woman or who's not being subject to that kind of harassment, speak, even if it's text chat, say something, report them, like, because so many times I have gotten harassed in chat and like, I'll be like, what the heck, dude? Like, why you gotta be like that? And it'll just be silent. Like, no one else will say anything. And it's like, if you're not standing up for me, I assume that you're okay with it. I'm assuming that you're on their side. And it feels really isolating. And that's part of why it's so bad, because if every time I was treated that way in chat, my teammates stood up for me, I would feel a whole lot better about using voice chat. Like, I would just feel a whole lot better about ever speaking up.
I've had like actual conversations with friends because I agree, like 100%. I know, like, I can't tell you how many times that I've had to defend myself and get in those arguments and be like, this isn't cool, the language needs to change, and it's exhausting. And then I subsequently turn around to my team and I'm like, where are you guys? Like, being a bystander is equally as bad as being the perpetrator, because when you're the bystander in that situation, you are also the perpetrator because you're not doing anything to change it. And your silence is accepting the behavior, it's accepting the abuse, it's accepting and saying it's fine for this guy to do it. And that's not okay. And I've had conversations with friends, specifically some guy friends, where they're like, oh yeah, I'm an ally, like, oh yeah, like I told like women in gaming, it's so toxic, like we need to make it better. And I'll be like, so how many times have you started a conversation when you've heard a friend of yours playing in game and saying something shitty, or even someone that you don't know? How many times have you voluntarily jumped in not knowing the person who's getting abused? And
Honestly,
sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say the amount of times that like I have been in a chat with people and you'll hear people say like, "Oh, dude, like that's not okay," or like that's not cool, but then they go ahead and they just do the same thing, or like they tell me to ignore it.
Yeah.
Like, is that what I'm supposed to do every single time someone harasses me?
Yeah.
Just ignore it every time? Like that seems to me like it's not working because that's what I've been doing up to now. That's what we've all been doing. But part of the problem is that because we ignore it every time we encounter it, people just think it's okay. So, like, just calling, and I feel like calling people out does make people very uncomfortable sometimes, but like, fuck it.
Good.
Yeah,
Be
well,
uncomfortable.
I definitely feel like there's an element of even well-intentioned people, like they might be caught off guard and like not really know what to say or something. And I kind of understand that because like the first time you experience something like that, you're like, did that just happen? And maybe that's just me because I don't have a fight or flight response. I like freeze. I don't know how to react to things. So I can kind of understand that. But after it happens once, like you gotta know it's gonna happen again. You can prepare, even just like call like hate, like don't say that stuff like that. Like calling someone out just simply like, and it's you have to think on your feet sometimes, but I can understand people who don't know how to deal with that because they don't experience it a lot.
Yeah.
But once you know it's happening, you have to train yourself to deal with it, to stick up for your friends if you actually want to be part of the solution.
So I feel like this is a great step one, right? Over the next 20 minutes, we're probably going to come up with a lot harder things to fix this, right? We're going to come up with some multi-step processes that are going to take years. But step one is be an ally. And don't just be an ally. Don't just like hashtag he for she. Like when stuff happens, stick up for people. And you not just if you know them. Stick up if you know it's wrong. Silence is the language of the oppressor. Stick up for people. Act. It doesn't get easier from here, right? What are some other ways that you guys think we can, and also maybe not saying you guys because that's not inclusive, but other ways to, y'all build. What are some other ways that y'all can build diversity in this community?
The thing is, like, you have to go straight to people that are game developers and who have power, right? No one's gonna listen all the time to your buddies or your friends. Sometimes, yes, we are influenced by our friends, but when it's so toxic like this, those people that are that toxic will go to another toxic community. So one, like we said, establish a good community. But within game developers and within these cultures, when I report someone for saying certain terms, certain actions, they need to take action every single time. There are words that we know are unacceptable. There are times that they need to know what's being said over voice chat and we need to report it, right? Just let that be handled by that company. Let these companies also... I'm tired of playing a straight white dude in video games. I know everyone else is, and I know communities and games are starting to be better about that. I need the hero to be an LGBT gamer just for once. One character that is the hero and not the side story, right? There's a couple, but they're rarely the hero that you get to pick and be.
And I don't want to be like 6 months later. By the way, did you know this hero that we created back then is actually gay? And they actually did all the stuff, but it's just not in the script, and you don't see it, but it's 100% there. Like, just believe us on that. Like, no.
Dumbledore.
But J.K. Rowling is problematic in so many other ways. This is a non-turf space. No. So one of the other things I think that might be important is to make connections with other like queer gamers, women of color. Like, oh yeah, exactly. And there's like power in numbers and just making those connections. I mean, even when I'm playing like Valorant or Overwatch and I hear someone who's like a girl, like afterwards, like usually if I will start talking in a game, if there's like another girl present or another woman present in the game, she'll start talking too. And after a while, we just like start talking to each other, and then half the time, like more than half the time, we just end up being like friends after the game and then playing together, and that makes for a much better experience later on. And it's also guys to gang up on you when you're playing together. And you shouldn't have to, but it's another way.
I do want to have like one point. I'm sorry, Dr. Hayes. I saw you go, but I just need to jump on this. One of the things that I recognized I was doing way like many years ago was I would get so excited in game, especially Dota, when I would hear another woman on my team. It's like you get matched so infrequently with another woman that when I would hear another woman, I'd like feel this sense of relief and excitement, like, oh my god, there's another woman, and I have someone, and I'd be like, whoa. And I would like take a step back and I'd recognize that like that type of excitement and that type of like hyping it up isn't toxic, but it's not great, because then I'm again making this like a unique thing. And I think part of the problem is like taking that, like, I don't want to say spark, but like that hype that hearing another woman or seeing another woman in game, like bringing that down, like being excited and feeling like you have an ally in game, but also recognizing that you bring the energy to the game as well. And if you make this a magical like unicorn type experience, or oh my god, it's another woman, you're feeding the same type of energy that guys are bringing to the game. So it's like be excited and be happy and like, you know, support them in game, but also recognize that you need to be aware of the type of energy you're bringing.
True or false? You've actually said, "Are you a grill?"
Oh yeah, 100%.
True. Cool.
True.
Dr. Hayes, hit us with that.
I'm a grill.
I am grill.
Dr. Hayes, hit us with that knowledge you're ready to drop on us.
Yeah, and it's a doozy, so I've been holding because I know that like there's difficult things, and then I'm gonna take you on a journey for about 1 minute and 30 seconds. I don't know if that's a true amount of time, but I'm gonna aim for that. When it comes to privilege, and I say this with a heavy grain of salt, knowing that I am a cis white woman, be prepared to become uncomfortable, and be prepared to do this for the long haul. By the way, Black Lives Matter, POC lives matter. Not that anybody else doesn't matter, but right now we need to address the inequality that's happening. We always need to address the inequality that's happening, and part of the problem fundamentally is that it's systematically based. It's built into the systems that we know as the society. It's passed down from generation to generation. The words we use, the way we conduct our business, the way in which like juries are selected, the ways in which housing is sold, the way in which we create voting districts. There's so many layers here. So I'm not saying like tackle all of it at once. It's going to be an ongoing thing. You're going to be exhausted. I promise you're not as exhausted as those who are oppressed. So be prepared to get uncomfortable, stay uncomfortable. And when you are challenged on something, say that I used a term that was offensive to someone else and they called me on it. Say that someone calls you out for saying something offensive. Say that you use the word fag in the heat of the moment and someone's like, hey man, it's really not cool. Be prepared to be uncomfortable in that moment and feel the instantaneous reaction inside of you, be defensive. That comes from a point where you don't mean to hurt anybody, usually. I mean, sometimes people mean to hurt people, and that's just terrible. But when you don't mean it and you use an offensive term, or you're unaware of why saying it's black and white is offensive, or using terms like master bedroom is offensive, or different things, different layers. And if you don't know the things I just mentioned, please go Google them and change your language. Know that first you're defensive internally, usually because you don't mean to hurt anybody, you don't mean to be discriminatory, and the way you're trying to approach the world is with respect, sure. But when someone challenges you, you have to swallow your pride and be willing to say, hey, I didn't mean to offend you, I'm really sorry. I'll work on that behavior, that word, that choice. And sometimes it's easier to be challenged by, well, oftentimes it's easier to be challenged by someone of similar status or privilege. So this is going out to all you cishet white guys. Challenge other people. Don't steamroll everybody else. Don't white knight your way into like, I will defend all of the women in Overwatch. Like, no. That's not what we're asking for. But we're saying, like, if you hear something and people aren't speaking up and you can see the dynamics happening, say something, because it's easier to swallow from somebody of similar privilege, because we can always write things off with excuses and stereotypes when it's not. So it takes all of us. That's what real allyship is. Challenging yourself and your stereotypes, getting uncomfortable, and being willing to stick your neck out for everybody else.
You just blew my mind with that master bedroom comment. I never heard that before, but I understand. And a really good
built in the system, though. It's built in the system.
So
we have to work on all the terms.
Yeah. If you're getting uncomfortable, that means there's probably a grain of truth to what they're saying. So the other day I was like patching a hole in my bathroom and I was painting, and I went downstairs and my roommate called and was like, you just got paint all over our floor. And I was like, no, I didn't. Like, I was not defensive. I was like, I did not get paint all over the floor. And it turns out my dog had walked through the paint tray and then walked all over the floor. But it's like, I wasn't defensive because I was like, I know I'm right. But like, if you're getting defensive, if you feel uncomfortable, chances are there's a grain of truth to it, right? Because we tend to get more defensive when we know people are right? That's why we put our defenses up so hard. So if you're getting defensive, just instead of just take a moment of silence. Think about what they're saying. Don't respond with anger. Don't respond with, whatever tendencies you're going to have that the psychologist can explain a lot better than me. Just think about what they said.
Can I add
feel
on
those
that?
things. We don't necessarily control our emotions, but you can choose how to respond despite them. You can feel angry. You can feel irritated. You can be mad at yourself.
Yeah, but you don't have to be vocal. You don't have to vocalize all of them at the victim.
Right, and you don't have to aim it at anybody else.
Right. Yes, Kendricks.
I like raising my hand. It makes me feel good. So one of the things I want to add is like it's that defense mechanism. I think, and I'm not trying to speak for people, but a lot of what I see is, especially in competitive gaming and esports, is there's this concept where if I allow somebody else a piece of this pie, I don't get any. And so, especially when it comes to like careers or jobs or streaming or whatever it is, a lot of that defense mechanism I think comes from if this person is suddenly allowed more privilege, or this person can have this job, like I can't get it then, or I'm not going to be as good. If they're better than me, then clearly I'm not going to be the best. And there's a lot of this like defense coming from, there's this idea that we have this one pie, and if I give this person a piece of it, I don't get any. And the truth of the matter is there's a lot of pies to go around. Like esports, like just because one of your friends or just because a woman wants to get into esports and you do too, doesn't mean that if she gets a job, you're not going to be able to. It just means that there's more pie, there's more opportunities. And I think that if we are cognizant of that kind of stuff when we're coming from being defensive and recognizing that someone being better at you than a game, or a woman, getting that super crispy snipe, doesn't mean you can't also get that super crispy snipe in a game. It just means that she did this game, and you can learn from. I'm really bad at FPS. I'm really sorry. But like, it's that sense of like, just because they're doing something or they're good at it or they get that job, it doesn't mean that you also can't.
I can't wait
Well,
to get
frankly,
a crispy snipe.
crispy
Speaking of pie, if you look at what proper competition looks like, turn your face towards the baking shows that happen internationally, because they help each other finish their dish, so it's a proper competition, and they get their fair shot at seeing what all the finished dishes are like, because that is a compromised way of winning. You're not actually winning because you've eliminated half of your competition. I mean, I'm not going to call it cheating, but it ain't clean and it ain't pretty. So chew on that too. Like, if you are excluding people, excluding people, you are choosing to limit and restrain and make special rules around who's even going to get a chance to compete, which makes you a big fish in a small pond. Be a big fish in a big pond. And if you're not a big fish, okay, swallow that too. That's good sportsmanship. Be like the British bakers.
Yeah.
It took me a while to realize you weren't no longer talking about a metaphorical pie.
I think another thing
was
that
a
might
segue?
Another thing that might be very important is just to think about things from a regulatory side. I mean, we're talking about those regulations in esports, or how esports is not regulated at all. In my field, if someone, and mind you that science can be very sexist, but in my field, if someone were to come up to me and be like blatantly like sexist or put these kinds of blatant rules into place, usually you'd have someone either complaining, calling them out, or it just straight up wouldn't happen. Like, there's still like, it's clear that that kind of behavior is not appropriate. And I'm not saying that science doesn't come with its own problems, because it sure does. But it's one of those things where, in general, like, those kinds of views and that kind of discrimination, at least outwardly, is not appropriate. But it seems like in esports, at least outwardly, it's still appropriate. And that's something that has to change.
I mean, when I was a journalist, I went to Northern Arena back in 2015 or 2016, and we were in Montreal, which is where my mother's family from. I am half French, and we were there, and I had done all my research on all the teams, and it was CBC. They had a journalist there, and the CBC journalist knew nothing about esports, and went up to the tournament organizers and was literally like, "Who is the French teams? Where are the French players?" And I was like, I got you. And I listed off like all the French CSGO players, all the teams that were there that were competing that had French players on. Like, literally, it was like Rocket League, Dota, CSGO, and I think a couple FGC players. And I had told them all. And he looked at me and he was like, "I'm going to listen to them." And I was like, they don't know. Like, they're like the PR tournament organizers who get it all together, which, mad respect. I'm not saying anything bad about them.
Yeah, but they're not going to know.
I'm the journalist. I'm the one who's been doing this. I'm the one who knows all the players. And yet he's discrediting me because outwardly I'm the only female. Outwardly I'm the one who has the most information, but I'm discredited because I've had that happen in workplaces where someone's been like, yeah, I know you're a Dota expert and you've been playing this game for like 9 years, but like I'm gonna ask Buddy over there who plays CS:GO because I just really want his opinion. And I'm going, 9 years experience, only female. I know what I'm talking about, but sure, go ask a CS:GO guy who clearly knows what Dota is all about. Like,
And I feel like that's so important because you're talking about, you know, the unconscious bias that people have.
Yeah.
And I would love to hear, Dash, do you feel like that's also present in sports broadcasting?
We don't have enough time to talk about all of that, but when it comes to sports, I was scared to death, honestly, to get into this field. And I know probably my family was thinking the same thing. And no one thought I was going to get at least as far as I have gotten so far, just because it's not seen, it's not known of, it's not expected, which is sad, right? Like, we should be in these spaces. We should be, if you are the best, you should be with the best. If you work hard, you should be right up there with everyone else. And when it comes to sports, man, everyone wants to watch NBA and not WNBA. Everyone wants to watch National Hockey League and not the NWHL. You could say it's because it's so much more competitive, but really? Is it? It's not. And it sucks. I see it every day, and hopefully you can find something to fix it.
So one of the things that bothers me the most, and I'll take a small tangent, is so for the longest time when I was a journalist, I wanted to be a host. Like, I wanted to talk on panels because I love Dota and I love interviewing, and it's what makes me happy. And I remember not seeing any women in Dota specifically. There was very, very few women, and there's very, very, very few people of color. And for like a year, all I did was keep track of who got hired to be a caster or an analyst or the desk host. And I was like, Dota was my thing, so that's all. I'm sorry about everyone else. I didn't have enough time. But I saw the biggest percentage of women on like a production staff was 13%. 13% of their staff, this is like 2016, 2015, was women. And normally it was one woman. And that was it. That's all they had. And it was their one token. I like to say token because, like, honestly, every other woman was gatekept from getting anywhere higher than like tier 3. And then it was Sheever. And Sheever was on almost every panel. And sometimes I wondered, is she the token woman because it looks good for the broadcast and they're diverse? Because otherwise, it's all men. And it was men who were like, yeah, I want to try this hosting thing, or yeah, I want to try this analyst thing. And their buddies would be like, yeah, let's give him a go. Let's give him a try. He's never done this, but like, heck, he could be really cool in the panel. And I'm sitting here going, why aren't you taking the same chances and granting the same opportunity to women who are in the same position, who are like, I want to try this. I want to do this casting thing. And it's like, I'm not going to scream, but like the sexism and how obvious it is. And then when I would point it out, people would be like, oh no, there's just no good women. Just women aren't good enough yet. And I'm going, but it's that opportunity that is granted to men over women at every opportunity, specifically back then in Dota and still now, is mind-boggling. Yeah. And there's no justification. There's no reason. It's like a woman who streams 7 days a week for 8 hours a day, who knows her Dota in and out, and yet this guy's like, yeah, I really want to try this. I really want to try this casting thing. And because he knows a buddy at ESL, he gets hired, and suddenly he's on the panel.
There's a huge lack of sponsorship in everything that women do, right? We tend to mentor each other, but we don't sponsor each other, which means giving people direct opportunities. So what sponsorship looks like is on a macro level, if you're in a position of power, you're the CEO, you're in the industry, you're a game dev, creating opportunities, you know, it would be great if we didn't have to do these things. We didn't have to create opportunities specifically targeted at queer women or people of color, but we do while inequality exists. So create opportunities specifically for these populations that are underrepresented. But, you know, on a macro level, great, we've figured it out. But what does this kind of look like on a micro level?
I mean, I can at least talk to what it might look like in the streaming space. I mean, everything from how you choose who you're going to host or who you're going to raid, to even as a viewer, like when it comes, especially when it comes to female streamers that I greatly like admire, I will financially contribute because it'll be things like, oh, well, you know, $60 is $60 to a game. Like that's one AAA game, which is hours of entertainment for me. So being able to support either in views or in, you know, retweets and shares or in word of mouth, like telling people, hey, I really like her content, like let's watch it, or as a streamer like doing things like hosting, rating, or like co-streaming games. Like I think that those kinds of connections are very important, but also as a viewer, like throwing your support in any way that you can is really important too.
I think it's really important. This is a cool challenge I would love everyone to do, right? If you watch Twitch, if you watch however you watch esports, look at how many of them are cis white men and look at how many are others, right? How many of those do you follow and retweet that are one group versus the other, right? I'm not telling you to go unfollow all of them. Please continue to follow them and support them. But why haven't you followed all those other people? Why is that number so low? Because I can tell you it's not because there's a small percentage gaming. They are just as big as that other percentage.
I think in esports, sorry.
Go ahead. You said it. Yeah.
I'm gonna speak for all of esports, but no, really not. But I think one of the things that for me over the years has been really helpful is doing that networking and doing that, talking with other women in the space. I think one of the biggest learning curves that I was thrown is when you work for organizations, I vet them through other women that I know who have worked either there or have word of mouth, and I try to get an understanding of what I'm getting into because a lot of these spaces are male dominated. Like I have worked on teams that are 35 individuals and I'm the only female, or I'm on a team of 10 people and I'm the only woman. And so I try to go into these opportunities that are presented to me with the understanding of what the work environment might be like financially. If I can pass on an opportunity that I know is completely toxic, I'll take a pass because I need to take care of myself first. But also networking with other women, and like if I see an opportunity, I'm sharing it to every woman I know who's looking for a writing gig or looking for a social media gig or whatever type of work they're looking for. And that's not to say that I won't tell my male friends who are looking, but there's this sense of camaraderie where I know that other women will also do the same thing for me because we want to see each other succeed and create an environment where there's more of us in space. And that comes from, unlearning that behavior that a lot of women are taught as kids, which is another woman is competition. And, I could take to my own experience as a child, kind of like why I only had guy friends as women are competition and attracted to them. And it's just this multi-layered thing. But unlearning that behavior that helping another woman get a gig or get a job or get a career, get that next step up doesn't lessen my impact, doesn't lessen my career advancements. It just means that I'm helping other women get into this space as well.
Yeah, and I think I want to touch on something that Dash and Kendrick's both kind of covered. None of us are saying like, oh, those straight white dudes stuff. Like, no one's saying that. It's just we're saying be a little more intentional. Like, think about who you're supporting. And when we talk about supporting other women, other queer women, people of color, it's not that they deserve our support simply by existing. It's that a lot of women, queer people, people of color have faced a lot more hurdles getting into the field. So it's not like, oh, let's just give them a boost because they're gay, like they deserve it. Like, no, it's because they've probably faced a lot of setbacks in their career because of that sometimes just having a door opened for them. And that's an advantage that I think a lot of people don't necessarily think about in the industry. I'm looking for jobs right now. I'm seeing parallels with my own field. So many people are like, oh, I got my job because of this connection. I got this connections make so much of a difference in so many professional environments. And if there's the good old boys club, like this network that men have access to,
Let's make a good old girls club.
Sounds great. But there's a lot of networks that maybe some women have pushed their way into, have finally broken into. When we talk about lifting up other women and lifting up other queer people, it's because we have worked hard to make those connections and we want to share that, not because we necessarily think that the gays just deserve more. That's not what we're saying. I mean, I just wanted to clarify that.
That's such a good point, Nano. Great job. So we have just a couple more minutes left. So does anyone have any final topics they want to cover? Any final thoughts they want to get across before we have to say our goodbyes?
I would like to cover one more thing.
Ooh, what do you want to cover?
As a queer person, we've talked a lot about women today. And regardless of gender identity, regardless of sexual orientation, yes, there should be equality, yes, there should be opportunities, and yes, we need all of these things. And to find a solution as, well, let's just do blind competitions. We don't know who any competitor is, let's give them a random number. That doesn't fix it. That's like saying cover up your bra. That's like saying don't wear a skirt that's shorter than your fingertips. Don't drink and then you wouldn't have gotten. No, that's not an acceptable response. Allowing people to exist in a space with you without being stuck on what are they? Are they a man or are they a woman? Does it matter? Does it affect you? Does it matter who any of us prefer to be romantically attached to or go to bed with? On your life, does it matter? Does it matter in your personal experience of esports? Does it matter in your experience of streams? Does it matter? We'll bring it up if it matters. We'll tell you. But unless it does, it's none of your business. Not to like be rude. I am an out provider. I offer therapy services, and I own that I am a lesbian. It's not a dirty word. Even though a lot of people think it is, or if I had $1 for every time someone told me I just hadn't had the right pick yet, I'd be very wealthy as well.
Oh my god. So actually something that's very important, or like that's interesting, is that you say that like you own that word. I still find it difficult to say. I was taught as a child that like just the word lesbian was like almost a dirty word. And so I still have problems saying that, and it's what I identify as. But calling myself a lesbian sometimes feels bad. I almost feel more comfortable saying like things like dyke than I do saying the word lesbian. One of those things that like we have all of this like internalized, almost like self-hatred. And sometimes that can make it hard. Like if you are in a game and you do hear some shit, it can make it hard to like even want to stand up for yourself because you were taught that like this part of you is bad, this part of you is less than, this part of you is not worth experiencing, not worth allowing yourself to experience, to live, to be proud of. And like when we're talking about this, I think an important part of it is just being willing to stop it and being willing to own not just your identity, but to fight others for it.
Yeah.
Fight for your space. That's important.
We have to destigmatize, we have to normalize, and when we don't, then it feels dirty, it feels bad. I mean, how weird would it be to like sit down and be like, okay, in this competition today, Joe Schmo, a straight guy, is going to compete. It's like, who cares?
Can we
Does
have that, though?
matter?
Can we actually do that though?
Yeah.
Can we have it so that every single time, like, you know, some like famous esports player gets introduced, they also have to say like, he's straight, 17 and still a virgin. Ladies, get on him. Like, you know, every single time they go on.
I think the big
Being
thing
masculine-
is to educate. Like, just educate yourself. Educate yourself by watching panels like this. We can tell you we are tired, right? We love doing these kind of things and providing these resources that are easy to access, but stop making me the voice. Stop making me educate you for something that is so easy to Google.
It shouldn't be my
Google
job
exists.
to teach you.
Say that you just found out that I'm a lesbian. This does not mean you get carte blanche to ask me whatever you want. You have to ask me if you can ask me questions. It doesn't mean you get to ask me about my sexual history. It doesn't mean you get to ask me if I have a girlfriend. It doesn't mean you get to ask me if I'll be a third.
I think one of the other things too is understanding that, I mean, so I'm bi, and so one of the things I get met with a lot is, well, I just haven't found the right, or like, I will decide one day, and then you'll figure everything out, and then I won't be bi anymore. But it's also recognizing that like gender is fluid, sexuality is fluid. So if your friend or your whoever you know they said, yeah, I'm a lesbian 5 years ago, and then you guys just meet again, they're like, actually, I'm bi now. That doesn't give you, like, there is no conversation we had about how they got there. It's fluid. People change. Like, I use they, them, and I'm working towards using that more often. But that doesn't mean that I want to be called out if we switch to that, or if I have the confidence to use that, or if I'm someone like, hey guys, tomorrow, I'm pan. Be respectful, be supportive, be an ally, but it's not your place to question, and it's not your place to suddenly ask. Like, we're not eliciting conversation. This isn't me saying, yes, now the floor is open, asking you my sexual history. try to remember that we're individuals and we have autonomy, but we also need respect, and we deserve respect.
Yep. Nano, I want to give you the chance to say one parting thought because we are almost out of time.
Oh god, there's so much pressure.
I know. Don't mess up.
I guess I want to bounce off what Kendrick was saying. Like with being queer, a lot of us, I didn't come out until like a couple years ago. A lot of us are still figuring it out. So like, if you're asking these really like personal questions, sometimes we're tired of answering them. Sometimes we don't know the answer. Like, just we're tired. I mean, it's 2020. We're all tired, but like, just be respectful and just listen. If somebody brings up something to you, I mean, this applies to so many scenarios. Just listen. Just listen without the intent to like respond. Just listen to understand. Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
For me.
Very well said.
You don't have to know anybody's gender or sexual orientation in order to compete with them, and it does not categorically make them more or less competition to you if you do know those things.
Yep.
Or don't.
It's not an advantage. It's not like the secret to like getting past the level. It doesn't work like that.
Or if it is, we're not going to tell anyone about that.
Girl. I gotta use double jump right here. Like that's not.
You all, this has been really wonderful. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to the viewers watching this right now. You know, if this panel made you uncomfortable, congratulations to making it 55 minutes in. Take those feelings and think about them. Thank you to the mods who will probably have done a lot of work during this panel, banning and timing out and using their powers for good and not for evil. And lastly, thank you to the 5 of you for spending your time educating others despite being so very tired like we all are. This has been great. This has been very eye-opening. So thank you all very much. And I'm sure you will all be in Twitch chat right now too. So, you know, so if you want someone to follow who isn't a cis white man, you know, some of these people are on Twitch, so take that opportunity, hit that follow button. Did you know you could link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch Prime account? But anyways, thank you all so much for stopping by. And we're gonna sign. How do you sign off an online panel now? Group high five.
See ya.
Group high five. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yay!
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the Trebuchet and Mighty Siege Tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean Hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting...
Welcome to Scare Your Players Respectfully, coming to you pre-recorded for PAX Online. During this panel, we'll be discussing techniques of terror as well as presenting methods to safely scare. I'm going to be one of your hosts or panelists for this panel, Mike Andrick. I do a podcast called Darker Days Radio. Been doing that for over 10 years. Very exciting. And we talk a lot about horror tabletop RPGs. And also joining me is Pete. How's it going, Pete?
How you guys going? Hey everybody, I'm Peter Mars. I am an Australian-based gamer and horror enthusiast. I've also been, well, I've not as much as the other guys, but I've been contributing for Darker Days for a very long time now. And I run a lot of convention games when and if real life conventions happen in and around Melbourne.
Awesome. And also joining us is Crystal.
Hello, I'm Crystal. I am a writer and educator, and I've been with Darker Days Radio for coming up on a year now.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm excited to be here.
And you also wrote some like blog posts about safety mechanics recently, so you're definitely well versed in all of this.
I have. Yep.
Awesome. And also joining us is Chris.
Hello. So yeah, I'm Chris Handley. I am also a podcaster for Dark Days Radio and the spin-off show Dark Hammer, which is more about the Warhammer RPGs. So I'm a RPG writer and podcaster, and also scientific writer and scientific researcher and software engineer.
Yep, absolutely. So let's go on first to a kind of a broad segment about just how to scare your players, talking about techniques that we prefer and also particular mechanics that we might enjoy. So I'll kind of just kick things off right here. When it comes to scaring my players in a tabletop horror RPG, I really like to explore moral quandaries. So the players might be horrified by bleak choices that NPCs make, or terrified by decisions that they themselves need to make. For example, I ran a D&D game recently where the player characters were trying to save a little girl who had been manipulated into trying to summon the ghost for father. And, it really disturbed them to start thinking about what they might do to try to bring back a loved one. That's really the kind of horror that I enjoy. What do you guys prefer with your kind of horror tabletop gaming stories and exploration? Pete, do you have any ideas?
Well, then I'm sort of very specific in how I come at this one. I play a lot of World of Darkness and have played a lot of Vampire. And one specifically that I found for Vampire, I think it will probably work quite well for Werewolf as well, is always kind of play on the idea of the hunter becoming the hunted. Now, there's a lot of sort of power fantasy involved in, I guess, Vampire. You've got sort of, can sort of sit there and be like, no, you're going to come with me. And, mortals' eyes glaze over and they'll come with you. What I sort of like doing a lot is sort of giving my players a little bit of that. You go, yep, you'll have a mortal who bends to their will. They can show off physically very well, very much sort of, reveling in the fact that, yep, I'm a vampire. I can potentially throw a car or any of that. The trick then is to turn that on them and to go, yes, you are a vampire. Yes, you are a hunter, but there is something scarier out there. Or the moment people sort of or mortals who know exactly what you are know how to exploit your flaws. So if you can then sort of flip that on them in the next scene, I found in my experience that can really kind of amp up the feeling of horror and the feeling of terror. So it's sort of like when, if you've got, let's say if you've got a policeman who's giving you a hard time and you can be like, you can easily dominate him. Yeah, sure. Great. The next scene, you're dealing with someone from the Second Inquisition who knows exactly what you are and has a phosphorus shotgun. And you can have, let's say you're pushing around some neonate or some thin blood. Yeah, sure. The next scene, try that with the sheriff and see how well that works. I've found that's worked very well for me when I've been trying to amp up and scare my players.
Yeah, definitely. And you at conventions really like to run Make Blood Boil, which is a scenario that Chris wrote, which kind of leans into that exact sort of setup, that same structure, where it starts off that the players think that they're just hunting another vampire who's gone rogue or something, but it turns out they eventually learn that there's actually kind of like a multi-layered onion of people hunting each other through that entire adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really do love about that scenario, where it sort of happens. The hunters become the hunted, depending on how you run it, and sort of the way I run it was a little bit stripped down because I've only got 90 minutes or 2 hours, but the setup can take you a little bit of time. But yeah, so you have the hunters become the hunted. If I played it right, I counted that happened 4 times over the course of one running of that game.
Awesome. And Crystal, how do you like to scare your players?
I have done it accidentally before, where
Oh yeah.
I've used I'm not going to go into the whole story, but I've used mistakes before where I've set up players to do something that is awful and then caught it later, in context of the world, especially with D&D. That's actually really easy to do with the monster manual, and mix-ups within the monster manual. But one of my favorite things to run is I like to do similar to like Cloverfield suspense, where you only see parts of what's happening with the monster. You don't actually see the full monster or anything like that. And it's really hard to put together the pieces right up until the end, where that reveal happens. And then you're like, oh, that's terrifying.
yeah. So definitely fear of the unknown.
Yes.
Definitely being a strong technique. Chris, how about you?
So I think moral quandaries are always a good one. I think this was a discussion I had recently on a different panel, was you can't do jump scares in RPGs like traditional media for horror, because, you know, it doesn't have the same impact of, oh, and suddenly there's a monster there. And if you did that, it can feel a bit too much like, oh, and then ninjas attack, kind of rather arbitrary monster just pops out of nowhere. That might work in the context of like a dungeon, if you're dungeon crawling and some horrific monster is round the next corner.
Have you ever tried a literal jump scare? I was actually pondering this one. If you've literally just sort of kicked the table or something on there, so there is a literal bang halfway through a session, and I'm not sure if that would work. It depends on the players. Some people might get annoyed.
Do that if you have a lot of control of the game environment that you're within, so the room, and you set the tone, the lighting, the sound, and everything else, and you really draw people in with that. So for me, horror is often more about what the players bring to the game rather than what you can show. So it's very Hitchcock style, where you don't see the knife go in on the film, but everyone thinks they saw it. So you're better off suggesting, because players will always have a far more horrific image in their mind of what's actually going on.
So let's discuss a little bit about storytelling techniques to kind of add suspense and add terror to your games. And Chris was just bringing up how not to use jump scares in his game. And I was actually kind of thinking recently at PAX East, I did try to do a jump scare. I don't know if it was actually effective, but essentially I was running Call of Cthulhu. A sort of mythos mummy, if you will, was leaving a tomb, breaking out of it, and I just slammed down on the table multiple times. And it definitely got people's attention at the table. I don't know if it was really a good thing, but let's discuss how to kind of build that suspense so that you can get those kind of fearful releases in your game. So, Pete, how do you like to kind of add suspense to your games and kind of build up that tension?
Well, I mean, this is where I've actually found that, and this is difficult to do at a convention. But if you're doing it around sort of your own home, I've actually found that trying to control the environment is, I think, often your best friend. Because I mean, ultimately, like I said, in particular, in the convention space, and in particular, the couple of PAX Australias that I've done, we're in a space the size of an aircraft hangar. It's you and 30,000 of your closest friends are all there. The expo hall is banging away. So I kind of feel like if you want to try to get suspenseful and scare people, I kind of feel like it's not going to happen in that environment. But what I've found, and I've had some friends, experiment with this a little bit. If you can control the environment completely, if you can kind of, have control of the lights, have control of the sounds, if you can sort of get the house to yourself, get anybody who's not involved in the game sort of out of there. If you can experiment a little bit with lighting and sound, like in particular in this sort of golden age of everything's being Bluetooth controlled and can be controlled by your phone or by whatever, you'd be really, really surprised what you can get away with, let's just say, a really basic sort of Bluetooth controlled LED lighting around the table. And also I've had a friend experiment with this, and you can do this through your phone. There's apps for this, where he actually had a barely audible heartbeat playing via speakers. And you can actually see, if you sit there, if you sort of turn it down, or you can speed it up and slow it down, and you'd be really surprised how well that works. And sometimes people, if you ask them about it, they're like, there was a sound playing? I didn't remember. But you can actually see people sort of starting to get a little bit, they lean forward a little bit, and then they can ease off a little bit more as you sort of turn the speed up and down on that. So I would really suggest people to experiment with controlling the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of to echo that, Pete, a little bit, I think as a storyteller, you really do influence the suspense and the tension quite a bit. I was watching this anime called Neon Genesis Evangelion, pretty famous one. But
Never
one thing
heard
I
of it,
noticed,
really.
one thing I noticed about it is that there's building tension throughout the show. A lot of the early episodes are, there's a lot of like laughing and goofy kind of anime stuff. However, as you get towards the end, people just laugh less and less and less. And there's a real build-up to tension. And then there's one thing that happens, and then for the rest of the show, there is nothing fun about it. It is just pure grittiness. And as a storyteller, you can control that quite a bit because, people laugh a lot when we're playing RPGs, especially horror RPGs. It's a great way to kind of relieve tension. That's perfectly okay. You should definitely laugh and have a good time when you're playing a horror RPG. However, as a storyteller, you can control things by just not laughing. If you start to get into really serious scenes where something very dramatic is about to occur, stop laughing. Even if your players are still kind of, saying jokes, doing whatever. If you don't laugh, if you just kind of remain calm, stable, stern, they'll pick up on it and they'll realize that things are really getting serious at this point, which is a great way to just build that suspense and tension. Chris, what do you think?
So building on what Pete said, playing convention games is very different. You obviously, because of the type of environment you're in, whether you're I've run V5 demos for Modifius at their UK Games Expo booth, so you've got many people around you, and you have people just coming up to try out the game, versus people that sign up for a game where you've made it quite explicit this is for ages 18 plus, but you're still in a communal room with many other groups playing games and you don't know what those players are. So that means you have to modulate your tone. You can't be as loud as you may want to be, and also what you say. You can't just have profanities, which in the context of the game may well work with the players and who've agreed to certain things. The type of content descriptions that you're going for may well work, but in a convention game, you have to draw all that back in. But that means get creative with your use of language. You should have perhaps for monsters, for creatures, for also the environments, the scenes. If you're not so good to begin with, write a list of 5 or 10 words, smells, sounds that sum up that environment to really help set the picture, the tone and mood of that scene or that creature. Think about sound effects like that. Try and play off the idea that synthesizia. So sometimes it's hard to kind of get across a sound, but you can maybe get across what it feels like. Or say a taste. You can maybe even kind of say it has a color if you really want to get weird. And that might well work in horror quite well when you're dealing with things that involve mental manipulation and a breakdown of how you sense reality. Within your own home, within your own gaming space, I use soundtracks. So I put together soundtracks for all my games that play in the background. They're typically using music which has no vocals in there, or vocals that are not generally the native language that everyone's playing in, so it doesn't intrude. That will be on random. It does mean sometimes you get tracks that don't fit and you just need to skip that track. A classic is I've got a soundtrack for Warhammer 40,000 for Wrath and Glory, and there's a track which is perfect if they're at a bar, and it's the Tortuga music from Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's all too jolly. And when that comes on partway through a fight scene, no, you skip that. So that's what I would do. But also there's other things that help create the environment. Not all role-play games suit being sat around a table. And in fact, that's not always good for some players. And you should be considerate of that. I don't hardly ever use a table for my games. Everyone sat on sofas and chairs in a space with a TV with a slideshow going on it of images from, in this case, 40K. So it'll be images of the Warhammer 40,000 universe with my music pumping through the soundbar. But that all, and not too bright lighting, but enough lighting so you can read your character sheet. That's essentially what I do to set the tone.
Awesome. And Crystal, how do you kind of build suspense in your games?
I like to create a sense of urgency, whether it's artificial or purposeful. And so as I'm getting closer and closer to the end or the big, reveal point, as far as like controlling the banter around the table and stuff like that, I will make sure that I'm asking very pointed questions of my character or of the players, of the characters, as far as what they're doing. If there's NPCs involved, the NPCs are either continually getting agitated or trying to push along that sense of urgency to have more of a frantic feel. And obviously this is stuff that I do very, very, very lightly with convention games. And then I do a lot more heavy with my regular players. So, but yeah, I love to create that because it does give a sense of suspense and like artificial dread of, oh my gosh, what's coming? Like she's asking a lot of questions. What's going on?
Yeah, that's interesting, Crystal. Why do you go kind of easy on that increase in tension with convention games? I actually find that building up urgency is a great way to just kind of get to the action fast.
That I usually, for convention games, when I run scenarios, I do keep them pared down so that there isn't so much of a build up for it, because I don't run super long convention games.
Right.
And I don't know those players extremely well. So I want to make sure I'm very conscious, because some people don't do well with that frantic feeling or that
stress,
fight or flight response. And I don't want to accidentally make someone extremely uncomfortable at my table.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And that's definitely going to play into some of our later discussion about safety mechanics and the like.
Something to add on that, with convention games is, and it's really for any scenario, and it's also useful for home games as well, is, you don't have as much time for setting up, getting the characters to make choices, to get them into that action. So I typically start in media res. So, rather than, oh, how are you getting to this location where the stuff happens? They're already there and the fight has already broken out, or whatever madness is already ongoing. And it's more about how do you begin to solve that situation, not how did you get there. How did you get there is often the last thing you need to think about, especially at a convention game.
Yeah, that's a good point. So real quick, just kind of wrap up this section. I think we wanted to talk very briefly about some of the kind of hot new mechanics that have been coming out. So I know, Pete, that Alien has been a really popular RPG lately for horror tabletop gaming. Can you talk about the stress dice a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the stress dice in Alien, they work a little bit similar to the hunger dice in Vampire. Actually, they've actually found that there's sort of quite a parallel that I've seen a little bit. Haven't quite had a chance to run Alien, but I've done enough V5 with this. So because sort of as things progress in Alien, you keep ratcheting up stress dice. And initially, stress dice, because it's, all right, very quickly, Alien's a dice pool system, uses D6s. If you get a 6, that's a success. More successes, better things are. With your stress total, the more stressed you are, you actually get additional dice. So initially you're like rolling more dice, more chance for successes, yay. But ones on the stress dice are bad. More ones are worse. And, and the more that you sort of rack up stress, the more likely you are to find yourself in a situation where you freak out, you pull a Hudson or you pull a Gorman, and you're just, catatonic. I've just found that with Alien in particular, and this also applies to V5, players are really conservative. You know, the whole idea of, oh my god, it's ratcheting up, it's ratcheting up, and they'll sort of sit there, and even players who've known me really, really well, they'll be like, if something bad happens, if I have a consequence from being really hungry or a consequence from being stressed, you're going to drop the bomb on me, aren't you? You know, something just terrible is going to happen.
Yeah.
So they will sort of be constantly working to. In the case of Vampire, I've run Vampire now. Oh, I've done something like I've run 8 convention games, and I haven't quite had a chance to get an ongoing campaign going. Thank you, COVID. But in all those experiences, I've never seen anyone go beyond 3 hunger, and even then, they did everything in their power to try to drop it back down.
Really,
it was just like, yeah, I know. I don't know if it's just
interesting.
Who knows? Maybe that's the way Aussies game. I have no idea. But you know, they're like, no, can't get too hungry. You know, I need to find someone to drink off. Or they just think I'm a terrible person or something. Or it's like, you know, no, he's going to force me into you know, I'm going to find myself in a situation. No, you know, you rage out. Sorry, you frenzy out. But in particular with that stress die for Alien, I mean, like, so I'm sort of thinking how I'm going to play that one, and I'm thinking people will want to be able to try to slow down the action and to try to bleed off some of that stress. And Alien gives you the provisions for doing that. You can stop and smoke a cigarette, you can stop and drink a beer, but I think, you know, there would have to be a consequence for that. You know, because, you know, once, if you look at sort of the way Alien works, once the way the films work, because Alien often has a slow burn. And then once things are burning, and then things are moving very, very, very quickly. So if a player tells me, oh, you know, I need to slow down and take a moment and, you know, finish my cigarette, I'll be like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. But there would definitely need to be a consequence for that. So if they want to take things down a notch, I'll be like, yeah, sure, done. You know, that motion tracker lying at your hip, yeah, it starts to ping.
Yeah. Nice. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point about kind of how the tension builds up with the mechanics. Because even if you look back at probably the first popular horror RPG, Call of Cthulhu, that has the kind of descending sanity track, which, you know, there's obviously a lot of issues with how sanity works and how it can represent things. But from a purely mechanical sense, you know, you have that building dread as your character loses those sanity points and it gets closer to becoming unplayable or in some cases a much more interesting character. And something I really like to bring up when I'm going to be running a horror game, especially when I'm just kind of introducing the mechanics and everything, is I bring up that losing should be fun. That's kind of why we're all here. Yeah. And it's just a better story if you can kind of go in there and be prepared to have some rough things happen to your character. Crystal, are there any other mechanics that you would like to highlight from recent or old horror games?
Yeah. One of my favorites is Dread, which Dread uses a Jenga tower. And instead of rolling dice as you do actions, you pull from the Jenga tower. And when the Jenga tower falls, your character dies. So it is artificially built in stress. And there's a visual aspect to it because everyone, or almost everyone, has played Jenga and can kind of understand how that feels when you're pulling something and you're like, oh gosh, will my character die just from, you know, trying to do this simple thing? Yeah, I love the use of the Jenga tower as a visual mechanic. I've even pulled it into my D&D game one time. Nice. So yeah.
And that work.
Well, we were doing a long drawn out chase scene, and instead of continually rolling dice, and it was through like an MC Escher labyrinth-esque type of thing. So as the Jenga tower fell, the characters fell off the maze.
Okay.
And had to solve that problem.
Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, and Chris, are there any mechanics that you might want to highlight real quick?
Okay, so most recently in Age of Sigmar Soulbound, which is a fantasy Warhammer setting from Cubicle 7, they have Doom. Now, Doom mechanically doesn't do anything within the game. I mean, it could do in some respects, but what it is a measure of the progress of the tone of the setting. So as the Doom increases, so as you get bad results on your dice and things, Doom increases, and what Doom does is it's informing the GM to color the setting. So shadows seem darker. Cultists, you begin to see a gathering in corners of the city where you didn't see them before. They're more brazen. Perhaps the skies above in Akshai, that fire that roils across in the clouds, begins to have the face of demons in it, or maybe in the realm of Shaiish, the moon of the ghostly version of the moon, Morsley from the world that was, hangs high, looming down, painting its inky green glow. So that's kind of like informing the GM to push the tone of the game. Within Wrath and Glory, of course, though, we have Ruin, which is essentially a pool of points similar to Wrath. Wrath is a pool of points which players can use to reroll dice and do stuff. Ruin is a pool of points so that you can trigger abilities from antagonists and cause complications to be even worse. And as you see that pool rack up in size, the players are like, something bad's really going to happen, because when we come up to the big bad, he's going to have a whole chunk of points to trigger, a stream of corruption from the Great Unclean One or something else. Though I would say one of my really favorite ones is always the deal with the devil in Unhallowed Metropolis. You're about to die. You've run out of points to spend to re-roll. You could always make a deal with the devil, and that basically is saying you get to do some re-rolls, or you get to ignore death, but you are descending in corruption, and as that corruption increases, your character will gain let's just call them internal or external mutation based upon the corruption of their soul. So again, it builds on the idea that as your soul is deformed and becomes more twisted and tortured, it manifests either in how you act or how you look, which is kind of similar to how corruption is in Warhammer Fantasy. So, and I always like death spirals. Death spirals are fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. The Doom sounds really interesting because instead of attaching the kind of degradation of the horror element to a specific character, it attaches it to the setting. I think that's really interesting. I've not heard of another game doing that, although it might have been done in the past at some point. So let's move on over to the second kind of real meat of this presentation, which is how to scare your players respectfully. Because as you kind of noticed, as we were talking about different mechanics and what we like to do in horror games, we're also kind of introducing that we should be a little careful. When you're about to play a horror game, a horror RPG, you're all kind of tacitly agreeing to get spooked. But as you're doing this, you're playing with your friends, and you don't want them to get offended, you don't want them to be hurt, and you especially don't want them to be damaged from this experience. So that's what we really want to talk about here. I guess, Chris, just kind of as a broad idea, how do you scare players respectfully?
Right. Okay. So it's a challenge because the point is the best kind of scares are where you tap into people's fears, and some of these fears are, I think, are broad across a population or from where they are or a particular country. So you're not particularly calling out one person in particular with that. Some fears are particular to a particular generation of people or people that have children, maybe. That's why Changeling the Lost, I think, is quite scary game in some respects, because it's about losing your family, losing your child, that loss of innocence. But then you really do need to know your players, because while you want to tell a compelling story, you may want it, especially if it's World of Darkness, you want it to be feel tangibly real, like it's based in our world, but darker. You want to know what players think are acceptable horrors, because while war, while kidnapping and other kind of violence, maybe very personal violence, sexual violence, is real things, they are not always acceptable at the table. So you really need to know your players, and that means you really need to have a good discussion beforehand, the session zero, to find out what it is. Because it's interesting, because for some players, actually they do want to explore these things because it allows them for some sort of catharsis, maybe. So you shouldn't just by default say, we can't, I'm not doing these because I think a player doesn't want to do that. You should talk to them because they actually may well, as a group, go, actually, we don't mind that. The other important thing is, once you've established that, is you should check in every so often and check, because people might go yes, that might turn into a no might turn into a yes, and you should just be mindful of that. So while you do want to, as a GM, run the game you want to run, your players want to play a game that they want to play in, and that has to meet in the middle somewhere. And that middle is a bit messy and changes and evolves over time.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, that's kind of the number one thing, is to know your players. However, as Crystal's been pointing out, there's situations where you might not know your players. So kind of on the flip side, Crystal, how do you, in convention games or things like that, how do you kind of tackle this issue?
So for me personally, I use the X card, which I think we're going to talk about a little bit later. But the X card itself will apply for any game. You can use it at any setting, at any table. And it is a really easy concept for players to understand. Another thing is kind of having a little prep for sessions, like a session zero prep, where you talk about some of maybe like the content warnings of the game or the scenario that you're running.
There we go.
So yeah, providing those content warnings, because then you can get a feel for, what the players are expecting. And like, for instance, with Pugmire, you play dogs and cats in a D&D setting, and some people can't tolerate violence to animals. So you do have to, but they want to play the game because the setting is very, very easy to adapt for that. So, but knowing that ahead of time is very important because it's an essential part of the game. So making sure that if someone doesn't like violence to animals, in that setting, you tailor what you are telling them to make sure that you accommodate for that.
Interesting. So let's kind of tackle that a little bit, Crystal. So if you were to have a Pugmire game, or if you have had one where someone does not want to have any violence to animals, how do you tailor it? Is it with descriptions, or do you just change the entire kind of conceit?
So usually what I end up doing is either I give the ability to describe what happens to the characters to the players and let them have some narrative control over that. Or if there is some sort of violence, it doesn't end in death. It ends in being knocked out or running away, to accommodate for that.
Okay. Nice. I like it. And Pete, how do you feel about the issue of knowing your players? Do you have any insight into this?
Well, from a convention standpoint, what I'll little sort of chat that I'll have sort of the chat. Massive fan of the X card. I pretty much won't do a convention game without it now. And what I've found with that is, I mean, look, for a convention game, we're here for a short time. I don't know, or more often than not, I don't know anyone at the table. So I'll just flat out say, all right, this is a vampire game, and it's going to involve us, doing this. But so what I've sort of come up with as a replacement is what I just call the traffic light system, where I just go, right, we go, red, amber, green, and I say, right, so red box is stuff that's not happening in this game, and I'm telling you right now, it's not happening. And if you try to happen, if you go there, I'll stop the game and say, mate, what are you doing? And so for me personally, I go, right, sexual violence or anything of that nature, if it won't happen to your players, and if you then turn to me in game and say, well, I do this, I go, no, you don't. Out. And then I say amber are concepts that exist, but we don't dwell on it, and for me personally, I always put sex there. So if you say my character has sex, I go, yes, you do. It's something that exists, but we don't dwell on. And green is anything in between. Green is, acts of violence, acts of whatever, general game stuff. And I'll generally throw it to players and say, right, is there anything you want in the red bucket? Is there anything you want in the amber bucket? Please tell me now, and I'll tailor the game on the fly to suit it. I haven't really had anything, it's like if you can't tell a game that doesn't involve, sexual violence against children, you can't tell a game. You can't game, it's that simple.
Yeah, definitely. But Pete, also kind of in a broader sense, stepping away from the convention scene, even with your long-term gaming friends, kind of as Chris was alluding to, I think we all agree that it's very good to have this kind of discussion to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. I mean, and this is something that happened to me very recently, and I've sort of found, because I was having this discussion about the session 0 and about we're going to talk about what we do and don't want to include, and I got a little bit of pushback. I was like, guys, we've known each other for 20 years. Obviously, we know what people do and don't like. And it was actually through that conversation, one of my players brought up, he said, I really don't like sort of the concept of being tortured or being locked up and being, tortured either mentally or physically. I really don't like that. And I was sort of taken aback a little bit. And I was like, mate, and this is a player who I've played with on and off, I guess, for 20 years. And I didn't know that. And he's like, yeah, I just never brought it up. It's, you don't have to explain where it comes from or anything, mate. And so even then, if you think you know your players, I would argue maybe you don't, and maybe even putting them in the situation where you go, right, tell me what you don't like. You'll find yourself learning some things that you probably didn't, and you're like, oh wow, geez. So it's never assume that you know your players, and even if they're people who you've known your whole life. This discussion is always worthy, even if it's over in 5 minutes and you go, someone just goes, it's fine, play whatever, but just, don't kill any kids. And you go, yep, easy done.
Well, I was going to build on the traffic light system, because sometimes I think, there's a thing like some people feel like not where you don't want to try and intrude too much in gameplay. So I think also another option is what they used, that PDA used at World of Darkness Berlin, and this comes from LARP, is the OK system. So either you can quickly visually indicate, I'm cool with this, keep going hard with this, we're playing Warhammer, torture the hell out of me. And that means I'm okay, but actually it means I'm not, and you should dial things back a bit. And then obviously no is like, no, this is not for me. And then I think, Pete, what you were saying with the lines and veils.
Did no have a hand signal? I couldn't actually see.
Sorry. It maybe is actually kind of like, it's actually a no, but, whereas a down is a definitely not. And then with the lines and veils, that's what you're saying. It's not crosses of veils, lines and veils. I think that's more about, this is a hard line, I don't want it in my game. Whereas a veil is more about, you can suggest, but it's like it doesn't occur on screen.
Mm-hmm. It's like a fade to black.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, sure. All right.
So like fading to black is perfectly, I think is fine. And I think many people like, you just go, what it is. And this goes back to the Hitchcock thing. We know you don't need to go spend 5-10 minutes in excruciating detail about how you're torturing this guy. It's torture. We get it. We get this. So you can have that game content in your game, but it's also kind of like you're saying, if people have agreed, we don't mind it being hinted at and suggested at. We just don't want to spend time on it, and that's something else.
Yeah, definitely. So, people have been alluding to a lot of different mechanics and mechanisms, and the real big separation between the two is the kind of pre-game discussions, which we're just kind of getting into with knowing your players, and as Chris was alluding to, the kind of mechanics that you can use during your game. So I just really quick want to reiterate some of those pre-game mechanisms or discussions that you can have. Two that go hand in hand very well are the pre-game surveys and also the session 0. So the session 0 is just, usually when you're making your characters, you're doing character creation, you can have a discussion with all the players and just kind of cover, as Pete was mentioning, these are the things we don't want to cover. These are the elements that maybe we want to really explore. These are the things that we have been maybe coming up in the news quite a bit lately, that we think that this game, maybe this like modern horror game, would be a great kind of story elements to explore. And you can go along with that. But something else I also want to highlight is some of these pre-game surveys that have been coming out. So Pathfinder had a pre-game consent form that came out, I think like 2 years ago. And that uses kind of the red light, yellow light, green light system, so that you can cover what people are okay with in a game, what they don't really want to explore. But in addition to that, our friends over at Gehenna Gaming have their own horror game specific consent form, which I think pretty much all of us have filled out. And I found this to be extremely useful. During convention games, I've been using this with Gehenna Gaming, and it's a really good way. Usually what I do is I give everyone the consent form, and then once they finish it, then okay, you can pick your character at that point. And as they're picking out the characters, looking at those, I can review and see, all right, this is what we can cover. These are things that we can't cover. Are there any issues with the scenario I'm about to run? Which has come up, actually, as a little anecdote. Another adventure that Chris wrote has the potential for people to kill a ghost dog at the very end. And I had several people say they don't want to see violence to animals. So I had to be like, uh-oh, what am I going to do here? And that's actually the angle that they were going for in the adventure. They were really focused on that black dog that they were encountering. So what I had to do is essentially be very... When someone lunged at the dog, I had to basically almost fade to black. I had to give a very limited description of what happened, but essentially it came out that, of course, they ended the dark ritual that was going on.
This is the monstrous dog, isn't it? In that vampire scenario.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's not really a dog anymore because it's like a vessel for a specter or a wraith, isn't it? So it's not really. But yeah, I understand. I mean,
never kill the dog, Chris.
Never kill the dog. No, sorry. Whoops.
But yeah, those consent forms I find to be extremely useful. I know Crystal and Chris, you've both filled those out for a Gehenna Gaming sponsored thing that we've been doing. How do you feel about them?
I absolutely love them, and I highly recommend if you haven't filled one out, they do have it up on their website, so you can take a look at it. And it is very quick to take a look at, and it helps you kind of build up the room in which you want to tell your story in.
Yeah.
So.
And actually, the interesting thing with their consent form, which I've not seen on any others, is that they cover mind control, which is that loss of player agency and also just manipulation really does bother people, and for some reason seems to be a core like supernatural power mechanic in so many horror RPGs.
Very true.
So that's a really interesting point. That's good to bring up, and something to watch out for in your horror games as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I know that initially when these surveys first came out, there was a lot of pushback, but it was like, oh, you're cramping my style of the game I want to run. The point is, we're not, the point is like, if we look at Vampire, if it's a vampire game, there are certain elements integral to it being a Vampire the Masquerade game or a werewolf game or maybe 40k. There will be war, there will be blood drinking. So there's an element of the players should expect, like, this game will be this, will have this content. And so that immediately either means I'm in or I'm out. The rest of this is about tuning that dial to how people interact with the game. And so you shouldn't feel like it's going to go, oh, I can't run Vampire as it should be. Well, Vampire is many things. There is a baseline. There is you must be this tall to kind of play. I mean that in the sense of it's going to have this amount of content to be this type of to be Vampire. But beyond that, there is a lot of degree of variability in what makes Vampire, what makes 40k, what makes Call of Cthulhu. And that is what these sheets are more about, is really tuning that. And, that I don't see as a problem, because ultimately you want to run a game, people want to play a game. If you don't meet in the middle, you're not going to run a game. And these things are collaborative. You are not a director who is a tyrant to his actors, telling them you're going to be put through these things. And that's happened in cinema. There are people in cinema renowned. Howard Ingham has written some wonderful essays on this. There's a particular actress. Her fear on screen is because the director was basically traumatizing her. This is renowned.
Another one.
And you don't want to do that, because you want to also build the community. You want these people to come back and play the game that you're playing, so your game you're playing has more products made for it and has a wonderful long life, and you can find more players. Annoying them and terrifying them and traumatizing them, so they go, are all Vampire players like this? Are all 40k players like this? They're not. They really aren't. Likewise, you as a GM are also a player. So if you've got a player being grotesque, crass, and so forth, just because you're desperate for players doesn't mean you accept that. There are many people, gamers, that feel like they can be accepted. That what they do is accepted because, well, I'm a player like you, I'm a gamer, and you want a gamer. It's like, no, but I don't want you as a gamer if you're going to be like that, and I don't want my other players having to put up with you. So it goes both ways as well.
Yeah, and it's also this whole thing where like the people who are anti X card and anti safety tools basically will always kind of point out, well, what do you do when someone comes up to your table and they fill out one of these forms and they've just said you can't have anything. They've just gone through all of the topics and said no to everything. And it's like, I'm just like, well, in this hypothetical scenario, which will never happen, you would turn around to this person and say, I'm very sorry, I can't run a game like that. Maybe this version of Vampire that I'm running today isn't for you. Go enjoy the rest of your convention. There's no reason why you can't say that. And there's no reason why, if you're setting up to run a campaign and one of your players turns around and says to you, I want to run Vampire, but without any of the without any of the horrific elements in it. I want you to run Vampians for me. And I did know a guy who was like that. I would turn around and say to them, I said, I don't want to run that game, man. And you then negotiate it. It's about negotiation.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. So we're kind of starting to run low on time here. And I really wanted to cover some of the in-game mechanics that exist. Several people have brought up the X card, and essentially what that is it is a card that you put at the table. It has a giant X on it, and anyone can tap it or grab it, or basically say, during a scene, this is a no-go zone, and you can stop, you can just basically pause, talk to everyone, and you can figure out what the issue was, figure out if you need to do a rewind, basically restart the scene, or if you can just kind of fade to black and then just keep the game moving from there. It's elegant, it's easy. It really doesn't disturb the flow of the game, usually. It seems, although I've actually, fun facts, I have never had anyone use the X card on me, and I've not used the X card on anyone, but I almost did once. I was like ready to lunge for it, and luckily the storyteller, we're playing like City of Mist, and it was like in a game store in the basement, and the storyteller kind of realized, like, there was an issue, because I think several other players at the table were also like, we don't like where this is going, and he kind of elegantly just said, like, we're just going to move on from here, and that kind of prevented the issue. But it's a very convenient mechanic, and I find when I'm, especially at convention games, I'm explaining the rules of the game, I find it's really convenient to just slip the X card mechanic in, just as though it is a rule of that game. In fact, it really just should be at this point for most horror games. It should just be a one paragraph little explanation. I find that doing that and having people just accept it as one of the core mechanics of that game that you're playing, or at least the game that you're playing at the table at that time, is a great way to just have it there, have everyone accept it, and if you need it, cool. If you don't need it, awesome. So I think my question could be if anyone has any anecdotes of, if you're comfortable with it, of using the X card, or anything like that.
Well, I've run it. I've used the X. I've had the X card there. I've never needed to tab it myself or had a player tab it. But I've had at least 5 different people come up to me after the games, after the game and said, "Thank you so much for having the X card. I felt so much better knowing that it was there. I was genuinely worried about, some of the content, and I've was worried certain things would happen to me while I was playing this game, which makes me worry, God, what's happened previously when you played this game? And I probably don't want to know how many answers that question has." Yeah, but no, I'm very happy with the X card. It's no big deal. You explain it to people, as you said, during your preamble, it's there. Just have it. We move on. It's no big deal. And again, if you get people who are like, "Well, I don't want to play with an X card," you're like, "Yeah, cool. Leave." There's other people who want to play.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Definitely. Crystal, you've probably run the most convention games out of all of us. Have you had any memorable experiences that you would be willing to share? You don't have to, with the X card.
I've actually not had anybody touch it. Like, I've never had it actually used. But like I said, I run very short because I'm generally demoing at a booth, and instead of like actual like running a game, like a scheduled game. So my scenarios tend to be like an hour, maybe an hour and a half at the most. So yeah, like I've never had anybody, but I have had people who are like, "Oh no, I don't want to play with that." And I'm like, "Okay, you can leave. You consent to leaving my game. Cool."
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And we also, just kind of as with the X card, we kind of covered Fade to Black, but you as the storyteller can always just say, let's just kind of ease out of this scene and just move on to something else, start a new scene with different content. That's definitely really easy to do. The live action role-playing community has also had some really big innovations. As Chris was mentioning, the kind of pause and negotiate and the check-ins are huge, especially for live action roleplay, because for a long time it was really anathema in that community to ever break immersion. You can't do that. You got to just keep going the entire time. And like people could like take a break, step out, that sort of thing. However, they really wanted to make sure that there was like a way for people in the middle of a scene to have a way to kind of guide how it was going. And usually the way that happens is you can just say like off game, in the context of a LARP, off game, how are you doing? Is this okay? Can we go this way? And you just have a little quick conversation. It just needs to be a couple sentences. And if everyone's good to go, you can keep moving. There's also nonverbal ways to do that. As Chris was alluding to, you could do check-ins with, thumbs up or the okay sign. If people are not okay, then just say thumbs down, and that person can just leave the scene, walk out of the place, and the like, which is a really great way in the middle of a kind of intense tabletop role-playing scene to just kind of check in with people. You just give them a thumbs up, make sure they're okay. If they also give you a thumbs up, you can just keep moving. Although I feel like in the context of tabletop RPGs, it's a lot easier to just kind of pause things and just have that discussion. Do any of you have any extra insight into these sort of, check-ins in the middle of a game?
Not really. I think the most important thing is just the other thing is, if you're playing tabletop RPGs and you're running a regular session of your game, and or if you're running a convention game that's going on for like about maybe 3 hours, you're naturally going to need breaks in there, and that's always a good point. Everyone's going to need to get maybe go to the go to the restroom, the toilet, whatever. Grab a drink, and that's always a good point to check in and just you can just have a bit of banter about the previous scene. That's a great way of just reading the room, but it's not within game. It's an actual break in the game. That's what I would generally do, and then, as Crystal said, I've run a few games with that are very short, and I think at the end is checking in with the players. because also if you're running them at a booth, the reason you're checking in is also to make sure, are they going to buy this game? I mean, that's self-serving, but you're also trying to, I mean, that's for me has been really important because I'm trying to reassess the demo I've run and tune it even more, especially when you're trying to cram the best part of a 3-hour demo into a 1-hour demo space. Which Make Blood Boil has some great stuff in there that allows it to get the main meat of it works for a demo game like that. Yeah, so I think that's all I've ever done. Plus, you can also, with a break like that, is a good point where you could potentially retcon a scene if you feel that scene didn't go as you wanted, or maybe, I mean, this is generally for gaming anyway, you forgot to tell them a piece of information that was really important for the rest of the game. You know, oh, and you should have learned this. You know, we have to retcon. We're not perfect. We don't have, we can't do multiple takes on a game. So by all means, retcon it. And I'm sure they do retcons and stuff on all these recorded stream games that you see because, you know, they want to deliver the best looking game possible for you. And they only have a certain amount of time both to film and cut and edit and do all the other stuff they have to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so we only have about 3 minutes left right here, so we got to wrap things up real quick. But I think a major point that we all want to make is that, you know, in the context of horror games, you might mess up, and that's A-okay. That's all right.
You're going to mess up. It's not. Yeah, might's not. It'll happen at some juncture. You're human.
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping to include a story of mine from way back in the day that we could all sit down and analyze, but we don't have time for that. But does anyone have any, I don't know, just insightful, inspiring points to kind of close us out on with regard to horror games, messing up and recovering, or just bringing things home?
Well, look. I mean, as I said, trying to get an air of horror and an air of tension in the game, you are working incredibly hard to essentially form a soap bubble. You know, it's something, and it's something very, very beautiful, but very fragile and can be broken like that. So just don't beat yourself up too much if it doesn't happen or if it doesn't quite happen the way it will. I mean, even, you know, if it's something that you're actively thinking about and actively working for, then I think that's enough.
Awesome. Cool. So I think just to kind of wrap things up here, we can all just kind of, let people know where they can find us. I have basically no social media, but I do this podcast, Darker Days Radio, which you can find at darkerdays.org. You can tweet us at Darker Days Radio. And we're doing right now a pretty sweet Wrath and Glory game, Warhammer 40,000 setting, over on Gehenna Gaming's Twitch channel, which Chris is the storyteller for. And you can definitely check out our content there if you want to see more or hear more of this kind of discussion. We do a lot of storytelling advice, player advice, and the like. Pete, where can people find you?
They can find me on Twitter, where I am at Peter John Mars. They can find me on Instagram, where I'm posting all sorts of hilarious things, where I'm also at Peter John Mars. And in the real world, when we are no longer locked down, I am at most Melbourne-based gaming conventions, probably running Vampire and or Alien.
Awesome. And Crystal, where can people find you or even check out your work?
So you can check out my work at thegeekypanda.com, and there are links to all my social media on there.
Awesome. And Chris, how about you?
Obviously there is www.darker-days.org, which is of course where we all podcast, and you will find also links from there to the Storyteller Vault content, which all of us but Pete so far has written on, but we will get Pete on something I'm sure in future. And that is all Chronicles of Darkness content that covers stuff like secret frequency files, which is like folklore, myths, legends put into your game, or their original scenarios for Chronicles of Darkness, and setting material, setting like Paris or Venice.
Awesome. Very good. And to all the viewers out there, please enjoy your PAX Online, and we all hope that you learned some really great stuff today during this panel. Take it easy.